go to the website. Same thing happened with our virtual wedding.
Say one. Welcome to New York Pizza Festival Home Edition. We're happy to host everybody today in this virtual edition of our festival. Normally we would be live on Arthur Avenue in the Bronx, the real Little Italy of New York. And we've decided that even with COVID, we don't want to abandon our pizza community. In fact, we want to build it stronger than ever. My name is Fred Mortati. I'm one of the organizers of the New York Pizza Festival. And we're also having some wonderful hosts with me today. We've got Shaylin Brand, Scott Wiener, and Daniel Young. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors. Today we have some amazing sponsors that have come together to really help create a festival that we can enjoy and bring a community together. We have producers of products from around the world. We've got Chow Tomatoes, Caputo Flour, importing companies, Orlando Food Sales. We have some equipment producers, Pizza Master, Forza Forni, Mara Forni. We've got Uni for the backyard ovens that are propagating like crazy through COVID, Hormel, Lupara Buffalo Mozzarella, and Leone Latticini. None of this product would be able to be delivered to the distributors, to the restaurants, if we didn't have Chef's Warehouse as well. And we have some amazing content that we've been able to create with a lot of work and a lot of collaboration from restaurateurs around the country. In fact, we have some special guests from Italy as well. This is going to entertain both making pizza at home demonstrations. It's going to also show you what some insiders feel about their pizza, how they got involved. The real big theme of the weekend is the pizza road. How did people get on the pizza road? Why are we on the pizza road? Why does pizza create community and bring us all together? It's a food item that is not only near and dear to us, but really many, many around the world. So we want to celebrate it. And I want to welcome Shaylin to our community, one of the ambassadors, one of the women in pizza, and I'll hand it off.
All right, goodness, hello. I'm Shaylin, as Fred mentioned. Clearly a lover of all things pizza. I collect pizza art, pizza toys, pizza games, and I also like the food. Married to 10-time world pizza champ Nino Coniglio. We met at the Pizza Expo in Vegas. I would like to kind of think that he gave me a fast pass into this great industry, meeting wonderful people like Fred here, the whole family at Orlando Foods and Caputo and Chow. And I'm just so excited this weekend to, introduce you to some of those people and build a community like Fred is saying.
Scott, how are you doing today?
Are you kidding me? It's the first day of the New York Pizza Festival. I'm on fire right now. I just wish I could be in the room with you, but seeing you across the internet is close. It's close. And I'm really jazzed because Shaylin, as she was just talking about getting fast tracked into the pizza business, I remember the day you and Nino met because he introduced me to you. He was like, "You gotta meet Shaylin. You gotta meet Shaylin. She loves pizza." And you can imagine my reaction is whenever he yells into my face, is I roll my eyes a little bit. Then I met Shaylin and I realized something, which is that as much as I know that I'm really into pizza, maybe obsessed, maybe. Shaylin is the personification of pizza joy. She finds joy in every aspect, in every element. And although some of us get bogged down by overthinking elements of pizza making or whether or not one style is categorized as another style, all that gets washed away when you meet Shaylin and you see that she's not only bedazzled physically with the earrings and all that, but emotionally, what a pizza lover. And Shaylin, you remind me of the reason that I think that all of us are here, which is that pizza means positivity and it means youth and energy and excitement. And when you have it, it's a celebration. When you have it, it's the birthday party, it's the little league victory, or it's the consolation, the little league loss, or the bad day. Oh, you had a bad day. Let's just go out and get a slice. And I remember I don't know, maybe 12 or 13 years old, I'd walk to the downtown of where I grew up and get a slice of pizza and a soda for $1.50. And that feeling of independence, that feeling of this emotional support, it like inflates you like a helium balloon, and it powers us. And I think that's why we have a festival based on this food that has such a beautiful history and a beautiful story, and that all of that kind of comes together sitting down and enjoying it with people you love. And even if we can't be together right next to Arthur Avenue, as Fred just said, over on Crescent Street, it's okay. We can still do this together, because look, I'm in the middle of Brooklyn. Y'all are in New Jersey. Everybody else on this thing is who knows where, but we're all, well, Daniel Young is in London. There we go. But we're all here together on the same wavelength. I hope that makes some sense.
That was beautiful. I'm like,
in my heart, it makes sense.
Oh, I need a.
Daniel's crying over there.
If you can make Daniel Young cry, that's worthy of a festival.
It is, Scott, and if anyone can do it, it's you. Wow, that was so moving.
Just
No
speaking from here, my heart.
That's the only. Are you touching the slice, or are you touching your heart, or your slice is on the heart?
I'll leave that up to you. But yeah,
so how are things in London, Daniel? And you're not new to this. You've also done your own festival. You did the London Pizza Festival.
That's right. Everyone, I am from Queens. I spent all my years from 3 years old to 18 years old with a permanent case of pizza burn, because I would go to Gloria in Queens, grab a slice that was way too hot, but too good to not just go right into, and I'd strip the roof of my mouth, wash it down with some Coke, and that was pizza to me. The beautiful pizza burn, the long burn. I moved to London, however. I used to be a restaurant critic of the New York Daily News, but I moved to London where the pizza wasn't so hot when I arrived, and I was a sad person. So I had to change that, or help to change that. And so I got very involved in the pizza scene in London, which became a Neapolitan pizza scene. And then I ended up getting involved in Naples and wrote this book with the help of Scott Wiener, by the way, handling New York. And my biggest event in London became the London Pizza Festival. And this year, because of the same things that are confronting you, I couldn't have the festival. So it would have been the 6th and 7th year, and we couldn't have it. So I had a virtual festival. And that's kind of how I connected with Fred, who's been a pizza friend of mine now for at least 5 or 6 years. And we talked about it. And I was kind of the guinea pig in London to see how it would go. And then after, we were very satisfied, and Fred and I talked about how to make it work for New York. Alexandra Mortati got involved, and I don't know, about 6 months later, we're here today. So it's very excited, and I can't be in New York. This is the longest I've ever been away from New York in my life. So it's so great to connect with all my friends in New York and a lot around the country. My family in California, and a lot of pizza friends, people I want to sit down with right now and share a pie with, but at least we can be together live. And so Fred, Orlando Foods, all the sponsors, all the partners, I thank you for bringing us together, because you all are as passionate or more passionate about pizza as I am.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, it's been a work for the last number of months. I'm trying to create a platform in which we could share our stories, we could share knowledge from the industry, insider look under the hood. We're going to get to see inside some factories. How are the products made that pizzerias use to make your favorite food? And we have some also great discussions, some roundtables that touch topics about how the Pizza Road started. We have some very hotly debated topics like what is the best topping, or what is the most underrated topping, or where is the capital of pizza? So people are passionate about these things. And actually our very first talk today is with our two co-sponsors, with Scott and Daniel, talking about the Pizza Road.
Well, the Pizza Road, if I could just insert, it's not one street that goes from one place to another. It's sort of like a three-dimensional flight map. If you could look at the back of the in-flight magazine, and there are all these, crisscrosses this way all over the world. And from our house, between our houses and our favorite pizzerias and where we've been and where we're going. And the extra dimension is time, because the Pizza Road is a time travel as well, from 17th century Naples to 21st century Falstaff, Arizona. And so we're all getting in and out, and we're all interconnected, and it's a life's blood. We all feed on that love for pizza and pushing it to the next level.
Daniel, I wonder, why do you think this food has spread to every part of the planet in a way that like transcends like almost all logic? Because you would think that a food that we know has like a pretty specific origin, how is it possible that it becomes that somebody in Turkey right now is watching this, right? And somebody in South Africa is watching this. How is it that it's reached every part of the globe so almost effortlessly? It hasn't been that long, a couple hundred years.
It's been shorter than that time, actually, because it's really between the post-World War II period and now, when pizza became a global food. And when the chains came in, Little Caesars in 1959, Domino's 1960, and American pizza, the American version of Neapolitan pizza, became to be exported around the world. I don't have an answer to your question, Scott. I'd love to hear yours, but I do have a theory. I think stuff on bread, flatbread, is universal. But I think some kind of magic alchemy happened when tomato sauce met mozzarella, met basil or oregano. That flavor combination together, it just knocks our socks off. I mean, everybody has a pizza memory of that taste cocktail. And that seems to it seems groovy to everyone around the world. There's nobody who says, I don't dig that. There are vegan people who have reasons not to eat cheese. God bless them. But there's a magic thing. I think a lot of the pizza chefs out there now spend every day and every minute trying to do something better than a margarita. And that is fantastic. That's a great effort, and that's going to help us all. But I will tell you this, they'll never succeed. It's not going to happen. You have to try to do better with the knowledge that you're not going to improve on that magic combination.
I totally agree with that. I think that's totally right. And I want to welcome everybody, in the chat on YouTube and on Facebook to throw in your explanation for why do you think this food has reached such mass appeal. And Daniel, I totally agree with this whole thing about that everybody's got this stuff on bread thing. It's universal. Forget about the word pizza, forget about Naples for a second. It's this common, simple food. It's something on top of bread. However you define that something is up to you. However you define that bread is up to you. But it's so elemental. It's non-exclusive, right? It's very inclusive. So it doesn't require a specific type of cheese, no matter what some people might say. You can have it anywhere. And it's in low-cost food to make, which I think is part of what makes it a food of youth. And when it's a food of youth, it becomes a nostalgia food. And as a nostalgia food, it's the thing that we always refer back to. Also, I want to say this. The word pizza is really fun to say. And it's the same in every language, right? So we can't dismiss that. It's got 2 Z's in it, right? I mean, Daniel, you tell me this, and Shaylin, when you see a word with 2 Z's next to each other, you get excited, right? Let's go hang out in the piazza. So close to pizza. You know, right? The word, I'm just saying, like, Siri, I'm not even joking. Fred, you know what I'm talking about. It's just
I
fun.
speak the language. I got it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it makes pizza is a dizzy word. There's no question about it.
It's just fun. I think that's part of it.
I think other things, that it was one of the first street foods, popular street foods. It was a poor man's food. So in Naples, which was a very poor city in the 19th century, It was a popular street food, and they would stretch the pizza, the dough, they would stretch it across the board, the same amount of dough, but to make a large pizza, to give the impression that you were eating a lot. And then when the pizza road went from Naples to Buenos Aires, Argentina in the 1920s, they also, that was an opportunity to take a piece of bread and put lots and lots of cheese and onions and stuff that people could afford on it. So that one piece of pizza would be a meal. And then it goes back to New York, where pizza, basically the slice has always been about the same price as a subway token. If you look at the history, of course, we don't have tokens anymore, but the single fare on a Metro card, if you trace it, when a subway fare was $1, a slice was $1. Before they did the 99-cent dollar slice, which came into 10 years ago, but it was always an affordable food. And my mother's not watching now, so I can admit it that when I went to Cardozo High School, a lot of times I would chuck her lunch and go to the local pizzeria on Springfield Boulevard because, it was about 25 cents a slice. That's how old I am. And great, great food. And, my mother's tuna salad, it didn't cut it, let me tell you, pizza is just a lot better, it's just amazing. New York, the quality, I'd actually say before the Ray's pizza boom, when pizza became a lot about upselling, and the pizzerias had 20 varieties in a case, like a sushi counter. When I would go to a pizzeria, it was just Sicilian or regular. If you wanted special toppings, even pepperoni, you had to get a pie. So fresh pies were coming out all the time. They were too hot to eat, no reheats. It was just eat to the beat and you're gone, like Travolta in the movie, 2 slices. Incidentally, I've never seen anybody stack 2 slices until I saw Saturday Night Live Fever, but I think it caught on afterwards.
Wow. It's funny. I was just at Lenny's the other day, the pizzeria from the movie. And it must be every week somebody must come up and ask for 2 and stack them, just like as a tourism thing. But I love it. Like this thing that you mentioned about the pizza road kind of swinging over to New York. I want to talk a little bit about it, how it kind of took a stop in New York for a bit. Because as you mentioned, pizza leaves southern Italy, leaves Naples at some point in the late 19th century. It lands in places like Buenos Aires, Argentina, Sao Paulo, Brazil, New York City, New Haven, Philadelphia, Boston, Trenton, New Jersey, all these spots. What do all those cities have in common? Why would they have attracted Southern Italian immigrants and therefore their food?
Well, the question of why, I'm not an expert on immigration or sociology or why. New York, the obvious answer is they arrived at, Ellis Island, and that was a natural place where immigrants started. But for whatever reason, those cities you mentioned, Sao Paulo, Buenos Aires, New York, New Haven, to a lesser extent, Chicago and Baltimore, those were Neapolitan enclaves or Neapolitan. Just to be clear, a lot of people who emigrated from Naples, that's where the boats left from. So a lot of self-described Neapolitans were from a wide area of southern Italy. So people from Calabria or from Sicily, they were all lumped together kind of as coming from Naples or Neapolitans. So, and even in Naples, people are from the city or they're from the metropolitan area of Naples. So, but these people immigrated from the heartland of a type of pizza that was very soft, even soggy to us. And the immigrants who came here created a pizza that was crisp and dry and very large. So there was a transformation. And it's hard to know why that happened and how that happened. The theory is that the people who came here weren't pizza bakers back home, but they saw it as an opportunity, a trade, and they didn't have the ingredients that they had back home. They didn't have fresh mozzarella from a farm 20 miles away. They didn't have the flour milled for pizza. They didn't have the pizza ovens, these wonderful brick domes that cooked pizza wood-fired with 3 types of heat. But they were very resourceful. And they used bread ovens, coal-fired bread ovens. They used bread flour. They found substitutes for mozzarella. They used oregano rather than basil. And Scott, one thing we were talking about, I had spoken to Jerry Pirro, who was the son of Totono Pirro of Totono's Pizzeria in Coney Island, which opened in 1924, Scott. And Jerry explained to me that the mozzarella that his father had, or the curd cheese that kind of pretended to be mozzarella, had zero flavor. We all know mozzarella is mild, but it has a wonderful bouquet, and particularly buffalo mozzarella. You can almost smell the grass, but it's like fresh milk. It's just a beautiful dairy product. But Totono had tasteless cheese, a beautiful texture, it melted, but it was tasteless. And so what he did, he added grated pecorino romano on the pizza. And Jerry told me, Jerry Pirro said that Totono regarded pecorino romano, that salty bite, that little sourness, that wonderful kind of tanginess, that was the true flavor of New York pizza. So it changed. And in Buenos Aires, they just, food was cheap, the product. So they said, let's give the people a lot of food. So they gave these fondue pizzas. And then the more toppings you put on a pizza, the bigger the base you need. And you need a strong, crisp, self-sustaining base. And so, and in the Midwest, so that evolved in the 1940s after the war to deep dish and Detroit pizza. So the pan was even better at holding those toppings and having a big crust. And you could bury the pepperoni in there, have loads of toppings, and that became a world pizza. So little by little, pizza in the US traveled further and further down the pizza road away from Naples. And they exported that pizza back to the world. And that's what the world came to understand as pizza. American Neapolitan pizza, not Neapolitan pizza.
It's fascinating to me because since the whole theme of this is the pizza road, and I think we all agree that it's not this linear road. It's not one road that just you take one exit along the way. There are all sorts of traffic circles and jug handles along the way. And that thing that you just mentioned, this whole Neapolitan origin of pizza, and then this total change of character when you get to places like New Haven, New York, Sao Paulo, Buenos Aires, all that I think somebody mentioned in the YouTube chat comments that there's something about the DNA that changes along the way. And I like to think about it as mutations, right? So this same food, the same species gets dropped off in different cities where, as you mentioned, Daniel, there's different dairy available, different wheat available, different tomato, everything is different. So that food doesn't become extinct, it adapts. And those genetic mutations that allow the food to adapt are what make it different and what make it carry on. So if at one point there was only one type of bird, and now there's, so many different species and whatever of birds, the same thing has happened with pizza, but we still call it all pizza, which is why people love to get into these, and I'll just say it, silly arguments about which one is better, this bird or that bird. You know what? They're all really cool and they all fly, right? Who cares? It's not a debate about whether Chicago or Detroit or Naples or Rome. It's that they all fall into this category and they all have different characteristics. And those characteristics are what give you those little exits off that pizza road. So if this thing starts off in Naples, and as Daniel mentioned, and I love, Daniel, that you brought in the whole thing about just because the boats left from Naples didn't mean that every person on those ships lived in the city, because especially up until Italy became a unified country in the 1860s, that whole region of southern Italy was the Kingdom of Naples. So everybody down there was Neapolitan. So when you come over and you land wherever you land, like for instance in New York City, the flour that's being milled here is completely different, high protein, very strong, almost aggressively strong. And I think somebody mentioned in the YouTube chat about what affected the size of the pizza and how it was made and sold. And how in Naples, it was this small personal serving, folded in half and eaten on the street portafolio style. or pizza al libretto, folded in half with the paper around it. But that in America, it suddenly became larger. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that when you have stronger flour, you're able to physically stretch it much larger than you do, and you can charge a little more for it. And then selling it by the slice becomes sustainable because in the 40s, when the gas oven becomes popular, now we have something that can hold up to the rigors of the reheat. And suddenly we have a whole new species of bird. And I think that's what's so cool about it, is that not only is there this new version of it everywhere it lands, but that the local people rally around it and want to protect it. So if you're from Detroit, then maybe you rally around your pizza that you grew up with, because naturally you do. In the same way that if you like one soccer team, it's because you grew up with it and you rally around it. Pizza's got the same thing, and you rally. So even though we might get into those funny, and I'll say again, silly debates about what's better, New York or Trenton, New Jersey, at the end of the day, you still all love pizza, and nobody's really mad at each other at the end of that debate. As long as you don't bring something like pineapple into it, nobody's mad.
I have to confess, I used to be so loyal to New York pizza that it had to be that way. It had to be thin and crisp. And when I traveled around the US, I hated pizza elsewhere. I was closed-minded. And even my first trip to Naples, which I was very excited about, and I thought New York Neapolitan pizza, like at Titono's or John's, was going to be similar, I was shocked at how soft and soggy and moist the pizza was. And also even that the mozzarella was more spotty. It wasn't this suffocating blanket of just cheese overload of joy, of stretchy joy. But you know what? I love New York pizza, and I love New York, but sometimes you have to twist your head around, give up stubborn notions of how something has to be, and give it a whirl. There has to be a reason if these people are nuts about Detroit pizza or Naples or Rome. And if you can do that, it's not like marriage pizza. You can have many loves, and no one's gonna turn an eye or something. So I love the world, and I love that Neapolitan pizza has come back to the USA, real Neapolitan pizza. So you have Neapolitans and American pilgrims who go to Naples or Japanese ones and bring back the original pizza as we know it. And so, Scott, the voyages, like you say, it's just going crazy. Now you have even people who rediscover Neapolitan pizza, brought it back, got certification, 100% authentic, the best ingredients. And now they're saying, wow, I can do better than this. I've got some of my own ideas. I've got some new ingredients, new shapes, new tastes. So the roads are going crazy. If you think you've got it figured out, I look back at some of my old articles in the New York Daily News, and I have to turn it over because the world changes and the road changes, and once you just can't go back to the road you used to be on. You have to keep going forward.
Daniel, I wonder, your original road that you were on, that original New York style that you loved and thought there could be nothing better, what was the moment that your pizza paradigm shifted? What was that first pizza that you had that showed you that there was a larger landscape out there?
Yeah, I think it was the trip in Naples, and it was interesting because I couldn't get into Don Michele because I was a nobody, or they didn't know me, and there was about a 2-hour queue for a table, and I was dying for pizza. So I went to Trianon, which is across the street, a historic pizzeria, and they served me the pizza. I was with some other Americans, by the way, American food writers. And they served me, and I tried to deal with the slice. And it was so floppy, it's just like, I said, I can't deal with this. This is crazy, I don't like this. And I'm trying to play with it. And finally, a Neapolitan guy got up from his table. He was indignant. And he came over to me, spoke English. He says, what are you doing to our pizza? And he called over a kid, a 5-year-old kid. Mario, come over here, show him how to eat the pizza. And Mario took a slice from my pizza, okay? And he folded it in half. Okay, there's the triangle, folded in half and flipped the tip over. and then ate it as a pouch. And then his father goes, okay, let me see you do it. So I was like shaking, By now, the whole restaurant's watching and laughing, So I take the slice, I fold the tip over, drip a lot of tomato down my shirt. In those days, I wore white shirts. Now I wear red ones. And I tasted that pizza, and that was the moment for me. It changed my life because it was like pasta. It was like it's the same word. The bread was enveloping the toppings, the same way I would fold a triangle in New York. But this was a lovely, soft triangle that had a lot of folds, And so, in fact, Enzo Coccio talks about four roads on that folded slice. So you have 4 layers of the pizza. And then I had it in my mouth and it was exploding, the mozzarella, the tomato, the basil flavor, the oil on the slice. And I was in heaven and very far from New York in terms of what I thought pizza would be. So that was really the moment.
I love that. I wonder what Mario's up to right now. I like to think that he's at Trianon yelling at some American and teaching them how to eat their pizza. What if that's their whole shtick?
I haven't risked showing my face again at Trianon, but now I can go to Don Michele because I'm sort of friends. I can cut the queue. Boy, cutting the queue at Don Michele, that's like, you've arrived.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Pizza Flex, our first Pizza Flex alert right now, cutting the line at Don Michele.
Oh, it's incredible. Once even I got early and they let me take my suitcase into the back. I mean, that was like, whoa,
That's huge.
Oh, I called my mom when it happened, but it was like 8 a.m. or something. And she goes, call back at 11. What are you doing?
Yeah, you're like, don't you realize this is a big moment for me?
Another point I would mention, though, you said people who weren't actually from Naples claim to be Neapolitan. And honestly, I don't blame them. I would like to claim to be Neapolitan too. If you live within 200 miles, you should do it. I aspire to be Neapolitan, so I can't be one. I'm a Jewish New Yorker, but I can eat like a Neapolitan. So that's the next best thing.
It's kind of like New York, right? You call yourself a New Yorker, even if you're not technically in the 5 boroughs, you get a little bit of leeway.
You do. Scott, you're from New Jersey, right? You claim New York status.
I am a New Jerseyan. I never call myself a New Yorker, but I could.
Well, how long have you lived in New York now?
12 years. I don't know if it counts. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is more about. Hold on. It's more about Julio Morales is right now watching in the YouTube channel. I'm just watching the comments over here, and I want to let you know, Julio and anybody else who's in there, let us know your thoughts, because this whole discussion is open to everybody. It's a big, large discussion, and I'm just curious to know what was the first life-changing pizza everybody had. I actually want to know from Fred Mortati if I can. Fred, I can't even imagine the incredible pizza you've eaten in your days here. I mean, you are at the crux of bringing together great ingredients that make great pizzas. Fred, is there a moment that you remember your pizza world changing?
This is kind of crazy because my
Mario?
story is actually very similar to Daniel's story. And my story is that, I grew up on Long Island, so not far from Queens where Daniel grew up. I was the same thing, used to that consummate New York slice, the really crispy, super hot, burn your mouth. For me, I used to go down to Nino's Pizzeria, and Nino's was, the dollar slice, the orange soda, and the arcade game in the corner. And that was kind of the youth. And as I went on from high school into college, and I went to college in Pennsylvania, I noticed pizza was totally different. And in fact, I didn't like it at all. It was too different for me. And now, in retrospect, also understanding at the time, their dough formulation and how they made their product was a little different. But what really changed for me was when I came out of college and started food importing and started working with a tomato cannery in Naples. This gentleman who became my partner, my mentor, and a great friend was outside of the city. And like you said, if you're from the area, you say you're from Naples. Like if I was on Long Island, I called myself a New Yorker. Well, my experience was very similar because I went to Domicelli also, and I happened to be with a very close friend of mine who happens to be premier flour producer. So we did get to cut the line. I didn't have to go to Trianon across the street. So there was a 2 hour line, just like Daniel had mentioned, and Antimo Caputo and his father Carmine walk up to the front door, and they walk in to the old man Condoro, the original owner, one of the original, let's say, uh, of the generations that owned Damichele. And this old gentleman brought us inside, and he had this one table that I guess was always left empty, and he sat the three of us down, and he went behind the counter and he moved the pizza maker out of the way. And he said, I'm going to make these three pizzas for Mr. Caputo, the son Caputo, and their guest, the American. And he made these three pizzas, and it was my first authentic Neapolitan pizza, which was completely different than anything I had experienced before. And to tell you, I'd been in Italy many times before I went to Domicelli. But when I was in Italy, I was in different areas. And quite honestly, having eaten the pizza slice at the auto grill on the Autostrada once or twice, it was not like Neapolitan pizza. So this was very different. And then I turned to the Caputas and I said, oh my God, first of all, there were only two pizzas. It was, you want marinara or margarita? There was no other choices. And it was one of those experiences where the softness, the flavor bomb that Daniel described, even though there were very few ingredients because it was just a little bit of cheese, this wonderful fresh tomato and this really soft, supple dough, and was life changing. It was life changing. And since then, this whole explosion into Neapolitan kind of reemerging, and then all the other, you talk about the pizza road that you guys are so beautifully kind of laying out, like it circles back, doesn't it? It came all the way back again. And then as it came back and it got back here, it's actually now gone in these other directions. It's almost like it came back around 360 degrees. Now there's all these other new offshoots that are taking this whole new artisan movement that people are studying and learning. And I guess thanks to today with communication and the availability of content that's out there, it's been extraordinary. Fun journey.
Fred, it's so true what you said, that the pizza road now goes back from Naples to Phoenix and LA and New York and Asheville or whatever. And I kind of think sometimes that the Neapolitans Naples aren't aware of this, or if they are, they don't take pride in it. They're not happy that we changed their pizza around the turn of the century, 19th to 20th. And now they're not happy that the artisans are finding new grooves. So, but we need those Neapolitans from Naples on the pizza road with us. And they should take pride. If people take a Miles Davis riff and do new things with it, that's just part of jazz. And it's the same thing with pizza. So if Chris Bianco is doing new moves, or Nancy Silverton is borrowing from the antipasti station, bringing squash blossoms and new cheeses and new meats. This is great, and the people that should be happiest about it should be the Neapolitans, in my view. But Scott, I don't know what your view on that, but sometimes they're not the happiest.
You can never like project your own feelings on somebody else, because you just never know what that cultural group has experienced. I can never fully understand it, but I can respect it. I mean, when the origin is with you and it's become this huge thing that proliferates because it changes like the chameleon, then I agree with you. I think that there's all the pride in the world that should come from that. But if you make something a certain way and then later you realize it's gotten away from you, then part of you wants to be a protectionist about it. And that's why there have been movements over the years of people trying to create a standardization and rules for what something must be, in the same way that they have done in New York City, in the same way that some people do in the Midwest, or they like all over the place. People will say, no, it has to be done a certain way. And that's a very protectionist way to operate, and it's very exclusive. And I think that kind of thing doesn't become popular because it's harder to deal with. and pizza should be simple. So by making something complex, you take it away from what it should be. That's why it's funny to see these pizzas that are, oh, it's a 2-foot long pizza slice. Oh, it's a $4,000 golden pizza. Those things are like funny, but they're not, and they are part of the road. That the pizza road, sometimes you take an exit and there's a town that you want to turn away from, and that's like the freak show kind of thing. And sure, it's part of it, but it's not the real part that we really enjoy. That's not the thing that changes your life about it. And I want to hear, before I want to loop back into this whole thing, but I got to hear about Shaylin's life-changing pizza moment. And Shaylin, you're not allowed to say that it's when you met Nino Coniglio, because we know that it was well before that.
You ate pizza before you met Nino.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes, I'm often asked if I had my pizza tattoos that I do have on my arms. If I got those when I met Nino. No, I had them before. That's what he saw and fell madly in love with, obviously. And don't hate on the freak show, Scott, because I like those things. I mean, clearly, I'm eclectic, but I like it too, even though the giant slice is literally just a pizza cut to be that giant slice. It's not like it comes from, but whatever. Do what you can to, get social media attention, yada, yada. But, I mean, obviously that was going to be my answer because I'm a good wife and that's my fallback. But I don't know. I worked in pizzerias for forever as like counter girl to manager to director of events, different pizzerias in LA, New York. So I don't know. I going back on your point where pizza's relative, right? And there's room for everybody. You liken it to birds, which I've never heard before, and I love that because I love birds. But I don't know. I guess that's such a hard one.
Shaylin, I got it. I'm going to rephrase it. What is your ratatouille moment for pizza? You just had it.
I feel like I can't. I know, and you saw it in my face, but I don't know. Growing up, we would go to kind of like, I don't know, maybe didn't produce the best pizza in San Diego, but it has such a happy memory for me. It's called Felipe's in San Diego, and there's a few of them. Pacific Beach. I took Nino there. He was horrified. He's like, this pizza is the word, but I love it. It's almost I basically modeled the decor of our wedding after them. They have the red checkered tablecloths, the hanging Chianti bottles, the whole like vibe. I love that nostalgic pizza vibe. So I guess just that would be it. I don't know. I'm from a town by the Mexican border in California that literally only had chain pizza growing up. So maybe I'm not the best to ask on that. But when I met Nino, clearly mind-blowing pizza. I actually didn't like him at first, and you know this, Scott, because he's a little abrasive, and I think he insulted my hair or something, and I was like, how dare he? And then I happened to see him. Well, it was like a backhanded compliment, right? He said, your hair looked better yesterday or something, and I was like, excuse me, who's this guy? And I mean, he was right, but until I saw him make pizza at Pizza Expo, and like just seeing he has just like the best kind of natural pizza making hands, that's when I fell in love. So his pizza did, change me, I guess you could say.
It's there's such a schoolyard thing to that of, like insulting something because you don't know how to handle your feelings.
Of course. Inside I knew he was just madly in love, but, took him like 2 days to admit that, and then been together ever since, so. Yeah.
But Shaylin, you just proved
he
it.
makes great pizza.
He does. And it's so funny that you said, oh, this is a hard question to answer of what was that pizza that like really changed my life. And then you closed your eyes for a split second and you had, oh, we modeled our wedding decor after it. This is the place I took my husband there. Everybody knows the answer to this. And I want to see in the comments and in the chats, tell us what was your life-changing ratatouille pizza moment. We have to know. Everybody had it. What was your Daniel Young at Trianon with Mario teaching him how to eat a slice of pizza in Naples moment?
I wish I saved that shirt. It would be like kind of Monica Lewinsky's dress, it would be a real collector's item.
That is not the reference we want.
That
But
immediately what I thought though when you said that. Now we're on the same level, Daniel.
sorry, but it was a nice moment. What I just wanted to come back to is really, if the Pizza Road you can think of, and Jonathan Goldsmith, you're out there and you might agree or disagree, but actually there are two times in history that are easy to remember, 1900 and 2000. So, and they were both Neapolitan movements. Fred, the second movement in 2000, exactly as you described it. We went back to Naples. Tony Mangiari went back to Naples. Jonathan Goldsmith went back. The Neapolitans came to us and said, let's rediscover the pizza craft. That we had fallen away from it in terms of the Americanization, the internationalization, bring back quality artisan standards from craft. And as you said, Scott, strip down. So there was that moment in 1900, 1901, where we adapted pizza in the Americas, North and South of America, for the ingredients that were available and what people wanted to eat. The same way that Chinese food changes when it arrives in different countries. Why not pizza? And then you had this wonderful moment or time period where Naples brought back standards. It's almost not Neapolitan, it's just a level of craft and high quality ingredients. So it wasn't about the toppings, it was about the bread. You know, I always used to ask Italians and Neapolitans, what is the Italian word for crust? And they'd say pizza. And I'd say, no. I know pizza, yeah, but what's the word for crust? You know, the thing on the rim underneath. You know, they said the rim's the cornicione, underneath, that's pizza. And I'm a little slow, but eventually I got it. Pizza is actually the platform. Pizza is the dough, it is the crust. And that is the expression of the pizza chef, of a tradition, of a place, of a time on the Pizza Road, is built over that platform, over the pizza. So it's time we return that. Pizza is not about the 20 ingredients on top of it. Incidentally, they go, what toppings would you like? You go to a pizzeria in Portland, go, what toppings would you like? And I said, and I go, tomato and mozzarella. No. They go, what toppings? As if tomato and mozzarella are not toppings. So I'm hoping that we're on a place on the Pizza Road that you can have a white pizza, pizza bianca, where there's no tomato on it. So it's really the base. And you can have olive oil or olive oil and rosemary or salt or grated cheese, and that's a pizza. Just it's important we remember that it starts with that bread, with the dough, with the flour, water, and yeast. That's pizza.
I'm so glad that you're bringing this up, talking about basic ingredients, because in just a few minutes, we're going to switch to a conversation all about flour and a discussion about great flour. And please, everybody, stick around because we have a whole 2 days of programming ready for you. Today, we're just doing a discussion right now about the pathway, the Pizza Road, really the theme of the whole thing. And then we're going to move on to talking about flour with Fred and Shaylin. And then later today, we've got Daniel's going to be back talking about the upper crust. Then we've got tomato chat. We've got Dough 101 happening later today. I mean, there's tons of amazing programming. So you got to stick around all day. And as that happens, let us know in the chat and in the conversation areas on Facebook and on YouTube or wherever you are. Let us know your pizza moments, your favorite pizzerias, and spread the word. Tell everybody you know to come and join us. And that if they look on the website, the NYC Pizza Festival website, you'll be able to see all of the great pizzerias around the United States that are participating. And each of these pizzerias is making donations for all the pizzas sold this weekend, their specialty pizzas, donations to Slice Out Hunger. So remember that there's a purpose behind all this. It's not just a bunch of us spewing out our random thoughts about pizza, our random moments of when we got the tomato sauce on the white shirt. Although I will say, Daniel, there are people in that YouTube conversation pointing out that you are the smart man for wearing that red shirt on the pizza party day. Love it.
Well, I got it.
And Shaylin too, with the jacket.
Shaylin looks great, and thank heavens, Shaylin, there's no pineapple on that dress because that would cause huge problems.
That's tomorrow's outfit. Don't worry. There won't be
Okay.
pineapple.
Yeah, it's interesting about the pineapple pizza and why that is such a controversy, and that that's kind of symbolic of the assimilation or bastardization of pizza in the eyes of the purists from Naples. And it was a Canadian invention, so we could blame it on the Canadians if we don't like it. But I'm actually not anti-pineapple. I'm anti-pineapple from a can, rings of pineapple and terrible ham. I remember going to Cosabuono in LA and him doing a beautiful Hawaiian pizza with like a carpaccio of roasted pineapple and a beautiful, prosciutto crudo. So I think quality ingredients and thoughtful taste combinations, and my own bias is done with a light touch, can produce wonders.
I do want to jump in for a second and just say we can no longer throw Canada under the bus for the pineapple thing, because it's been proven that pineapple existed on pizza before that 1962 satellite restaurant claims to have invented it. We've seen there's evidence that it was in Portland, Oregon in 1957, evidence that it was in Chicago, pineapple on pizza in Chicago in 1953. So let it be known, don't blame Canada for the issues here. We can blame ourselves, Daniel. We can blame ourselves. That being said,
well, you guys,
I'm all about it.
You guys picked up on something important. You talked about Naples. You talked about going back, how this kind of swung back to Naples. Daniel was talking about quality ingredients. This whole concept of how this pizza renaissance, the pizza road that then has returned again to America. You guys mentioned Anthony Mangieri and John Goldsmith and Roberto Caputo and other people that went and adopted what's being done, what is traditional to Naples, and brought it back here. I wanted to make one comment because I think it's important also to note, as you brought up, what do the Neapolitans think about this? As a person who spends a lot of time there and is really very much aware of their feelings, the Italians aren't ones to let you not know how they feel. They like to very much let you know how they feel. It's been really wonderful because I have to tell you, America has brought some of the pizza road back to Italy. The Italians, the Neapolitans in particular, saw what the Americans were doing when they went and studied. Enzo Coccia, who Daniel well and Scott well, that does a tremendous amount of training, that trains Japanese pizza chefs, that trains American pizza chefs, goes to Australia. And guys like him who came after him that are these promoters of what is their tradition, and the promoters now of using better and better and better ingredients. Because not all pizza in Naples always was the best of the ingredients. Because as a street food, it had very inexpensive ingredients sometimes because they used to sell it for €2. But this renaissance and the Americans learning about it, mastering it, taking it as far as they could, right? Buying the most expensive ingredients, not being afraid to make a very, very expensive pizza. The Neapolitan said, well, why should we let the Americans do that? I'm going to do that. This whole new crop of young pizza stars that came out, Vincenzo Capuano and Gino Sorbillo and Ciro Oliva. These guys have in some ways even challenged what was then a tradition there. And they said, we're going to also try to express ourselves to the best of our abilities. And we're going to put our own, blood, sweat, and tears into, again, you guys keep saying, this simple food: flour, tomatoes, and cheese. It's been really fun to watch that.
In terms of the Neapolitan reaction to that, it's very complex. On people you mentioned, like Enzo and Vincenzo, the pride to see Neapolitan pizza embraced around the world, and to see pilgrims who come to Naples to learn how to make pizza, the enthusiasm, the passion, desire, that means so much to the Neapolitans. But there's always a but, sorry. You do get people who are protectionists. It's like, I remember barbecue people from North Carolina or Kansas City. They had a trash barbecue in New York. They could never acknowledge that there was good barbecue in New York. And they had to twist their heads around when we start to get, in the last 10 years, we got outstanding barbecue. So in Naples, there's great pride and a little bit of skepticism as well, that can't be as good as people say it is. Even if Enzo or Gino Sorbillo or Don Michele people come to America and they're amazed at how good the pizza. So I think there's great pride, but they have a persecution complex in Naples, southern Italy. Neapolitan pizza wasn't even respected in the north of Italy. They felt the same way some of us felt, that it was too soft and kind of messy. So the Neapolitans had to get respect. And I'll tell you, on a last word, in Naples, the famous pizzerias, the big thing is who's going to be the first pizzeria to get a Michelin star? Will it be Franco Pepe? Will it be Vincenzo Caputo, Enzo Coach? Who's going to get the Michelin star? And I say to them, why do you want a Michelin star? That's crazy. The Michelin starred restaurants, the restaurants that have 2 and 3 stars, they want what you have. Happy people, people in love, people sharing joy, people singing, families, lovers. Instead, they get rich millionaire businessmen on expense accounts, drinking too much, or they want to be you. So if I had a pizzeria in Naples or New York or anywhere, I'd be happy to have that pizzeria. I wouldn't want what the Michelin-starred restaurants have, because I want to eat with my hands. I want to eat with my friends. I want to share. I want to slice up the pie. So I think it circles back. Scott, you asked, why is pizza so special? Because it's a manner of eating. I said the best pizza I ever had was the one I had with my father. It's not the place, it was with my father. Just him, my brothers weren't there. And the second best pizza was the one I had with my son. And pizza brings us together. That's the ultimate road, that it brings friends, lovers, family together. And as you said, Scott, it's a memory of those connections. And no other food can do that. Not tacos, not burgers. No, pizza does that.
Well, we're going to take you back now to the beginning, because we're actually going to take a trip back to Naples. We're going to go look into the industry and actually see inside the premier flour producer that makes product for all kinds of pizza, but starting with Neapolitan. And so we're going to go take a look now at the Caputo flour mill inside Naples and meet those protagonists.
From Napoli to the US, we followed the road of pizza to let people know the Neapolitan soul of Italian excellence. Our story starts from a reverse immigration story, because our grandfather was in the United States and came back to Italy to get married with 2 sisters. So this is the story beginning. Then we moved to Naples, and we have always been here. So our company has a really strict story related to Naples and related to family value. Having a mill in Naples is different than every part of the world, because if you see Naples, you have everyday connection with the pizza makers, with the pastry shop, with the pasta makers, with a lot of wonderful artisans. And on the other side, we have a great knowledge in the field of the wheat, in the field of selection of the wheat, in the field of international port, because here we have a port. So the international connection with Napoli. So that's why we always say that having a mill in Naples is different than every part of the world. Our way to leave the company have always been the idea to spread around the world the culture of the good food and good product made in Naples. So our idea is to have a great relationship and a great connection with all the our ambassadors, which are pizza makers, pastry makers, pasta makers. The flour is an ingredient, but if combined, mixed with all the wonderful ingredients we have here in Naples, like the heart, the passion, and the creativity, everything you can imagine our city and our food culture became something magic, something unique, like pizza, like babao, like pastiera. So we put all these things together, and we travel with them in the United States. We explain to people which is the difference between pizza napoletana and all the other kind of pizza. We believe that the chefs and the pizza makers knows today about pizza napoletana, but we believe more that the final customer, the final user, the final eater of pizza have to understand the difference between the Neapolitan pizza, the Neapolitan philosophy of food, than to the others. That's why we really have a strict connection with the New York Pizza Festival, because we try to explain not only to chefs but mostly to people who eat pizza what's the meaning of eating pizza, which is Napolitana, from the origin of the heart of the ingredient. It's a different philosophy, different taste, and a lighter way to, to live the live magic world of pizza.
The perfect flour doesn't really exist, but we got the perfect flour for the intended final use. Our milling process is given by a special pattern in which we try not to damage the raw material and try to find out a final target. It is pretty important for us in terms of quality of the product. That is to keep unvariated the ratio quality in between the field and the bag. And this is given by multiple steps of milling and sifting in which to try to apply the low pressure possible to maintain the heat of processes very low in order not to adulterate the product and keep its natural form. Another key point of our process is given even in advance from the raw material supply. Everything starts from this surrounding lab in which we make all kind of analysis and tests both on the wheat and on the final product. We test directly the dough properties, and everything is given by a blend of different wheat varieties that we supply all over the world, but especially in the national territory, on the European community. And we also own our fields in which we grow the Caputo wheat. It's a proper pattern that we had since about 7-8 years, and it gives the perfect characteristics to our flours in terms of aroma, mechanical properties, and of course the taste of Caputo. The Caputo secrets behind each flour is given by a very simple word: is naturalness, genuinity. We don't use any additives, addiction. We don't use any enzymes, any coagulants. Our wheat is of course GMO free. We try to represent our story, our products technically behind the natural world, and it's very important for us to give this also as an expression of flavors and aromas. The perfect flour doesn't really exist. We may say that we have a perfect flour for an intended and final use. So in the case of Neapolitan pizza, we have a standard recipe that needs a certain type of flour that supports a very long and stressful and artisanal process with all its characteristics. So let's say that Caputo found out a very good balance in between gluten network strength and elasticity and good handleability and workability of the dough, and also a very good characteristics in terms of advantage of water retention during this very important phase of the artisanal kneading and baking process.
Noi per la pizza fritta è lo stesso impasto della pizza tradizionale margarita marinata, quindi non c'è niente di diverso, cambia soltanto la pezzatura della magnotta, che anziché essere 280-290 grammi all'incirca 280 grammi. E cambia ovviamente la lavorazione, perché nello stendere la pizza fritta, mettere la pizza al forno, noi con le dita ci fermiamo prima del cornicione per consentire poi al cornicione stesso di gonfiarsi con il calore. La pizza fritta è stata il contrario. Si comincia a stendere prima sui bordi e non la si allarga tanto, che poi la andiamo ad allargare quando la chiudiamo e la stendiamo un po'.
Senti, ma come che viene così croccante? Questa cosa croccantezza?
Ma è la qualità, questa qui dell'impasto è ovviamente direttamente della farina. Questa fragranza, morbidezza, resistenza.
Fragranza,
sì.
Perché è croccante pure morbida di
sì, perché noi abbiamo bisogno comunque di un prodotto costante, come dire, affidabile.
A me c'è un gesto che fate quando fate la pizza fritta e mi affascina, quando lo allungate così e poi
sì.
veramente una roba.
Io dico scherzando che la si prende per le orecchie, sai?
È bellissimo.
Eppure quella non è una cosa facile. cileno. La farina deve essere come dire, all'altezza della tradizione e della lavorazione che prevede la tradizione.
La cosa meravigliosa è questa cottura che l'olio non si sente per
Sì,
zero,
sì,
zero.
sì.
L'impasto
Cottura poi di pochi secondi che ti consente poi di avere una cottura come stiamo vedendo dorata e di far cuocere poi gli ingredienti che andiamo a selezionare all'interno.
Se fossero cotti a vapore.
Quasi a vapore perché poi si crea una camera di vapore. Non a caso quando l'abbiamo alzata dalla padella la pizza era, come dire, era più gonfia. Questa è poi la famosa pizza di Sofia Loren dell'oro di Napoli, quindi
pizza classica,
la napoletana. Negli ultimi anni sta avendo come dire, è ritornata alla ribalta.
Insomma, sono ingredienti che come li combini così escono magici.
Li devi conoscere, sì, saper lavorare e poi rispettare e poi tutto si mangia perché diventa un capolavoro.
Allora, cin saluto, hello to all our friends of New York Pizza Festival, and there is only the hand of a great master of pizza can put all together so in a wonderful way that became magic. Ciao from the heart of Napoli.
What a great look into the Caputo mill, into the Naples scene. Loved watching Attimo Caputo go and meet Gino Sorbillo and make a fried pizza. Some of the things that we didn't even talk about, all these other varieties of how they make pizza as well. Doesn't have to just be put in an oven, could also be fried. But I thought it was wonderful, and I hope everybody got some takeaway to seeing this historical family that's been milling wheat since 1924. And I heard Daniel and Scott mention before Totino's 1924. So kind of interesting that both of these historical, both the pizzeria in Coney Island and the flour mill in Naples, are coming up on 100 years in business, still owned by the same family. And as you saw, she's taking a lot of care to mill in a way that gives them the wheat and the variety they need for Neapolitan pizza, for New York style pizza, for Roman pizza. You know, they have this formula about the flour for a specific use, not one flour fits all, right? And that's kind of interesting, knowing like, you know, your relationship with Nino and all the pizza there, the different styles that he likes to use. He uses different things also, right?
Yes, he uses Caputo exclusively. You know, we're always wearing the jackets, everything. He's very loyal to his brands, but he does that because Caputo is the highest quality, unbleached, unbromated flour that's available. And it truly just, I feel like, connects people from Italy to America and just all around. I may not be a 10-time world pizza champ, but I live with one, so I'm around Caputo a lot. I carry a lot of bags of flour. I just respect them so much as a company, and to me it just means family. Like meeting Antimo and Mauro at the expo, they just welcomed me with open arms. I've always just felt so at home with them and just love them all around.
Yeah, and it's going to lead us, now that we talked about flour, it's going to lead us into a really, really wonderful presentation by two of the best people to ever put their hands in dough, two of the best people to ever make dough.
But before that, watching that just made me really hungry, and you should be hungry by now. So go to the nycpizzafestival.com website, click on the tab Master Pizzaiolo, see all the participating pizzerias in your area, and if there isn't one, order just from your local pizzeria. I mean, in the end, that's what we're trying to do here, right? Just get small businesses going. It's been a very tough year for people, and yeah, go order pizza. And
go order pizza.
I'm eating it with you. Also, we're doing a bunch of giveaways. So go to the Instagram at nypizzafestival.com and enter our giveaway for chow tomatoes. Goodness, I'm drawing a blank. Caputo flour. The whole gift, like there's
many sponsor giveaways. If you go to the Instagram, you'll find ways to enter to get something. And I think what Shannon said is really important, because really what today and tomorrow is about is bringing people together, consumers. So all of us that love pizza, going to the restaurants, ordering out, having it delivered, or eating it in, but supporting all these participants. If you look at the map that's in the Master Pizzaioli tab, and you go down, you'll see these 250 restaurants around the country participate. If there's not somebody in your area, order pizza from your local favorite place and support these small businesses, because it's really important now, especially with coming out of COVID, hopefully coming out of COVID faster. But these have been companies that have been really struggling to hang in there, and the restaurants need all the support that they can get. And do remember that $1 from every pizza that you're buying is going to Slice Out Hunger, a really amazing charity that gives 100%, 100% of the money it receives goes to feed people in need. So we're going to move on. We're going to go and have a really interesting discussion with John Goldsmith of Napoli and John Arena of Metro Pizza in Las Vegas. And they're going to show us what the upper crust is really about for them.
Hello everybody, here we are at l'antica pizzeria da Michele, the holy temple of Napolitan pizza. I'm Alessandro Condurro, CEO of l'antica pizzeria da Michele in the world. And now let me introduce you the principal, the man, the legend, the only one, Mr. Miyagi of Napolitan pizza, Mr. Emanuele Liguori.
Ciao a tutti, benvenuti a Napoli, la capitale della pizza.
Welcome to Naples, the capital of pizza. You know, all the pizza streets starts from Naples and bring to Naples. So now, Mr. Emanuele Liguori will make only for you is a special double cheese margarita.
Tutte le strade della pizza partono da Napoli.
Thank you so much, Emanuele. Let me eat my double cheese margarita. I cannot say nothing. Let me do my best wishes to New York Pizza Festival.
E un saluto agli amici del New York Pizza Festival.
Ciao.
Ciao.
My name is Jonathan Goldsmith. I, along with Jenny Sykes, we're the owners of Napoli Pizzeria here in Chicago. And I'm so happy to be here with my cherished good friend, John Arena, who is so gracious to think of me as a colleague and think of me as his mentor. And of course, I think of John as my mentor. I think John, early on, when we first met was through Penny Pollack, who was doing a book on pizza years ago, had come to visit with his cousin Sam, a fellow owner of Metro Pizzeria. And John liked who I was and how I was thinking, and I think he still does. So I have a Neapolitan pizzeria called Napoli. We've been around for about 15 years. And the first question, Drew, as I understand from Alex, was, how did I get here? So, and I'll try to be brief. My wife, Jenny, who is an artist, we ended up in Italy, in Florence in 1988 in the service of her studying tipo classico. I was a house husband in Florence in charge of our 18-month daughter, Sarah Rose. And I was going to stay at home, take care of her while Jenny studied at the Atelier Cecil Graves. And that led to where I am right now. We lived in Italy for 3.5 years. I was a casalingo, which is the male pronunciation of casalinga, housewife. And I was responsible for the daily shop, taking care of Sarah, and had the good fortune, or we had the good fortune over the 3.5 years to go beyond Florence to live in the Gargano, in Rodi Garganico in Puglia, where I was a Benino, a bath boy. And all these things led to wonderful, rich, incredible experiences that created an impermeable bond with Italy that will never diminish. And we returned back from Italy in '91. We continued to go back to visit both to Florence and to the Gargano, and by chance in 2003, which was 12 years after we had left Italy, somebody by chance on a plane to Rome on our way to Rodi suggested that I consider a pizzeria. And sure enough, that summer, at the end of the summer, I came home. I told my wife I wanted to take a passeggiata. I bought another ticket to Italy, and I went to Naples because my friends in Naples said pizza is good. Go west, young man. Go to Naples, and that was the start of a voyage, a journey that I'm still on today.
I'm John Arena from Metro Pizza in Las Vegas. Along with my cousin Sam, we founded our pizzeria in 1980. We actually started making pizzas together in 1967. So I've been at it over 50 years now. My story is not quite as romantic as Jonathan's. I was born into a pizza making family. So I kind of had as a child, I had no choice. And I was lucky enough to find that my vocation was also my avocation over time. I've been friends with John now well over 15 years, and he's become sort of my spiritual conscience and my compass. You know, my outlook on pizza has changed quite dramatically over the years and has evolved. And I think that's similar to what happens with our dough itself. Our dough evolves during its maturation process. And I think as pizza makers, we should continue to evolve and mature and develop complexity.
So what is my principal practice? There are so many doughs, there's so many methods, there's so many different types of pizza, there's so many different schools of thought. I'm trying to incorporate other methods of dough making, but my true practice that I embrace from day one, which I continue to embrace, and I continue to try to figure out what I can do to make it, take it a step further, is from my study with Enzo Cocha, which dates back from my first study in Naples in 2004. And that basically is a direct method with the notion, with using fresh baker's yeast, and the notion of meno lievito più leggero, that there's this, the idea of a longer rise in the service of digestion. The Italians talk about come digeribile. I'm very excited when I have Italians, especially from Naples, come into the pizzeria, and they try the pizza, and the first comment is come digeribile, how digestible.
I think there are as many different methods as there are pizza makers, and it's important when you start out trying to determine what your method is going to be, or what your ingredients are going to be, what your formula is going to be, that you first have a very clear idea of what your destination is. And then it just becomes a matter of how do I get there? And like all destinations, there are many different routes to get to the same place. So people tend to look at pizza dough when they start out and they start with, I want to use this particular, I want to make this particular type of pizza, or I want to use this particular ingredient, or I want to use this particular equipment. But really what you're trying to do is identify first and foremost what you want the ideal end result to be. And then you build to that by developing your skills, by developing your technique, by looking clearly at what your vehicle, your mode of transportation is. And by mode of transportation, I mean basically dough management, which John alluded to. You know, so different conditions, you know, different Neapolitan pizzerias across the world have to use a different route to get to their end result. They're all trying to achieve the same goal, trying to get to the same destination, but based on their own personal considerations, they have to modify that. And the only way you can do that is to have a clear understanding of what the different variables will do to the finished product. And that's really more important than saying I use indirect method, I use direct method, I use natural leavening, I use a biga, I use a starter, I use a poolish, I blend flours. Really, at the end, it's all in service to the pizza. I have to identify in my mind what my ideal is. Then I have to use my expertise, my knowledge, and in consultation with my colleagues, I have to use any information that I can gather to get to where I want to be. So in my case, for my standard New York style pizza, I use direct method I use very long fermentation, and my vision of long fermentation is probably quite different than John's. John's idea of long fermentation might be 24 hours. My idea of long fermentation might be 5 days, depending on what my final result should be. And then I modify and adjust based on what my goal is. You know, a pizzeria may want to achieve the same goal that I achieve or something similar, but not have the same conditions that I have. For example, I have a lot of room to store dough. An average New York pizzeria in Manhattan doesn't have a 5,000 square foot space to use as their laboratory. So they have to make adjustments. So the thing that I would say to start out with, the most important critical feature is to have a very clear idea of what your destination is. And then all of your choices become based on that.
Let me start with just for those who are old enough to remember the book Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. I think there's a difference between John and I. One difference. Truly, there are many things that I think we're truly cut from the same cloth in terms of what we want to do in terms of our communities. If I remember correctly from the art of Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, there was the one guy who would ride the motorcycle, enjoy the breeze and the scenery. And then there's the other person who, and I think there was links to how we would approach life philosophically. And then there's the other person who really knows the intricacies of the engine and how it functions. And so you're going to have to ask John about the fermentation. I mean, I think I was taught what to do, but when I think of Enzo Cocha and the month of study that I did with him in Naples, I think he gave me an outline for what I would need to learn over a lifetime, the 50 years that John already has under his belt. So I think if you ask me what is fermentation, I couldn't even tell you what fermentation is in terms of the science between it, the alcohols, the sugars, the different glucoses, the various starches, and what evolves. What I find is that in our practice, that longer rise in terms of digestion works. What I find now, when I go back to the practice of the 8-hour with the more yeast, that I'm finding that it's not ready. And John will talk a great deal, and I think I would love for him to talk about this. It's all about time and temperature. It's very, very simple. And I find in our practice, I have my cousin Evan Goldstein, who's a great wine person, and people will send him wines that they've made, and he'll often say, well, how many years, how old are the vines? And he'll graciously say, well, the vines need more time. And that sometimes I will, in my daily practice of communicating with the pizza bank, the ones who are handling the dough, they're really going to tell me how the dough is in terms of extending memory, etc. So we're really just trying to work with time and temperature, and each day is different in terms of the environment. We try to take our knowledge of how to foster the best product we can. But I'd rather have John talk about the fermentation process itself as a teaching model.
So let's talk about fermentation a little bit. In the context of making pizza dough, when we talk about fermentation, we're talking about more than just the chemical process of conversion of starches and sugars and alcohol. We're talking about really bringing the dough to its optimal condition. And now in that regard, we're talking about texture, flavor, development of carbon dioxide trapped within the structure of the dough, extensibility. We want all of these things to happen to reach their optimal condition at the same time. And that means having control over the product. That means typically, as John mentioned, we're talking about time and temperature. So if in my case, if I'm making a dough that's going to be used 5 days later, I have to calculate, or through experience, I have to modify my dough so that under my conditions, that dough will have reached its optimum in all of the different categories that I'm looking for at the same exact moment. And for me, the way to do that is through cold fermentation, because cold fermentation is very predictable. I put it in a walk-in box that's always going to be 38 degrees. If you're putting it in a room, for example, the room temperature may fluctuate 5 or 6 degrees during the course of the day or during the course of the evening. So for me, I'm using my cooler as a fermentation room. And I want to slow that process down because I'm looking for the development of acetic acid and the development of lactic acid. And that's where the flavors are going to come from. The flavor comes from the bacteria. The yeast is more of a textural component in most cases for our purposes. So it's important for me to get all of the things that I'm looking for to happen at the same time. So it's you're orchestrating the dough itself to reach its optimal conditions at the exact same moment. So we want it to be workable. We want it to be flavorful. We want it to have the aromatics that we're looking for. We want it to have the textural components that we're looking for. And we do that through manipulation of time. Everything that we do when we make pizza dough is about manipulating time. A biga, a pre-ferment, the temperature, those are all the amount of yeast. Those are all ways of manipulating time. If you're using a pre-ferment or a sourdough starter, for example, you're trying to basically create a dough that has the properties of a very old dough in a relatively short amount of time. And that's what the pre-ferment is doing. So we're trying to trick the dough into thinking that it's older than it is. In the case of a long fermented dough, which, as I said, for me would be 3 to 5 day old dough, there's no reason for me to use a pre-ferment because basically the whole dough is a pre-ferment. It's all old. If you're doing a 12-hour dough, you might want to consider a pre-ferment to give it some of those complexities that might not be readily available in what I would consider a 12-hour dough to be a young dough. Mm-hmm. So Jonathan may have a different opinion about that, but in reality, we're trying to accomplish the same thing through different methods. Now, John alluded to digestibility, and I think that certainly different doughs have different digestibility characteristics, but I'm not sure if they're exactly created in the way that John thinks they are, because he talked about yeast as being a component of that. Any dough that you bake, the yeast cells are going to be dead. A dough to be fully baked has to reach an internal temperature of over 200 degrees, and we know that most living organisms perish at about 140, which is why we have a 40 to 140 danger zone from the health district in storage of food. So in reality, after 140 degrees, the yeast has died anyway. Whether it's new dough, young dough, has a lot of yeast, has a small amount of yeast. By the time the pizza is completely baked, the yeast is probably pretty much killed anyway. So I'm not sure about the reasons for digestibility, but I think that John is correct that a more mature dough, a dough that's been properly formulated, will empirically be much easier on the stomach and much more enjoyable to eat. The methods sometimes were an accommodation to the equipment available. So when we talk about classical Neapolitan pizza, the methods developed not necessarily in service to what produces the optimal product, but in service of what do I have available to me in terms of space, in terms of equipment. So, typically pizzerias, even when I was getting started, everything was dictated by, for lack of a better word, convenience. What mixer did I use? I used the mixer that I found in the building when I rented this space. What oven do I use? I use the oven that was already there. I use the oven that was available to me. What flour do I use? I use the flour that is commonly distributed in the neighborhood that I'm locating my business in. I use the cheese that the local influential patron of the neighborhood told me that I had to buy. There were other factors involved besides just creating the best product. So in the case of Neapolitan pizza, I think that we have to really look, not certainly in terms of classical Neapolitan pizza, you're looking at classical methods, classical ingredients. But as we know, the ingredients have changed over the years. So we have to assume that the product has changed as well.
Absolutely. Adolfo Marletta talks about how the flour, he talks about how his father at his pizzeria in La Spaghettata, now he's with Pasquale Markashima in Japan for all these years, but he talks about how the nuances of grain and the flour that was produced in the 60s is different than it was today. So when they talk about the leftover dough, the pasta al porto, that they could easily reform the pagnotto and use it the next day because there were various qualities of that dough then that there aren't now.
Right, and it may not even be a change that you're aware of. Manufacturer can be manufacturing a product under the same label, but it may have changed over the years based on the wheat itself changing, or the tomatoes changing, or what they're fertilizing with, or what equipment they're using to process, what equipment they use to pick the tomatoes from the vines. All of those things are a factor that you could unconsciously be changing. So you may think that you're doing this, the reference that you made was to the 1960s. If we're talking about just a short time ago, the 1960s was only 60 years ago at most. How much has it changed over the last 100 years? So when people get hung up on authenticity and tradition and classical technique and classical ingredients, it would be impossible to truly replicate the pizza that they were making in 1905, in 1920, just 100 years ago, let alone 200 years ago.
In the process that I've gone through, I think the making decision about what it is that I want to do, and I think it will always be classical Neapolitan. For example, today I'm doing our classic methods, but there are two more mixes I'm going to do today. One will be Noel's three-day cold ferment for focaccia with no biga. I'm more successful with that right now. I do work with Stefano Tulipano and using the biga, but I'm not as successful so far in the results with that method. But in the process of taking the principles I went from Mezzococha, I was so excited about Lievito Madre, using the mother, and then very excited with working with Franco Pepe, and then I went in this full circle, but I think I've returned home to the tipo classico in terms of the classic method, because I went to Franco Pepe, and then sure enough, and always with practice with Antonio Sarita, but then when I came back from Franco to really work with Attilio Baguette, who I think of the true pizzaiolo, pizzaiolo Naples, which was really going back to that classic method again. And it's really wonderful, this process of trying the other methods to see which pieces you may incorporate into your method, or to understand why your method is the one that you want to take. So it's always good to go out of the box, because it can, and with all the mistakes and all the failures you make, it gives you more knowledge to figure out what pieces work for what you want to do versus what you didn't want to do from before.
To get the result that you're striving for, that's where experience comes in. Mm-hmm. So if you may be able to, your dough may not be exactly the same at the beginning of the day as it is at the end of the day, but if you have a skilled pizzaiolo and a skilled person on the oven, the finished product should be very similar.
Yeah,
how
but
you got there may be slightly different.
Yeah, but for example, if you were at Don Michele, I think it's better that you go at 3 p.m. than at 11 o'clock in the morning. So if you go to Don Michele, if you're able to be witness, and you'll see that they got 3 different doughs going. One, the first morning, and same with Antonio Sarita. I think he will acknowledge that there may be dough left in the fridge. So you often may see dough from the fridges the first round that they pull out first thing in the morning. At Don Michele, you may see the big vat. There's the dough that they're just starting to pull out, and they're going to roll. That's been going for 24 hours, and then there'll be another mix that's going that morning, which may be that they'll use as auxiliary at the end of the evening. So each pizzeria, has their methods. So one of the keys is to understand the methods of those pizzerias, and to time it so you know which is the dough that's best to use. Now, if you're accomplished, then you may figure out it's not necessarily the first dough is going to be the refrigeration, because you may take that dough out and allow it, such as time lag. They talk about for every hour of flight, maybe an hour of day of recuperation. So for every hour that the dough is in the fridge, may take an hour to recuperate to its ambient temperature. So when I come in as the Mad Hatter in the morning, I look at the dough in the fridge, I look at the dough in the wine room, I look at the dough that's sitting usually right behind me right here, and then I pick and choose which one I use first. Again, it goes back to, it's the worst method for somebody who's got 10 locations. You can't depend on 10 different dough managers all doing the same thing. Truly a reflection of inconsistency, but I still have fun because I just have the one location that I can try to play. For the choices those days be accurate for that day. I may have a Sbaglio mistake for the next day, but I still enjoy that process. I know you're very proud of the Sicilian, and I know you're very excited when your pizza cutter, we can hear that crunch. Can you tell me what is the essence? What are you looking for in the qualities when you're proudly sharing your Sicilian? Or if it's another one, what are the things that you're looking for, John?
That's a great question, John. The things that I'm looking for in the Sicilian and in my New York style or American artisan style pizza in general is contrasts. Contrasts of texture, contrasts of flavor, contrasts of fragrance. I'm looking for complexity. So you want to a certain degree, you want the pizza to have a fairly open cell structure, but not open like a ciabatta. Okay, you want the bottom of the pizza to be very crispy. You want the interior of the pizza to be delicate when you bite into it, but it has to have enough strength to support the toppings as well. You want the fragrance to have complexity. You want there to be a little bit of certainly not sour, but you want it to have some acidity, and you want it to also have some sweetness. So it's about getting those balances and not getting any one component to overpower the others. So for me to do that, I've developed methods and techniques to get it to perform the way I want it to consistently, and get that crunch and get that lightness. I want that when you pick up that pizza, I want you to be shocked at how light it feels in contrast to how heavy it looks. So that surprise is really a part of enjoying the pizza. And we can see that, I saw that at New York Pizza Festival, especially, where people would come up to the table and pick up the slice, and it was almost like the slice started to float out of their hands. And you could see the look of surprise in their faces because it was completely not what they were expecting. So then everything is in service to how do I get there? But for the wood burning oven, for example, there are things changing during the course of the day that are beyond your control, including, in some cases, the quality of the wood or the properties of the wood, changing from time of year to, from different times of year, certainly, different sources, humidity levels, change something in that piece of equipment, you change the end result. And if you want the product to be consistent, you have to have skilled pizzaiolos who can adapt to those changing conditions and still get a pizza that approximates your ideal. Mm-hmm. And that's understanding, there might be times I've heard you talk about how you always turn the pizza and put it back in exactly the same spot that that it came from. Depending on the conditions of the oven, that may not be exactly true. In my experience, it may be necessary to take that pizza and move it to a different spot to finish it, or to pick I think you call it doming, where you pick the pizza up because the top of the pizza is not cooking at the rate that you want it to. Sometimes you do that, sometimes you don't. Mm-hmm. That's in response to the changing conditions of the ingredients, the pizzaiolo himself, what's on the pizza, and the condition of the equipment. So we're constantly having that human element, that craftsmanship, it's constantly being tested by ever-changing ingredients. Ever-changing, by ingredients, I mean components of the and conditions in the pizzeria itself.
But I look for the dough to be soft and pliable. I do look for maybe a little bit of resistance, that there could be a little bit of a crunch, but I definitely look for something that has a wonderful chew to it. If you take our, for me, the essence of Neapolitan is the portafolio, the libretto. You fold it, and then you take it away as a street food. As I made mention of earlier, growing up, and my pizzeria was Albanese. When you took that pizza, you couldn't pick up a slice without folding the tip in and then creasing it and folding it. It just had there was a softness to the dough. There was that essence of bread to it. It wasn't, didn't have that crunch, which I love. I mean, I love chew. I love gummy bears. I like jujubes. I like the chew. But with my pizza, I really like the soft texture of a foldable bread to it. And for me, as John was saying, is it's not one ingredient, it's not one component, but it's the marriage of the various ingredients. So, can I just finish with this? As you can see in our discussion, John and I are truly different in terms of our experience, our understanding of why we do what we're doing. I look forward to many more years of following John and being able to ask him questions as I ask questions to Mauro Caputo and to others that I follow in Naples. But I think there's really a common element between John and I think many of the pizza makers who were part of this wonderful family, whether it's with Molino Caputo, whatever the flour that we're using. If you look at Will Grant, for example, I was just watching him, I was not watching, I was looking at some images I saw of his on Facebook. And what I usually see is Will not only showing an image of his pizza, but showing a picture of he and his wife and his child. And there's this incredible love and sentiment. And I think that's really what this is all about, is our sense of being with family, being with friends, being with the people in our quartiere, our neighborhood, and trying to do something that we can share. I touched upon before, I think John will talk about our hands, and that when we make our dough, we're in that dough is a lifelong experience, a lifelong of memories that we have that go day to day into our methods, and that we try each day to do our best. It's not always, but what's wonderful is we take from those experiences, the knowledge from our mistakes to do something better, that we always aspire to make the profile of pizza, whether it's what John was talking about with the Sicilian, or what I talk about with the Neapolitan, or whoever else who you talk to about pizza. But we're really trying to do something that has our heart in that's also an ingredient in the dough. And even if someday some days we don't make the best pizza, but if we still aspire to be one with our community and to be whole in that sense, that I feel comfortable. And John, you may think a little differently, but I don't think so. What do you have to say?
We started out this conversation at the very beginning talking about the importance of time, how time is an element of our dough. And we were talking about time in terms of 3 days, 5 days, 12 hours. But if we really look at it in a more complete sense, we're talking about time, meaning from the day we were born until the exact moment that we are touching that pizza and constructing and bringing that pizza to fruition. Everything that we've experienced in our lives up to that exact moment, that we take that dough out of the tray, that we shape that dough, that we top it, that we bake it, should be reflected in the finished product. Our pizza should always be an expression of the sum total of who we are at that exact moment. And in that regard, our pizza is always changing because we're always changing. When John goes to the pizzeria today, he's not exactly the same person that he was yesterday. When I go to the pizzeria tomorrow, I will have been changed by this conversation. And hopefully my pizza will be influenced by that. And in that way, our pizza becomes a time machine, and our pizza becomes a way of giving immortality to all of the people that influenced us over the years. If we're mindful of that, if we're respectful of the fact, and I'm sure John has people that have influenced him that perhaps are not around anymore, but he remembers them when he touches the dough, and he brings a piece of them he gives them immortality, because the pizza has been, his pizza and who he is as a person have become one. And that's what I think we're all striving for. When we talk about our pizza community, we're talking about keeping something alive, not just for ourselves, but for eternity, for the next generation to experience and enjoy and be influenced by. And something that Jonathan taught someone 5 years ago will be passed on to somebody 20 years from now in some sense. And John will live forever through what he's passed on to people, not just in terms of technique or formulas, but also in terms of demonstrating how to fall in love with humanity and express that love of humanity through the food.
I'm thankful for the time. I'm honored, as always, to be alongside my good friend John Arena, who I've learned from over the years. We are part of a great community. I'm happy to share what I have with everyone who's watching right now. I look forward to the day we're all together in the Bronx again for the New York Pizza Festival. So I hope this is something that will be a contribution significant enough so people will want to talk to us when they see us in the Bronx at a later date. So I thank you very much. I thank Antimo Caputo, Lino Cutolo, Fred Mortati, everybody at Orlando Foods, but I also want to thank directly to my good friend John Arena. Thank you, John.
Jonathan, it's always wonderful to spend time with you. And for me, of course, I love our craft, I love our community, and most of all, I love the friendship that has been developed between many of the pizza makers, especially you, who I consider to be a true brother, mentor, colleague, and dear friend. I love being able to spend time with you and share our thoughts and passion and craft with the viewers. And I'm really grateful to Orlando Foods and New York Pizza Festival, and to Mo Caputo and his wonderful company, Fred Mortati, all the people that have brought us together and enriched our lives. So thank you very much. This is wonderful.
Hey, Daniel, what did you think about that?
That was incredible, an incredible conversation of two of our great craftsmen and two great teachers and mensches. And, you know, I've been following your comments on YouTube in particular, and a lot of you want an exact number. 24-hour fermentation, 48 hours, this method, and because this is a craft, there are no exact numbers. And even from day to day, these great pros have to adapt. And you know what really was I was moved by John Arena talking about knowing your destination first. And that's kind of another concept of the Pizza Road, because what's your destination? Where are you trying to go? And then you decide how you're going to get there. And I think that's part of the creative process in whatever you do. And the destination for John Arena John Arena's something New York style that's crisp, that's self-sustaining. And for Jonathan, it's something soft and pliable. So there's not one right destination, but you need to know where you're going. You can't just start and end up wherever you go. You're going to get lost. So that was the take home for me, not a figure on fermentation or a method or one goal. The pizza road of baking, of the craft, is knowing where you want to go, what your ideal is.
So it highlights in a lot of ways the complexity around this, right? It's not just flour, water, salt, and yeast, or oil and sugar. It's exactly what's the end result you want to have. And then how do you get there? And then how much testing is needed? I think the good thing is, Daniel, that you have guys like Jonathan and John that are out there really willing to talk to anybody. And I think you found that. You've had many discussions with them, right, around this topic.
I've had a lot of talk with both these gentlemen, and they're also, I think you noticed, they're very earnest. They're not yes men. So I've said things to John, John Arena, trying to show off, and he said no, and then he explained why I was wrong, and it's very frustrating if you think of how difficult, even for these pros, to get consistency. But it's a voyage for all of us. And just baking your first pizza is a great joy. So we're on that road at different levels. And if we're just beginning, a home-baked pizza is a great joy right from the get-go. And we'll have recipes later in the program to help you with your, the early hacks. And then when you get to the level, of Jonathan Goldsmith, it's another world, and then they learn from Enzo Coccia and from Franco Pepe. So there are many stages, there's lots to learn, but we all share a passion, and we love pizza. And, this is a segue. We talk about the New York Pizza Festival and my London Pizza Festival, great events, both of them, unbelievable. But in Naples, every year they have an event called Napoli Pizza Village. And that is the ultimate pizza gathering, the Woodstock of pizza. And it's a sight to behold. It's a week-long event. Some 50 pizzerias, all wood-fired pizzerias, line the whole coast, the seafront of Naples. And then you have tables, long picnic tables, extending from each pizzeria, and you see foreigners and locals and 2-year-olds eating pizza and 90-year-olds. It's the most beautiful celebration of pizza, Napoli Pizza Village. And we're going to show you a video now, just some clips of what it's like. But I've been 3 times, and I just soak it up. It's just incredible. The only frustration is there are 50 pizzerias. You can't eat at all 50. But it's fun to watch other people eating pizza and to see what great community it is. So have a look at Napoli Pizza Village and try to have the opportunity to go. What a great way to experience Neapolitan pizza and the love for pizza.
And Daniel, you and I have both been fortunate enough to be there multiple times. And you say you can't eat at all of them, but it is fun to try. And I have to say that this year, although they could not do it, they were also looking at doing a virtual festival. And we're going to see this clip, which is really amazing. If you think about last year, 1 million people went to the Napoli Pizza Village. So over the course of a week, they had 1 million people come through. And it really has been something that rejuvenates the city. It brings people back to those roots. And so we're going to watch this video. And then that's going to be followed by one of the sponsors of not only the New York Pizza Festival, but of Napoli Pizza Village. The tomato of Napoli Pizza Village, the tomato of New York Pizza Festival. So we'll take a look now.
We are very happy to say with the communication people that they have grown the pizza in the world. We have put all the ingredients, but there are the words to communicate to the people what is the pizza in the world.
They mix the ingredients and they communicate around the world. We are here in the seafront of Naples, where Pizza Village born 10 years ago. And in a few years, we became the biggest and most famous food festival in the world. So we hope to come back here soon. Pizza Village is famous all over the world because we have 1 million people here when we do the event here in Naples. So everybody look us like the most important moment to promote pizza. And we do this job with a company that support us all over the world. Obviously we go to New York because New York is the second capital of pizza with Naples.
Yes, Napoli and New York are two world capital of pizza. And we try to build a big bridge between these two cities because we try to exchange information, knowledge, recipe and product. So the two capital of pizza can spread around the world the knowledge and the soul of the wonderful world of pizza. That's why we are with the Napoli Pizza Village and New York Pizza Festival, because we believe it's the way to know the people and the customer eat and try, which is the original ingredient and pizza product. So we try to put in connection and near to the market all this magic world between Napoli and New York.
I can say just that my hope and my arrivederci is in this panorama, as is in this lungomare of Naples, where the Naples Pizza Village was born and where it grow, and I am sure that in the next future, and my future is next year, there will be more than 1.5 million people that they have be present in this event. The pizza is the pizza. This our culture, is our blood. So I thank you everybody when they appreciate the Neapolitan and the Italian product to make pizza.
E vai!
Olè! Olè, grazie!
We produce an excellent product since more than 40 years. Our challenge is to improve ourselves every day. I worked in the tomato field. It is now 56 years, and I founded Ciao Tomato Factory, Compagnia Mercantile d'Oltremare. It is now 43 years. As you can understand, it is in my blood, the tomato. We start to go in the world with my company, and now we are appreciated in around 100 countries. Everybody knows that the seeds of tomato arrived in Italy with Cristoforo Colombo, and the plant of tomato was utilized like ornament. But it was in the south of Italy where they start the production of eatable tomato. At the beginning, tomato was only round and was yellow, but when they arrive in south of Italy, and the tomato, it began red, long, and at the beginning of 19th century, we produced the first Italian peel tomatoes in Naples. In the last 100 years, we are passed from an artisanal system to put tomato in cans to an industrial of high technology to preserve the fresh tomato in cans. These ensure an high quality standard in order to have transparency, healthy, traceability, in order to arrive at the blockchain that give us the certitude of our products. 8 years ago, I promote a club, a committee of quite old industry of south of Italy that works in our region in order to receive from Europe the authorization to utilize IGP, il pomodoro pelato di Napoli, that give us the possibility to promote this big speciality of the whole peel tomatoes in cans. We hope that we receive that authorization shortly.
Our blood is not blue, but red. Red like tomato. Our priority is quality. We want to fill every cans with our standard. We want a lot of well-peeled tomatoes in our cans, and we have to fill it with a really good and tasty sauce. You can see the color, you can see the consistency, and you can smell the aroma. When the tomatoes arrive in our factory, we check the quality, and with a sharp selection, we guarantee the quality of the cans, of our cans of chopped tomatoes. The selection starts with an optical selection, continue with a manual selection. We have an expert woman how the Neapolitan tradition teach. Our quality team check every phase of our process every 30 minutes. It is a high frequency to check the quality. This is the principal aspect for our tomatoes. Another main aspect is sustainability, because we want to participate this program for save the environment. We produce the 17% of our electricity necessity by solar panel. And another aspect is the water. We're using a lot of water for cleaning tomatoes, and water that we use in the first washing is recycled.
Sono onoratissima, vado subito là in cucina perché non vedo l'ora. Un bacione e ciao!
Nausicaa, ti stavo aspettando.
Ecco a lei, uno gnocco della tradizione.
E al di là del nome, che mi evoca qualche cosa di particolare. Ulisse. Con la curiosità di Ulisse. E io so che tu sei decisamente curiosa e sei andata alla ricerca delle migliori cose che questo nostro territorio sa esprimere e sa esaltare, ma principalmente l'esaltazione la dai tu, con il tuo saper fare.
Io ringrazio voi per davvero aver prodotto dei pomodori di altissima qualità e che ci onorano la nostra bella Italia e la nostra bella Campania. Un prodotto davvero ottimo, lucente, saporito, e io mi diverto nel mio ristorante ad utilizzarli ed a creare dei primi e dei secondi di impatto e di eccellenza, secondo la tradizione di una volta. Un saluto carissimo agli amici di Pizza Festival di New York, sperando di poterci venire presto e di salutarvi dal vivo e farvi assaggiare, non solo guardare, questi prodotti di eccellenza. Un bacione a voi.
Ciao!
Great look at Chow tomatoes. Really interesting to go inside the factory and to meet the players. And I think a lot of people take it for granted how tomatoes just seem so simple. But I have to tell you, being involved in that business for 30 years now, and actually the gentleman on the screen, Caputo, the owner of Ciao Tomato Factory, I met 33 years ago when I was 22. And I have to say what they've done there in developing high quality products across different lines. So San Marzano tomatoes, regular Italian whole peeled crushed tomatoes, all these things that go in different kinds of pizza, different kinds of pasta, different kinds of kitchens, depending on what you want to do. When you go there and you see what they put into it, 60 days. Tomato World lasts from July 30th until September 30th. It's 60 days. Everything you need for the entire year has to be done in 60 days. It's a very crazy time of year. It's why in the video they did now, you couldn't actually see some of the live production, but I tell you, it's crazy. And I know you're a Ciao Tomato fan.
Of course. Another one of Nino's loyalties is Ciao Tomatoes, and that's for a very good reason. They are the most trustworthy tomato in Italy, as Nino calls them. Love them as a whole as a company. Lino is just spectacular. We are doing a giveaway now that if you haven't posted your most sauciest pie, you should do so now on Instagram. Tag Ciao Pomodori and NY Pizza Festival on Instagram to win. And also going on that, I want to make the focus people ordering pizza. I'm loving all your comments going through, but I also want you to go over to the website, NYC Pizza Festival, click on the tab, Master Pizzaiolo, see the map of all the participating pizzerias that will benefit Slice Out Hunger, and order lots of pizza. You know, leftover pizza is good too. You can always have more.
Absolutely.
Order 10. Why not? And speaking of local pizzerias, let's take a look at Brick and Wood.
Last stop on our pizza tour is Brick and Wood. If you're looking for homemade mozzarella, wine on tap, and delicious brick oven pizza, this is the place to go. Love life in pizza, the motto behind Brick and Wood. Paola and Clara, the life force behind Brick and Wood, opened in 2014 and quickly became a town favorite. They are the only pizzeria in Connecticut certified by the APN, an association formed in Naples by pizza makers to preserve the authentic Neapolitan pizza values. Fresh from the brick oven really makes a difference. From prosciutto to potato, pesto chicken to fresh burrata, there are too many delicious options to just pick one.
We love Brick and Wood because overall, it's just a fun, tasty experience. From their Italian street food to their homemade mozzarella, which by the way, they are hand pulling, rolling, wrapping, and filling on a daily basis. And for the wine connoisseur, you will love the Brick and Wood's philosophy. We live life on tap. They've sipped and sourced the best wines from all around the world and feature 30 wines on tap, all stored in stainless steel kegs to maintain optimal temperature, which gives customers that fresh from the bottle taste with every single sip. There you have it. Not only does Fairfield offer beaches, great schools, and wonderful neighborhoods, but we have a pizza style for everyone. Thanks for joining us on another episode of American Dream TV. Until next time.
Hi, my name is Laura Meyer, and I'm currently the head chef at Caputo's, a restaurant here in San Francisco, California. And I'm also the administrator and instructor at the International School of Pizza.
Hi, I'm Nicole Bean. I'm the owner of Pizarro's Pizza here in Houston, Texas, and also the owner of Pizza U. So today we're going to show you guys a couple tips and tricks on how to make dough. And actually, I'm making Neapolitan dough, and Laura's making some New York dough.
So there's a lot of differences between the style that Nicole made, being Neapolitan, versus the one that I made. Now, when you first start making dough, it can be really daunting because what kind of flour are you using? What kind of salt are you using? What kind of yeast are you using? There's a lot of options out there, and how do you make the right choice? Now, when I first decide, I'm thinking, okay, what kind of style am I going to make? Now, Nicole chose Neapolitan, and that's her forte and it's her expertise. When it comes to that, you tend to use a lower protein flour. What does that mean? It usually means that it is on the pizza scale on the lower end of the spectrum in terms of strength, in terms of it'll also match up usually with your fermentation times. So for Neapolitan, you normally see Caputo, which is one of the more well-known and famous brands for Neapolitan pizza. Their mill is in Naples and in that area, so it just kind of makes sense. But there are some other flours out there on the market that are suitable for Neapolitan, but what you're looking for is actually the protein content. So on the scale, it's normally around a 12%. In terms of bread baking, it's on the high end, but for pizza making, it's on the low end. Whereas for New York, like what I made today, is we're actually going to go on the high end of the pizza spectrum, which is usually around a 14% to a high 14%, in which all of these factors can usually be found online.
Absolutely. There's a couple factors that are really important. The temperature, your hydration, and what yeast you're going to be using, whether it's fresh yeast or dry yeast. Oftentimes, if you're using a dry yeast, you're going to end up using a lot less, but also it will hold on to a lot longer if it's refrigerated versus your fresh yeast, which you kind of have to use a little bit more quickly, and you tend to go through it a lot faster. Temperature is very important. So that kind of varies depending on where you are. If you're at home, if it's raining, if it's hot during the summer, is going to be completely different than it's going to be in the winter. So just regulating your temperatures and making sure that they are round about the same through the full process of making your dough. So for example, I tend to make sure that my temperatures range around like 68 to 70, which is kind of my room temperature. And when I'm putting my water in, I usually go a little bit lower than that because of the friction that happens inside the mixer. Depending on your mixer, what kind of style of hook that you have, it's going to create a little bit more friction. So you're going to get a little bit of heat generation from that. So in order to compensate for that, you'll have to adjust the temperature in one of your ingredients. Typically, it's going to be your water. So when you're mixing, the most important thing to do is start low and slow. Incorporate your ingredients, your water and your yeast typically first, your flour, and then if you have a starter, biga or poolish, you're going to want to add those products in however you see fit. And then typically you're going to add your salt in last.
So when we talk about temperature, how to regulate that, something that I have that's really easy, it's super cheap, you can find it on Amazon, is a thermometer. So this thermometer not only gauges the temperature, but it also gauges the humidity, in which Nicole is based in Texas and I'm based in California. The humidity in the summer is vastly different between the two states. And so understanding that humidity also plays a role is super important. And this little guy just is magnetic. So I use it when I'm not making dough. I just use it as a magnet on my refrigerator. It's not quite as exciting as some of my other magnets, but it's kind of fun. It comes in useful. It's kind of nice to see it every day and see what temperatures I'm working with and go from there. Another little thing to kind of understand is that not all yeast is made the same. Not all yeast is equal. You can't substitute equal parts fresh yeast, instant yeast, and active dry. Now for the home user, active dry yeast or instant yeast is probably going to be the most common and easily available, easily accessible, something that you can find in the stores.
Absolutely. Speaking of thermometers, I have two different ones as well. So I have an infrared, which I usually use for cooking, but is good for temping from the exterior, but also kind of more like a meat one as well. This one I usually stick into the dough to check mine as well. So you're lucky you have a magnet one. I'm kind of jealous that checks humidity. I wish I could check my humidity here, but it's typically ridiculously high anyway.
Well, I love the probe thermometer because you're better able to test the actual dough itself. Unfortunately, this magnetic one, it comes in super handy, but it's only going to test my environment. It's only going to show me how hot it is in my kitchen, in which more or less, if I'm sweating, it's too hot. Whereas the thermometer is great because you never know what's going on inside the bowl. So
absolutely.
So if you've ever been to Italy or anywhere, in fact, you tend to hear a lot about digestibility. Everyone seems to be obsessed with this word and obsessed with this concept. these days. And they talk about it for a reason. And part of that is what we call the cornicione. The cornicione is something that people have also started to become obsessed about. That big giant hole structure, that kind of webbing effect that you see inside the dough when you see the side of the crust. Everyone seems to be obsessed with this. How do you do it? Well, just because you're making pizza at home doesn't mean that it's not possible. I make pizza at home all the time, and I as well am obsessed with digestibility and gluten structure, but it is possible. And it all starts in your mixing bowl. So depending on the type of mixer I'm using will also determine the length of my mix time. Because if I over mix this, you're going to end up with a really tough dough. And a really tough dough translates to one that's super hard to stretch, but also really rough on your jaw when it comes to the eating. You tend to have, it's really, really chewy. It can be really, really hard. And then what you normally notice with a lot of, let's say, not well developed doughs is that your jaw actually hurts after you eat it because your jaw's tired from having to chew and chew and chew. Whereas like Nicole said, easily digestible dough, something that's been fermented the appropriate amount of time, is actually super easy, not just on your stomach, but also in the enjoyment of eating, the chewing.
Absolutely. That is one of the big questions I get in almost all of my dough classes is, how long do I need to mix my dough? Well, it's not a super simple question to answer because everybody has a different mixer, but also like Laura said, she has a different hook than I do. So if we were both making the same exact dough, we would probably have two completely different mix times. So I may mix for, 5 to 7 minutes. She may mix for 3 to 4 minutes. I'm just giving you hypotheticals here. It could actually be up to 10 minutes. It could be 15 minutes, depending on all the variables that you have, your hooks, your mixer, what speed you're at, the process that you're putting in everything. Everything is a variable when you're actually making that dough. So it's very important to actually stay there and watch your dough mixing and observing all of the things that are going on, especially for first time pizza makers. You want to see everything that's going on inside of that mixer so that you understand, okay, at the 5-minute mark, I'm still not fully mixed yet. I'm trying the window pane. I'm not, getting the right gluten formulation. So it's very important to stop, look, watch, feel, smell, taste. All your senses really need to be involved when you're making that dough.
So what is a window pane? So towards the end of your mix process is when you pull out some flour, pull out some of your dough. I'm actually going to wet my hands a little bit because wetting my hands will ensure that my dough doesn't stick. And so all I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pull this apart slightly. And what I'm looking for is to see if my gluten has fully developed. So as I pull on this, and what I'm trying to do is slowly thin this out with my fingertips. And if I can see through it, if I can see light through it, and I can see that gluten has formed, it usually tells me that I've done a good job and the mixing process is done. But if my window pane breaks and tears, it tells me that my gluten isn't fully formed yet. It's not ready. And it probably needs a few extra minutes or seconds in the mixer. So all of these kind of tips and tricks that we talk about are all easily done at home. And it's nothing to be afraid about. Get your hands dirty. Wet your hands if your dough's already mixed. It tends to help with the sticking. But honestly, wetter doughs will actually perform a little bit better in the ovens for a couple different reasons. And just because you're working with a home oven, I have a very 1950s oven and it cooks pizza like a champ. And usually higher hydration doughs tend to spring very nicely in the oven. And I love a super crunchy, kind of a nice crunch on the bottom pizza. And that high hydration, just like when we think about ciabatta breads or high hydration breads, how do you get that really nice cornicione on the outside and a really nice cell structure on the inside? A lot of that comes from water and steam. And so if my dough is high hydrated, it kind of naturally steams itself in the oven, which helps kind of get that nice crunchy outer texture. So it's all possible at home.
Agreed. Absolutely. That's one big mistake you should not worry about, is that you put too much water in there. Okay, don't freak out, calm down, take a step back, give it some time. The dough will start to absorb some more of that, or I'm sorry, the flour will start to absorb more of that water. There is a point where, yes, there is too much water, but like Laura said, a higher hydration is actually pretty good for digestibility.
So when you're working on a recipe at home, one of the biggest tools that you can use is baker's percentages, because it's going to ensure that when you make dough, not just today, but also let's say a week or a month from now, that you're going to be able to make the same batch of dough every time. But also it'll ensure that you can tweak it and remember what you're doing, as well as understand the changes that you make. So baker's percentages are super easy, but you're going to want to ensure that you use the same method of measurement. So you're going to want to pick grams or ounces. Doesn't matter which one, but you always want to make sure to use the same one throughout the whole recipe. And so when you're doing baker's percentages, you're always going to base it off of your total flour weight. So that flour weight is going to be your 100% mark. And then every other percentage following is going to be based off that. So always remember, if you're going to use a starter, so a pre-ferment, whether it's a Polish or a Vega or any other type, you're going to want to include that into your total flour weight. So in order to simplify the math, you either want to add the flour that's in your starter into your total flour weight or subtract it out. You always want to make sure though that it's included, because that total flour weight doesn't matter if it's in a starter or just the regular flour that you're using. It's got to be combined. From there on out, you're going to, whatever your percentage is, you're going to base it off that. So let's just say I'm using 10 pounds of flour. I'm just going to use 10 pounds because it's a super easy round number and it's pretty easy to do the math after that. So let's say I want to do a 50% hydration. 50% of 10 pounds is 5. So that's exactly what I'm going to use. And then from there on out, I'm going to use that same method and base it off of the total flour weight, which is that 10 pounds. So if you're going to use 1%, so let's say for salt, or like today, I'm going to do a New York batch. So that means I'm going to include a sugar content. So I'm going to use a 1%. 1% of 10 pounds is 1. So 1 pound is going to be my sugar. So whatever you want to use, whether it's ounces or grams, you always base it off of that total flour weight.
Perfect. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you actually the measuring out. So what I'm going to do is take the bowl of my KitchenAid mixer. I'm going to set it on my scale, tear it out, bring it back to 0. We're going to go straight into grams. So I'm going to weigh out my water. I'm going to pour it straight in here, and then we're going to attach it onto the KitchenAid mixer after. And what I'm going to do next is use my little jewelry scale for my yeast here, which I'm going to add into it so that I can start blooming it, because I'm using an instant dry yeast. And typically what I use when I'm mixing at home is something really small, like a medicine cup, because 1, it's really small, but 2, it will fit nicely on my jewelry scale. So you can see for size wise, it's going to fit just nicely on there. And I have the most tiniest little teaspoons to measure out. Again, make sure that you're teared out, you're on a 0 once you set that. Even though your medicine cup doesn't weigh a whole lot, you still want to tear it every time that you set on the scale to make sure that you're at a 0. And I'm just going to again go in grams, add what I need to add, and then I'm going to pour it into my mixing bowl. Then what I'm going to do is set it to the side here and weigh out my flour. And I'm going to go back onto my regular scale again, tearing it before I start weighing anything. And just start the process here. So I'm going to weigh out what I need for my batch. And usually I like to set everything to the side, so that way I can start the mixing process with my water and my yeast, then add my flour and then my salt, and incorporate it each time slowly. Okay.
So a couple of great tips about how to prepare for making your dough, especially with different seasons, right? So Nicole being in Texas, me being in California, no matter where you are in the US or even in the world, your seasons are going to change, and your seasons are going to have drastic effects on your dough. So the great thing about KitchenAids is the bowl comes off, but also your hook comes off. And so some great ways to ensure that your dough comes out the same way every time is to control the temperature. So the great thing about this is that you can actually stick this in the refrigerator, whether it's the hook or the bowl. You can stick it in the refrigerator and cool it down before you use it. So at the height of summer, when it's 100 plus outside, you can make sure that inside that your dough comes out at the same temperature every time.
That's a fun tip. Not used that one before.
Another great little tip is if you're using a starter. So remember, this is a pre-fermented mass that you are then going to incorporate inside your dough. So Nicole kind of mentioned earlier that she likes her dough between 68 and 70 degrees. But how the heck do you do that? How do you control it? How do you even get there? If it's 100 degrees outside or in your kitchen and you're making dough, your mixer is going to heat it up, right? Because it's mechanically mixing your dough. Let's say you're using your bowl, everything's hot, your flour's been sitting out, your water's coming out of your tap at a kind of a temperate temperature, moderate temperature. How do you control something that is outside of your control? Well, you try and control the things you can. So you use ice water during the summer, get some ice cubes, mix it into your water, bring down the temperature, and then make sure to strain out those cubes before you add it. But it'll help bring down your water temperature. Like I said before, you can put the bowl and the hook inside your refrigerator. You can put the flour inside your refrigerator if for some reason where you're keeping it is extremely hot. Or the other thing you can do is that pre-ferment, right? So you made a starter, Polish or Biga, say you made it the night before, it's been sitting out all day, right? Because you want it to develop, you want it to rise, you want that flavor. But let's think, it's the middle of summer, it's been sitting out all night, it's 100 degrees. Now my starter is probably 100 degrees or a little bit less, somewhere around there. I'm then going to put that in my dough. How the heck am I going to get it to come out at 70 degrees? Well, as you're weighing everything out, like Nicole just showed you, you want to weigh everything out before you start your recipe. But one little trick is to take that starter and stick it in your refrigerator before you get going. You don't want it to sit in the refrigerator to the point where it puts it to sleep, right? You don't want your yeast to go dormant. All you're trying to do is really just take that edge off of it. You're trying to take that main bulk of heat off of it. You're trying to lower it down a little bit. So the first thing that I normally do is, if I'm using a pre-ferment, is I weigh out my starter first, I stick it in the refrigerator, and then I go about weighing about everything else. So by the time I'm ready to go, my starter has cooled down a bit. So that way all of my ingredients together come out at the right temperature.
So let's move on to actually making some dough. So I've already made my Neapolitan dough. And I've got it here ready, just kind of sitting and waiting. I've actually mixed mine in the mixer, and I know there's a couple different ways to mix your dough, by hand or by mixer. And there's several different spirals that you can use. Say spirals, I mean hooks. Mine KitchenAid comes with kind of your regular little J hook. Now, I always suggest something different than this when you're making dough. Don't be stuck with what you have in the box. You can always source other ones elsewhere, like an S hook from other manufacturers that will also work with KitchenAid, which is what most people tend to have at home. But there's also the arms in more larger manufacturing type dough places. There's a bazillion different ones you can find depending on what you're using. If it's domestic to the US or international, you're going to find a different mix hook for each one, and each bowl is going to be completely different. My basic KitchenAid is, I think, slightly different than Laura's. Mine has a little butt here and as well a little divot in the bottom, which is not super ideal for dough making, but it's what I have at home, so I can use it whenever I want to. And I kind of have to make those adjustments by scooping the bottom of my pan, as you can see here, to either get the full mix and to also get some of this stuff out. So my Neapolitan dough is quite sticky. Typically I will use just a little bit of olive oil to rub on my hands to keep it from sticking to my hands, but also to my counter space. And typically I like to just make sure that when my dough is done, it's nice and smooth, as you can see like this. But I'm just going to go ahead and cut and weigh it so I can show you how I ball it. There's a few different ways to do so. I've seen a lot of new techniques with a lot of new pizza makers that are following bread making techniques where they're rolling the dough balls on the countertops and kind of pulling the dough and wrapping it and folding it in different ways that I haven't normally seen. But it is kind of a newer trend that I am seeing. When I do my dough, I actually pull it up off the scale. I wrap it underneath my hands like so to create a nice smooth base, and then use the fat of my hand to try and push that dough into a ball shape just to close this bottom here. So we're not closed just yet, but this is kind of my process of just pushing and making sure that I'm closing that ball all the way so I don't get any thin spots when I go to pull the dough back out. So as you can see, that's my little bottom there. It's nice and smooth on the top as well.
So like what Nicole just showed you, pinching that bottom and make sure it's closed is super important, because if it's open at all and there's any chance of air getting inside, you're actually going to notice it the most when it comes to stretching your dough and then cooking it. Because if there's any air that gets in there, it's going to create a weak spot. So before you know it, before you've ever done anything, it's going to have a weak spot in it. And it's not because you ruined it inside the oven. It actually happens before you even go to make the pizza.
Absolutely. And so that brings up a good point. So usually when I'm at home, I typically will use Tupperware, a clear Tupperware, to put my ball in. So I can kind of watch the process of what's happening and see, okay, how did it mix? How did I roll it? Did it come out okay? Am I getting enough oxygen releasing? What's really going on with that dough ball? So I can physically see it through here. I highly suggest, if you're doing just 1 or 2 dough balls like we're doing today, doing something like Tupperware like this. And I'll just put like a little drop of oil in here just to make sure that we don't stick to the bottom. And all I'm going to do is just stick my dough ball into here. Hope I don't ruin the bottom here. I have to roll it again. And then I'm just going to place it right here in the middle and then seal it tight with my lid. For my Neapolitan, I like to go a minimum of 48 hours. I typically prefer to do 72, but that's how I tend to do my dough balls at home, especially if I'm doing singulars. There's just one single Tupperware so I can see it and watch it and can't wait till it gets done.
So Nicole's actually already shown a great technique on how to ball your dough. But let's say it's a little bit stickier. I'm kind of intimidated on how to do it. What do I do with it? Do I just chuck it in my container and pray to the gods that it comes out great tomorrow? But there's a couple different things that you can do that will actually help you along to ensure that your dough is nicely sealed. Like Nicole said, when you really ball your dough, you want to make sure that you have a nice shape that's closed. And so that way, when you go to make a pizza, when you go to stretch it out, it's easier to stretch. You're probably more than likely going to get a round pizza as opposed to, let's say, an abstract art form. Now, to just kind of show you another technique outside of what Nicole's already shown you is a way to ball your dough. So this is a rather large mass, so I don't really need it all. So I'm actually just going to cut this in half, right? So I'm going to set this off to the side for when I'm ready, and I'm just going to use this one to start. So the way that Nicole showed you is a great way, because for one, you can see it 100%, right? You're holding it in your hand, you can feel it, you can see what's happening, and it's in front of your face, right? As opposed to on the table, it's a little bit harder to see. So just to kind of show you what Nicole did, is all she's doing is tucking the edges and pushing them underneath and then closing it up. So that's a great way to ball dough, because you're constantly seeing what's going on with it, right? You're seeing that smooth surface form. You're making sure that it's tucked and taut, right? And what we're looking for at the very end is a nice uniform shape for one, something that's smooth on top, but is taut, right? So if I kind of touch it in the middle, it's going to spring back, right? But it's smooth. And like Nicole emphasized, is that middle, right? If it's open like that, you're going to end up with air pockets, weak spots, and holes. So you always really want to make sure to pinch it closed. And usually I kind of rotate this just to make sure And then the pinch spot is always the bottom. That nice smooth surface is your top. Now, another way to do this is actually to use your table. So again, this is a lot of bread bakers do this. A lot of Neapolitan dough makers do this. It kind of all depends on what you're comfortable with. Some people aren't as comfortable with handling their dough. Sometimes it's just a little bit too sticky. It's a little bit too scary. So it's easier to just leave it on the table and kind of manipulate it that way. So again, I'm going to use slightly wet hands, not super wet because then it kind of slides all over the surface. But all I'm going to do is I'm looking for this, right? I've kind of tucked it under. And what you do is actually you're going to use the sides of your hand. The sides of your hand are actually going to hit the edge of your dough ball, so you can see it more easily on this side. And then you're actually going to tuck and turn towards you. And so I'm going to do it on this side because I'm right-handed. My right hand is my dominant hand, so I'm going to use my right hand. And so what you do is, let's say I've tucked my edges, but see how it's kind of open on the sides? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tuck on my side and pull towards me, right? Nicole kind of mentioned this in the beginning because this is a technique that a lot of bread bakers use, right? So this is a technique that keeps the dough on the table. So as I'm doing this, the dough, because it's sticky, will stick to the table and kind of pull the edges closed as I manipulate it. And I'm bringing this towards me as I go. And then if I hit my edge of the table, I kind of just bring it back. Again, I put my hand on the edge and I'm kind of bringing this towards me. And I'm using the tension on the table to help close it. And as you can see, it becomes a little bit smoother on top as I go. It becomes a nice round dough ball. And then if I'm super nervous about it, use my scraper, turn it over and check my bottom. If it's still not closed, I'm going to put it back down and I'm going to keep going. Usually this shouldn't take you very long, right? Because just like over mixing is a thing, there is a thing, overballing is also a thing. And pretty much what happens with overballing is you're making the gluten too tight, right? We want it to be tight enough to the point where it's going to be able to hold our gas production, right? It's going to be able to rise, but we don't want it so tight to the point where it won't be able to stretch anymore. So once I do this on the table, I can check my bottom to make sure that it's closed. If it's not, again, I can kind of just come in and pinch it closed. And just like Nicole, I've actually got a Tupperware here, clear, just like what she said. It's round for one. Round will help ensure that my dough ball stays round. Square will work, but of course you're going to end up with a square dough ball if it's not big enough. And all I'm going to do from here is place it in my container. So like Nicole, you can oil it, or you can just use a little bit of water, or depending on if the type of Tupperware, some are the more elaborate ones that tend to be non-stick or whatever, whatever works for you. So all I'm going to do is take my dough ball that I've here. So this is the one that I balled my hand, right? So it's pinched shut, it's taut, it's round, and all I'm going to do is plop it in my container, just like Nicole, and it's ready to go. I'm going to put my lid on, label it, make sure I remember what day I made it, and put it in the fridge. So I'm going to go do that.
All right, Laura, I'm going to go put my dough up as well in the refrigerator. I really appreciate you spending time with me today.
Thanks, Nicole. I had a great time. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.
Great comments coming out of this video. This was a really interesting one, right? You have these two pizzaiole, which is pizzaiola plural in Italian, pizzaiole, that have lit the world on fire. And one of the comments I particularly loved was actually from Italy. And it was from a friend of ours who said that his wife, after watching this video, wants a KitchenAid. So now we're going to have to buy a KitchenAid and send it to Italy. So Lino, don't worry, it's going to come. There was another comment that I thought was interesting also. And Tamara asked us, how do you get different kinds of crispiness? And so the general answer to that is a little bit complicated because all these dough discussions are a little bit complicated. But the crispiness of the pizza in the oven is going to be directed more by the oven the temperature and how long you cook it, and a little bit less by the ingredients, actually. So while the ingredients play a part, the kind of flour, how much water, how much oil, etc., they do play a part. It's probably 25% ingredients, 75% equipment. And I'm sorry we can't give a more specific one, but maybe that's something that in the comments people can share thoughts on. And I think Daniel had mentioned today, based on John Arena's comment, where do you want to get to? Once we define that, then we can start talking about how to get there. What do you think about that topic in the segment?
I love it. I love Laura Meyer so much and Nicole Bean, fellow Women in Pizza ambassadors like myself. I remember going to the expo years ago and I didn't see any women. And I thought, well, that's strange because coming from a restaurant background, you know that women are a vital component to any restaurant. And it was just so kind of mind blowing that I swear I thought I was one of the 10 women there. So luckily, through the Women in Pizza movement, it's a movement just inspiring others by showcasing the talent that was already there, by a lot of women in pizza, but just focusing on them, encouraging others to maybe seek a job that they didn't, sometimes you think a pizza maker, a man. No, it doesn't have to be that way. Women rule the world, and I'm seeing a friend like that.
It's true.
So if you're a woman out there watching now, go to womenpizza.com and join us. It's all about like love, encouraging others, and just giving credit where credit's due, right? And like I said, Laura Meyer, Nicole Bean, I love you both. You're wonderful, not just as pizza makers, but in life, you're just great people all around. Very inspiring. So we did talk about dough, and that's very important, but cheese is also very important. So that's where I hand it over to Fred.
Yeah, we're going to have a quick little look, an inside view of one of our sponsors, Leone Latticini. And Leone is a great story. And if you speak about women in pizza, actually, the daughter of one of the founders, who's now working inside the company and helping this company expand, we talked with about 2 years ago. And Leone signed on and became a sponsor of our live event. They wanted to continue to be part of this pizza community that we're building, part of this bringing people together around the product. And their cheese is amazing. Leone starts in Italy. They're from a little town called Leone, which is in the hills outside of Naples in a region called Avellino. And they opened up first in Brooklyn and then moved on to build a bigger factory in New Jersey. And they're a very traditional Italian cheese company. And we're going to cut over and watch a little video that shows some of the history of Leone.
Listen, us, we make mozzarella, like, forever.
In Italy, all our family was make cheese. And still today, I try to make it the best I can. Everything I do, I make sure it's right. I go check, I double check. I always worry about it, quality. I always want to improve myself.
I must there is something good for the future. That's the only thing I can say, I know just came natural. That's the way I started. Just to show people what's mozzarella.
Whew, that video made me hungry. I love cheese. I'm the guilty, one who's just eating a block of cheese at all times. Can't go wrong with cheese, right? Another lover of Leone cheese is Nicole Russell from Last Dragon Pizza in the Rockaway. And I met Nicole a few years ago, invited her over to our home to do his pizza podcast. And I was able to hear her whole story about starting a pizzeria out of her house after Hurricane Sandy and everything. And I applaud anyone who models their pizzeria after a film because I am an incredible, movie. So I applauded right away. Fantastic. She's also very strong in pizza. And let's see her make her margarita, which she calls the Laura Charles. Of course, it's a throw to the Last Dragon film.
Which I loved in high school.
Daddy Green pizza. Yeah. So let's see what you could do.
Hi, my name is Nicole Russell, aka the Dragon Lady, owner and creator of Last Dragon Pizza and proud ambassador of Women in Pizza. I'm so excited to be a part of the 2021 New York Pizza Festival, and we're virtual this year. So welcome to my home in Rockaway, New York City. And yes, I do not have a shop. And yes, I do make pizzas from home. And yes, I do have one of the top pizzerias in the country right here from my home. Today we're gonna make just a classic margarita pizza, and we call that the Laura Charles at Last Dragon Pizza. And we're gonna use one of my favorite fresh loaf mozzarella, Leone. So I'm just gonna cut this, slice up some, and drop it on the pie. Follow along. I'm just gonna grab my grater. I always like to use a little wax paper, you know, under my grater. So I'm just gonna cut. Usually I would, you know, weigh this out, but that's enough for a pizza. What do you guys think? I think so. For a margarita, you don't have to cover the whole entire pizza. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the little fat side of it, of the grater. I'm just gonna hand shred some fresh loaved Leone fresh mozzarella. I love the way this cheese melts. And I love the way that this cheese tastes. You know what else I like about this cheese? I like the way it just stays white. When you cook it, it just stays like this white, beautiful cheese on top of your pizza. And when we're shredding, we don't have to be perfect because actually it's a margarita and I could just break the cheese up. But I just wanted to just show you how I'm just gonna, you know, put my cheese together for my pie, okay? So we have your cheese. I'm just gonna slide this right here, put this back, and I have a dough ready to go. And this dough, even though I'm making a margarita pie, it's not a Neapolitan. It's not a Neapolitan margarita pie. It's gonna be more of a New York crust. But you know, basil, tomato, and fresh mozzarella, okay? So this dough that I made it like a day ago, and I would say it's about 62% hydration, okay? So let's just roll that out. So I like to use semola. This is also a Caputo product, instead of flour to roll out my dough. So I'm gonna flour my surface so that my dough doesn't stick to the peel. And you know, the thing about working at home, space is limited, but we're gonna make it work. So usually this is the top of the dough, but I use this part for the bottom of my pizza. And then all that juicy wetness, goodness, I leave that for the top of my pizza. Why? I kind of feel like that's where you get your crust to get crunchy and crispy, and you know, the water content. And a little olive oil helps with the browning of your pie. So yeah, I always put the bottom and use that as the top. What I'm doing here is I'm taking air from the center and I'm pushing it and creating my crust. See? You see how it's nice and wet too? That's gonna be so good. Right? And then what I like to do is use my hand and just shape my crust out so I can make my pizza nice and round. When I first started making pizza, they weren't round. But now I try to make them as round as possible. I'm just gonna put a little extra semola down to make sure it doesn't stick. So I started making pizza, you know, just as a fluke, and my sister was my guinea pig, and one day I made pizza and she was like, this is pretty good, and then I just started to get super excited about making pizza. And so at the time, this was like a year after Hurricane Sandy, and we still had like construction workers coming around, still working in our house, and I made one for this guy that was my electrician, Louis. And he thought it was the best pizza he ever had. He was crazy because I'm sure it wasn't the best pizza. And now I'm just stretching the pizza, opening it up a bit. So, yeah, so Louis was one of the electricians working on my house. And he tried my pizza. He said it was the best pizza he ever had. So the next day he was like, I'm coming back to buy it. And I was like, you would buy this pizza? He was like, yeah. So he came the next day, and I was already playing with the notion of selling pizza to my family for Super Bowl. This was now 2014, right? So I was like looking for boxes already and everything like that and coming up with concepts already. So when he came, I just said, let me order these boxes, I need them. I didn't know it would come the next day. So when he came the following day to get pizza, I had the box. I was, used to be a graphic designer, so I just made this like flyer, and boom, Louis became my first customer. Now, I had no intention of pizza being my career or now my life. I literally don't do anything else but make pizza, right? What happened was Louis told a friend, and another friend, then another friend, and the next thing you know, through word of mouth, I had a small business, and have a little hole here. I'm just going to close that up. Yes, I have a little small business. And it started off really slow. Like first, in the first year, hardly anyone came to see me, but I was always ready. And if I could give you one piece of advice, always be ready. You know what I mean? I was always consistently ready, no matter what. If one person was coming, if no one was coming, I was ready to sell a pizza on certain days of the week. And I would think that's my biggest advice I can give anyone. And it paid off because then a brewery opened up, and where they need pizza, then I started servicing that. And then I went from this little thing to this big old following. And now I am opening a shop in New York City. So I'm so excited. And that's so now that we have our pizza, another way to stretch pizza is to use the gravity of the table to open your dough. And I do, again, have a little hole, but I'm going to close it up and we're going to be just fine. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my peel. I'm going to take some of that flour that's on the counter and just put it on my peel, right? This is going to give us a little slip, so when I'm launching it, it slips right off. I'm going to take this. I'm going to put my pizza here, my dough. Then I'm going to take a little sauce, and this is chow tomato. And I don't cook my sauce. This is just hand-crushed, whole Italian peeled tomatoes, right? And I have a little seasoning in there, a little oregano. It already comes with basil, so it's already delicious right out the can. So I'm going to take some sauce, not too much. Just put it on here, spread it all around. And I'm going to be mindful of not getting too much sauce towards the edge, right? Because we want to have a great crust, or as they say, a great cornicione. I love saying that word, cornicione. It's so much fun. When I learned that, I couldn't stop saying it. So, yeah. So what we're going to do, and you know what I do with my margaritas? I believe one of the most underrated toppings for pizza, believe it or not, is just a tomato. The fresh tomato on top of a pie, unbelievable. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to lay down some cheese, some fresh mozzarella, the Leone that we shredded earlier. Just enough to get it nice and delicious all over. A good margarita needs a little sea salt. So I'm just going to put a little sea salt on here, right? I'm just going to add a little extra, some grape tomatoes on here. You can use plum tomatoes. You can use grape tomatoes. Some margaritas come with tomatoes, but a lot of them don't. And I think traditional Neapolitan margaritas does not have tomato on it, but I love tomato. I believe in adding a little extra tomato to the pie. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna just stretch this out a little bit on the peel. I already have my oven heating up at 550 degrees. Of course, you know, the top thing for making pizza at home is a very hot oven. If you're gonna buy an oven, make sure it goes to at least 550. Make sure you have convection, that's even better. Make sure you have convection roast, even better. But the most important thing is to have a great piece of stone or a great piece of steel, and to heat your oven up for a very long time so that the oven is nice and hot. Okay, so I have a little olive oil here, and I'm just gonna take a little of it, just with my hand. I'm just gonna drizzle a little olive oil. So what I've got here is some garlic chili oil here that I just, have. And I'm gonna take some of that to give it a little kick, because I am Last Dragon Pizza with a kick. So we're gonna just put a little chili oil all over that, right? So it's gonna be nice and garlicky, and it's gonna be a little spicy, but and of course use Calabria red peppers. They are the best. So boom, we have our garlic chili oil here, and we're gonna launch this baby in the oven. So I have 2 baking steels, one at the bottom, one at the top. I'm gonna start it on the bottom, right, and keep the top one nice and hot, and then 5 minutes later I'm gonna move it from the bottom, put it on the top, and that's gonna really give us a nice great crust and keep our pizza nice and hot. Ready? Let's go. Okay. Okay, she's in there. And then now we're gonna bake that for 5 minutes. When you're making that pizza at home, just, clean as you go so you don't have a huge mess later. The timer went off, so now I'm gonna switch off the regular bake setting, and I'm gonna put it on convection broil. That's gonna allow the fire to come on the top. So now I'm gonna move my pizza from the bottom level to the top level, okay? And what we're gonna do is we're gonna let that roast and get brown, for about 2 minutes, and I'm gonna check it. And then another thing when you're making pizza at home is you gotta know where your hot spots are in your oven, right? How do you know that? When you look at the pizza, one side will be brown, one side will be white. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look for my hot spots, and I'm gonna turn the pizza towards where the heat is, and just make sure it's brown all around. This pizza is ready. Oh my goodness! There's nothing better than when your pizza crust looks like a fresh baked beautiful bread, right? So there we go. That's our Laura Charles margarita. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take some fresh cleaned basil, of course, and I'm just gonna top it with some basil here. Really, you can top it after you slice it, but it's just a margarita. I'm just gonna top it, and make sure there's a piece of basil in every bite. And okay, it's time to cut this bad boy. Where should I cut? Look, this is gonna be a good cornicione right there. Listen, hear that? Crispy. Now, traditional Neapolitan pizza, they don't want the crisp. Traditional Neapolitan pizza, they don't want the crisp. Last Dragon Pizza, we want the crisp. Heard that? Okay. We can just cut this in 4. I love how the Leone cheese has a little brown. You see how it browns so pretty? And do you want to take a look at my cornicione? What do you think about that? Should I put my beautiful face next to it? So I want to thank you so much for checking for me during the New York Pizza Festival, and I hope you were able to follow along. But if you weren't, feel free to contact me. I can be found at Last Dragon Pizza on Instagram, on my website www.lastdragonpizza.com, and I hope to hear from you soon. And I can't wait to see your pizza.
So while Nicole was showing us her video making pizza at home, we got a visitor from Tina. Tina's from La Gondola Pizza here in New Jersey in Ramsey. So I do want to reiterate, this weekend is all about go out and order pizza. Support the local places. If you're in New Jersey, call La Gondola. Go pick up pizza. $1 from every pizza you buy goes to charity. And Tina brought some really, really delicious pizza because we're all actually starving here.
I'm not gonna wait.
Very colorful. So Tina, you brought a lot of different styles, it looks like.
Yes, it is. We are about 30 different pizzas. We put a lot of love into this.
What's the number one? What do people like the best, would you say?
Number one seller is probably right here, the bruschetta. If you lift it up. Chopped tomato, homemade basil pesto on a roasted garlic crust.
This one's mine.
All fresh ingredients.
It's delicious.
It tastes great.
And La Gondola is started by family from Italy, right?
Family from Italy in 1984. Mike came shortly after, about 2 years after. They incorporated the Italian culture into the American culture. So here we are with.
And he's from the Naples area himself.
Naples, yes.
So not far. Naples always close to pizza. Well, we just saw one at-home recipe, and now we're going to transition into another at-home recipe. Last week, I was fortunate enough to go spend some time with Buddy Valastro, the cake boss. And Buddy's been working on a pizza project. I don't know if anybody knows this, but if you go out west and you go to Las Vegas, you would know Buddy has a pizzeria called Pizza Cake, appropriately named, in Harrah's in Las Vegas. And they are doing a business that is off the charts. And what was really interesting was Buddy hired a really good friend of mine, Giulio Adriani, who's one of the best pizza makers in the world. And Giulio helped them deliver and develop what is, in their mind, the best New York style pizza. So we wanted to go with Buddy, and we wanted to show what does it take if you want to make pizza in your house. So coming up, the Cake Boss.
Hey guys, Buddy Valastro here with my good friend Fred, and we're so excited to be part of the New York Pizza Festival Home Edition.
Yeah, so this is going to kick off on April 24th and 25th, and it's the first time we're doing a virtual festival. We've done it live in the Bronx.
I know, and it's a great festival live, but we're going to make it special virtual.
And especially now because we have Buddy entering the pizza world. You've obviously always had your hands in flour and water, but what brought you to pizza?
Well, Fred, I gotta tell you, my favorite food on the planet is pizza. I've always had a love with pizza my whole life, and being a baker, we play in doughs, right? You know, yeast doughs that rise and stuff, different stuff like that. But my father-in-law owned a pizzeria for like 30 years here in New Jersey. And when I was dating my wife years ago, on a Friday night when I was done at work, he was always busy on Friday night, so I would go from the bakery and then I would help in the pizzeria, and that's where I learned how to actually toss a dough and make pizza for the first time. And now, from my perspective, I said, you know, my favorite two things in the world are pizza and cake. So I came up with a new concept, which I opened in Vegas, called Pizza Cake. And it was funny because I said to my wife, you know, I don't know what to call it. And she's like, well, what are you going to serve? I said, just pizza and cake. And I kept going back to it. So it's called Pizza Cake. It's right on the Strip in Las Vegas. It's great New York style slices of pizza and cake. And, you know, we actually developed the dough recipe. When we did Pizza Cake, we worked with my father-in-law, we worked with our good friend Giulio, pizza master, and we developed like 6 months of, do we do a pull wash, do we do a this, do we do a that, and we went back and forth and came up with what I consider the perfect iteration of pizza dough. Because for me, it's gotta be New York style, but it's gotta be light and airy, right? You don't want it to have a flop, but you know, it can't be too crispy either, because then it's, you know, it's burnt. Like, it's got to be just the right amount of air pockets. It's got to be light. It's got to be fluffy. And I think that's the real secret to pizza. What I've learned through this whole process is everything in proportion. The thickness of the dough to the balance of the sauce to the amount of cheese. Because, you know, if you put too much cheese, then the pizza soggy.
Simple, simple good ingredients.
Simple good ingredients made from the heart. And I got to tell you, I'm just loving pizza right now.
That's awesome. And I know you've even taken it a whole step further.
We did.
We'll get to that
We're
later.
going to get to that in a little bit. Yeah.
But I know you're going to make pizza now, and you're
Yeah.
going to show everybody how they can do it at home.
Yeah, I want to show you guys a very simple dough recipe that's, just easy. You could do it at a KitchenAid. You don't have to drive yourself crazy, and everybody's going to love it. So let me get my mixer. Okay. So we're going to put a dough hook on. Okay. A lot of things too. I've learned a lot about fermentation in dough that really makes things, the fermentation of the dough to me, the longer it can ferment, the more of that natural flavor it gets. So you're actually putting a little less yeast in the beginning, but you're letting it ferment or rise for a couple days. And there's different ways of doing it, through a poulage, through a mother yeast, through, just time. So it's really a matter of what you want to do. All right, I got my water here. All right, so I'm gonna start with my water. So I'm gonna put my water first on the bottom. And again, I have the exact measurements. Usually we're doing 150 pounds of flour. So somebody else cut it down to cups for me. So don't bear with me here. Okay, I'm gonna put our yeast. We're using a dry yeast. Could you use a fresh yeast? 100%. Okay, and we're gonna put a little bit of salt. All. I'm gonna put the salt in. I'm gonna put a little bit of so now we're gonna put the flour in, and we're gonna use Caputo flour here from Italy. This is a great flour. Okay, now we're gonna bring this up. We're gonna let this rip. I would say like maybe speed 3. We're gonna let this mix for maybe 2 minutes till it's all combined together. When it's at the end, we're gonna put the oil. The secret to great pizza is simple, magnificent ingredients. Starting with good flour, going into delicious tomatoes, and using the best cheese. If you balance those 3 things together, it's a symphony in your mouth. So now I'm gonna finish the oil. Okay, so now that I got my dough all done, what I'm gonna do, so this recipe I gave you guys today is the same dough day recipe, right? Which means you can make it and bake it on the same day. The more you adventure into pizza and the more you learn a little bit more about fermentation, the more you can play around. But I give you a recipe that you can do in a day. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let this dough rest in the bowl. I'm gonna put a little damp towel over it, and I'm gonna let this rest for about 2.5 to 3 hours. And then what I'm gonna do is we're gonna weigh it out to say 8-ounce pieces, and then we're gonna knead it into dough balls, and then we're gonna let it rest for another hour. And then while that is resting, that last hour, that's where I think that you raise your pizza oven as high as you can. That's the trick. High heat. If the pizza oven is hot, when that pizza goes in, you get that perfect crisp on the bottom, and that's what you're looking for. So that last hour, crank your oven, get it smoking hot, ready to go. Then you're gonna roll out your pizza, right? And then you're gonna bake it, and it's gonna be forget about it. So now that my dough ball has risen for about an hour, I'm going to take it and I put it into the flour, and then I put it in the flour, and I do it again. I make like a little mountain, all right? And then I'm going to just kind of make like a crust. I kind of like to do it with my fingers. Okay, and then we're going to start to open it. And again, it's about having it on your knuckles. I'm not a pizza master now, so don't judge me. But if I make you a pizza, I bet you it's going to taste good. Okay, let's see. I like to just make sure I got it nice, and I'm going to go a little bit more. Okay, now I'm going to take a little bit of flour. I always like to wipe it and then just wipe a little bit off so it's not so bad. And then again, if you're not a perfect pizza maker, which I'm far from, you finish it on the board, right? You open it up a little here. You just try to make it nice and even. And I always like to draw a little circle on your peel so you get like a round board that's perfect, so that you have a nice perfect pizza. You know, for anybody who doesn't do it every single day, this is going to make you a better pizza maker. Okay, that looks good. I'm going to bring it over here. I'm going to put some delicious tomatoes. So again, this is just a crushed tomato, right? Good Italian tomato, delicious. And I just added a little bit of salt. You do it to flavor. You know, sometimes it needs a little more, but you shouldn't have to add sugar because it should already have a natural sweetness if it's a good tomato. So I'm going to put a little bit here, a little bit more. I'm going to use a spoon here, just kind of go around. La la la, delicious pizza. I love to make a delicious pizza. There's nothing better than getting even bad pizza's not that bad. You know, I mean, pizza's like one of those things that even bad pizza's like, all right, you know what? I'll eat a pizza. That was always my safe food. Like when I went to different places, I would always say, you know what, just get pizza, because even bad pizza's not that bad. And then we're gonna finish it with some fresh, with some mozzarella. Now again, with the mozzarella, a lot of people sometimes think that, oh, you don't want to put too much because you're being cheap. It's not about being cheap. It's about the balance, right? If you're not seeing enough tomato through there, then it's going to steam and your dough is going to stay soggy. So you just want to put just the right amount of cheese on it, right? That looks about right, perfect. Maybe just a little bit more there. And give your pizza a little shake right before you start. See how you know it's going to come off the peel? And it's ready for the oven. All right. Look at that pizza, Fred. What do you think?
That looks delicious.
Not bad for a baker, right?
Not bad for a baker.
All right, let's see how we did.
Wow. It's amazing to think you can do this right in your house.
That's right. Beautiful. Ready to rock and roll. So this is an easy recipe. It's something I want people to try at home. You can't be afraid of cooking or baking, because you got to practice to make perfect. And you know, actually, speaking of practice, we actually did a lot of practice. And I'd like to call my friend Giulio in here. Giulio, come on in. Because me and Giulio are pizza fanatics. You know this guy, right?
I know this guy very well.
All right.
How are you?
So Giulio's a pizza master who really helped me understand the potential in pizza. And what I mean by that is, like, by the different poulashes, the fermentation processes, all the different steps. I didn't really know it the way that he showed me how to do it. and then combining together what we know, I think that we come up with some good stuff.
Something special.
Yeah, so this is the newest thing that we launched here at Carlo's Bakery. It's our frozen pizzas. And me and Giulio came up with these designs. We actually got 4 flavors. And if you notice, right?
So if I don't want to make it at home,
If you don't want to make it at home,
get your
you
pizza.
could order it online. But if you notice, we made it, you see it's a little floppy right now. But there's a reason why. Because you got to take this, you got to put your oven on 400 at home. You're going to put it on the middle rack directly, take it out of the plastic, of course. I've had some people ask that.
and it shows up frozen.
And it shows up frozen. And then you are going to get the most delicious, crisp, New York style, off the charts. I mean, look at the char marks on that. These pizzas are cooked to perfection, ready to go. We really spent months developing
Almost a year.
to say, okay, how much do we cook it? What's the hydration of the dough? It's just not like we made pizza and we made it frozen. We thought through all the steps of how we have to make it and manufacture it here, but what you, the end user, is going to do.
So you really took this dive first into pizza cake, and
Then we took it
now
into
you're
here.
going right to the homes also.
Yeah, and honestly, not because it's ours, but anybody who's tasted it.
I've tried it, buddy. It's
No,
excellent.
and you know, you would
good.
not
It's
tell
good.
that it is a frozen pizza.
Yeah.
And that's really what the trick is. And you know, look, I'm passionate about pizza. I'm passionate about food. I'm passionate about family. So this is kind of what we do.
Fantastic.
That's a good pizza.
That's a good pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm. The dough, the sauce, the cheese. Mwah.
Balance.
Perfect. How'd I do?
Very good.
This guy taught me, you know,
Very, very good.
my pizza
I'm
skills.
impressed.
Not bad.
Very impressed.
Well, remember, my hands was not as good as it was, you know, so that was with a bad hand, so not bad. I hope you guys enjoyed the Pizza Festival. We'll see you next year.
Daniel, what did you think about that? Learning how to make pizza with Buddy.
Well, he's very charismatic and very convincing. And love the new emphasis on better ingredients, and to know that not just Buddy is into it, but that he sees the industry moving in that direction, because it's great for all of us. And also, you know, better ingredients are still affordable. These are reasonable luxuries that don't you think they make a huge difference, Fred?
I think it's a great point, because when we do talk about pizza, oftentimes we're really talking about the highest quality product getting done not only with technique, but simple, good ingredients. And I think the Cake Boss highlighted that. Now we're going to start calling him the Pizza Boss at some point, because the deeper the dive that people start taking, I believe that really you look at the quality of the frozen pizza that can be made now, and this is probably the next segment we're going to start seeing, I think, explore into supermarkets and consumerism, where you can continue to see elevated qualities of food also in these frozen aspects. So I think that's another market that we're going to see approach, as well as more and more people wanting to go into the pizza business. When we start seeing chefs, and you remember, Daniel, that Michael White of Michelin star Maria fame opened up, you know, Nicoletta, he called it, what did he call it? Whiskapolitan, I believe, because he was from Wisconsin. So it was his take on pizza. And you have some really wonderful chefs that have now ventured in to pizza as well. It's kind of really bringing people in from the outside that weren't in their food group before. But, you know, simple, good ingredients and this evolution. And I know that you did this really interesting segment, actually, with some of the best in the business talking about this evolution, didn't you?
Yes, we organized a panel, The Future of Neapolitan Pizzeria. And that's a hard thing. We can't see the future, or we can have wishful thinking. But these guys approached it. First of all, Anthony Mangieri, who's in it, he did see the future. He saw now in 1996. So I'm not going to challenge him on what 2030 is going to look like. But it's a great panel. I hope you enjoy it, everyone, because there are principles at stake. It's a whole artisan approach, a whole craftsmanship, craftswomanship. And I really learned a lot listening to these guys, and I hope everyone watching will feel as I did.
Excellent. So we're going to cut over to this real wonderful panel discussion about the future of Neapolitan pizza.
Hi, everyone. I'm Daniel Young, author of Where to Eat Pizza and leader of the Naples VIP Pizza Tours. And I'm really jazzed to be joining you at the home edition of the New York Pizza Festival with 4 pizza greats, great pizzaioli and great pizza thinkers. Really people I look up to and I learn from so much. So it's so great to have them here, and we can talk about the future of Neapolitan pizza. So what I'd like to do first, and we won't always go in order, is kind of introduce each of you and find out how you got into Neapolitan pizza or a career as a pizzaiolo or chef or pizza. Just want to know how you got in, why. Peyton, of course, your pizzeria is called Mission Pizza Napolitana. And I know the mission part of that is very important. You don't mean a Bowery mission, you mean you're on a mission. So can you tell me about where that passion came from?
Sure. So for me, there's some duality in that. The idea behind the word mission really is about my personal growth and my personal desire to sort of just establish myself in the pizza world, prove to myself that I could do it, incorporate this thing that I fell in love with into my life, and try to craft my life around my business. And the other part of that word is the idea of coming from a really small town in North Carolina that has really as a statewide, region-wide, Neapolitan pizza has never really been a thing here. And so coming to it from the standpoint of, there's a mission for me to then take this thing that I fell in love with and really embraced wholeheartedly, which I think, frankly, is one of the great food cultures of the world that still is largely kind of unknown to the layperson, and bring it to my hometown. And so that personal piece, as well as the community piece, and being able to expose and educate people about what we do, that's kind of the idea behind Mission Pizza.
Peyton, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but almost coming from North Carolina, you're not burdened with a pizza tradition the same way that Anthony had coming to New York from New Jersey, that people might be almost more open-minded. They're not as rigid in their views of what pizza is. Am I right or am I wrong?
That's an interesting question. I think there's some truth to your to your idea, and I think there's a counterpoint to that. So in terms of, there's no sort of New York style pizza tradition here. There's no New Haven style tradition, et cetera, et cetera. We don't have those long standing frameworks in the Carolinas to think about pizza. However, our framework typically in the Carolinas when it comes to pizza is commodity chain pizza. And so there very much is an element where I live and around me, where people's palates, their framework or their mindset about pizza is very, very different than Neapolitan pizza, right? And so that can be a challenge. So I see both for sure. So people that can take an open mind and receive something like my product for the first time. And we definitely see plenty of times also where we're sort of butting up against the standard of what people are accustomed to here. And as you can imagine, it's really heavy, really commoditized, And it's also, there's a price sensitivity that's baked into that as well. So there's both.
It's funny about price. Anthony, when I first went to your pizzeria in the East Village, that was the second location really of Una Pizzeria Napolitana, I was surprised by how expensive the pizza was. And we'll get into that a little later about all the obstacles you had. You had to believe in yourself, Anthony, because there was so much opposition or people just had other ideas. But I just want to roll back. And before the whole Neapolitan boom happened, before the hipster pizza or artisanal or tattooed pizzaioli, you were way out in front. And I wanted to know, how did that happen?
Well, yeah, I mean, I grew up with my grandmother as a very big influence. My family was from Naples and from Campania around Naples. So I had heard stories and kind of, fell in love with the family history and the ideas that I kind of created in my own mind of what I thought pizza should be like. And then when I got a little bit older, I started going to Naples with my family and then just with my mom. And then ultimately I started doing a lot of trips by myself. And definitely this was like, pre-tourism in Naples. I mean, you just wouldn't really see anyone visiting Naples for, pizza or anything like you do now. But I quickly felt fulfilled on kind of the passion, and it just, I agree, like you were saying earlier, I grew up kind of with this strong, East Coast, New Jersey, New York, Italian-American culture and that style of pizza. But once I tasted the pizza in Naples, it just tasted so ethnic at the time. It tasted really like a foreign food to me. And I just really got sucked into everything about it quickly. And my dream became to kind of try to bring that to the US. And that was the beginning of it. And then I just kind of stuck with it. And I was really lucky pretty quickly on in New Jersey that I started to build a little bit of a core following of other kind of weirdos that not necessarily were like Italian Americans or pizza people, but it seemed like it kind of appealed to people who were just into different stuff, whether it was music or whatever. I kind of tried to create a place where it was like really about like just following your passion. And I think it appealed to other people. And then that was about 8 years of doing that. And then my dream had been to, at that point, I really wanted to go to New York City and just kind of like really show what I was doing. And yeah, I don't know. And so, yeah, and then on the price point too, like, the ingredients back then were so hard to get and they were so expensive that I just had to keep ramping up the prices on it. And also I didn't make anything else in the restaurant. And I, at the time, had kind of refused to ever add anything to the menu because I really wanted people to come in and not have anything distract them from the pizza. So I didn't want to have them have bread or appetizers or desserts or anything. I wanted them to come in and just like have water, Coke, wines from Campania, or pizza, and that's it.
Well, that's a great introduction for Vincenzo Capuano, who entered pizza in a more traditional route and now has 3 pizzerias in Naples or the Naples area. And also Vincenzo, you'll forgive me, he is a young pizza maker torn between tradition and his family traditions, but also pushing the envelope, doing something contemporary, and even thinking about the future, which is really the topic. So Vincenzo, great to see you.
Sono felicissimo di vedere tutti.
I'm so glad to see you all.
Okay, Vincenzo, tell us how you got into pizza making.
Io nasco da una famiglia di 3 generazioni di pizzaioli.
Okay, I'm born in a family with a 3-generation tradition of pizza making.
Tutto nella mia famiglia vive e gira intorno alla pizza.
Everything in my family is based on pizza.
Solo che sono nato a Napoli in un momento difficile, in un quartiere difficile, come Scampia.
I born in born and raised in Scampia, a really difficult place and a really difficult time.
E quindi è nata da sempre in me una forte voglia di dimostrare qualcosa al mondo.
So I always had this passion to show people something.
Quindi ho dimostrato alla mia famiglia che potevo girare il mondo, che potevo portare un nuovo tipo di pizza, e ho dimostrato cosa è capace di fare un pizzaiolo napoletano solo con la sua passione.
So I showed my family that I can travel all over the world, that I can create, that I can make a new kind of pizza, and what a real pizza maker can do just with the passion.
I'm going to go on to Michele. Michele, hello. And Michele is the chief pizzaiola, the pizza master for Orlando Foods. Orlando is making this whole thing possible. And Michele, you wear many hats. You're a teacher, you're a coach, you're a demonstrator, you run in to substitute for pizzaiolo. You do a lot, and actually we've all been helped by you without knowing it. You are just a tremendous ambassador for high quality pizza. And I'm interested how you got into pizza, and also why you went to the United States. Why you didn't just open a pizzeria at home or work at pizzerias in Italy? Why you became this ambassador?
So the way I begin to do that is because I come from a very small town outside Napoli, Campania. My hometown is 7,000 people. I learned how to make pizza with my mom. I used to make bread twice a week, and that was a kind of family tradition. We used to grow our ingredients, so everything was reachable for me in a matter of ingredients. Plus, our tradition in Campania is very strong. I opened my pizzeria when I was 19 in my hometown, but as soon as I start to grow personally, I say this is gonna be too small for me. I would like to do something else. I want to do more. I know I reach a good level, but I want to learn so much. I think sometimes, like you say, Daniel, I have the many hats as a teacher, as ambassador, but I still want to learn. I still want to learn so much. I'm only 32 years old, and yes, I learned so much more than what I would start with. But I really are hungry for knowledging. That's why maybe I'm never happy with myself. And that's why I keep pushing, because there is something more. I came from a small town, and I am living in New York City and been travel the whole United States. Currently now I'm in Los Angeles for pizza. I mean, I can never imagine. I came in the United States, I was not even speak English, and so I blow out every expectation that I could possibly had. So I'm very proud to be with these people, considered as friends from all you guys, and that's my little story. So
Michele, when I first went to Naples and I had my first Neapolitan pizza, and paid in, Anthony, you'll certainly appreciate this, I couldn't believe how soft and soggy the pizza was. Okay, so it was very soft and bendy, not self-sustaining like New York pizza. I thought it had to be thin and crisp, and I didn't know how to eat it. It was just floppy, And finally, I was massacring my pizza, and some gentleman got up with his 6-year-old and said to the 6-year-old, "Show this American idiot how to eat pizza." And he folded it and then flipped the tip over. And then not only did it work, but I appreciated the product. And it kind of wrapped the toppings that way. And that's how Neapolitan pizza started, didn't it? It was sold on the street, a portfolio. So it was folded in two, it was a pouch. So you actually, even with a slice, you make a little pouch. So Michele, my question for you is, you've dealt with this resistance, introducing so many Americans to Neapolitan pizza. And Anthony, I'm going to ask you about this after, because you certainly dealt with that. But are Americans used to Neapolitan now, or does it continue to be an education? What have you found traveling around the country, Michele?
I think, as Anthony said before, and Peyton as well, they are the pioneer to do that, because they saw what potential this pizza has. So they say, I want to show you guys somehow how the real pizza is, and this is that's what helped Neapolitan pizza being more of well known to the United States. So we have to thank them. But right now, since all those guys did the hard work and sacrifice, pizza napoletana is a much better accepted food than it was before. Because Daniel, as you said, the expectation of pizza for many people are to have something that stand and you're able to eat without any problem. But as you say, you grabbing your slice and everything was falling off. And there is actually also a way to eat the pizza, and so it's different product, and I think now it's very well accepted compared to the past. The past, I don't know, 10 years. There's been a great evolution, and that's why I became always busier and busier, because there are more people that want to see and want to learn how the real Neapolitan pizza is.
Okay, coming back to you, Peyton, and thank you, Michele. I'd like each of you to kind of together, if we could do a definition of what Neapolitan pizza is, rather than necessarily rules, but just your idea of what Neapolitan pizza is or what makes it different. So Peyton, if I could start with you and just give your explanation to everybody at the festival who either might be new to Neapolitan pizza or has been eating it for 10 years. Just what your view of what Neapolitan pizza is and what makes it distinctive.
I think about a couple of things when I think about Neapolitan pizza. If we're talking about the product itself, to me, it's fresh and bright and clean. And then for me, really another major component for me with Neapolitan pizza is cornicione. I spend a lot of time thinking about it. I spend a lot of time and effort trying to get it to where I want it to be. And that I would describe, for my preference, is just barely crispy on the outside, really creamy and soft and delicate in the middle. And I'm somewhere in between traditional and where a guy like Vincenzo is right now with a super exploded wide open crumb. And then the last thing about pizza for me is just people and community. It's really the most communal food there is, I think. And then culturally, Neapolitan pizza to me, like I've said this, I always say this, is one of the great, remarkable food cultures of the world. Yeah, that's Neapolitan pizza to me.
Very good, Peyton. I just want to add a couple of definitions. First of all, just for people who don't know, the cornicione is the rim of the pizza, the outer portion that doesn't actually have toppings on it, although some people are doing stuffed cornicione or dusted cornicione, and the crumb, and you're the experts, but you correct me, but that is the kind of the air pockets, the network within the crust that creates that lightness, and if you look at, you do a side section of your cornicione, you'll see plenty of air pockets, and that will create a lighter, theoretically a lighter, more digestible crust, and that will compress to the chew, which can be very pleasant as well.
Yes.
You, on the other hand, have a freedom, Anthony. How do you view, some of the things that Peyton was discussed, the shape, the texture? What is Neapolitan pizza to you?
Brown like the sun, hot like Vesuvius, and salty like the Bay of Naples. I think that's an old saying. I mean, Neapolitan pizza to me is all the things that Peyton said. I mean, I think for me, Neapolitan pizza it's roughly shaped round. It's light and filled with love. And it should be, I mean, to me, like Neapolitan pizza can't be made right unless you make it with total focus and really being dedicated. When I make pizza, nothing else on earth exists to me. I am it's all that I care about in those moments, even after 30 years of doing it. There's just no way to half it. If you're doing it, you got to be all in with the, Neapolitan pizza is so connected to dealing with a very hot oven that to be able to do what you need to do, the magic that happens in the oven is the difference for me between an amazing pizza and a so-so pizza is so small, even in the baking time, that if you're not totally in it and completely consumed with it when you're doing it, it's not going to have the magic. To me, that's Neapolitan pizza. Neapolitan pizza is just being one with it. It's working with a dough that should be delicate. And yeah, I think that kind of gets it.
Okay, so you've opened up another area in my mind, and that is the rules, the dictates, the commandments that have been handed down by the AVPN, the Association of Neapolitan Pizza, or by the STG trademark that legislates or decrees how pizza has to be made. So the base can't be thicker than, it has to be less than 1/4 of an inch. The pizza can't be bigger than a foot. You have to use buffalo mozzarella. There are these rules. And so I wonder if you see these rules as preserving tradition or guidelines, or maybe taken a bit too far. Anthony, I'd like to know your view.
No, I think the rules are great. I mean, I think like you have with, any food products that, especially Italy, France, those countries that have these kind of histories in certain food items, I think it's important that they did this, to preserve something that is part of the culture and also to have a benchmark for presenting it to the world. That being said, I don't think you need to be locked into that. I don't think as a person, I mean, of course, I'm American first and Italian second. So I'm also coming at things probably with more, especially as I've gotten older, more with an American kind of way of like, I want to do things kind of my own way thing. And I think also a lot of Neapolitans feel that way now also. But I don't think there's anything wrong with having those rules or that kind of a framework.
McKelly, the most dramatic thing that I discussed that's different for Americans or Canadians is that the crust of Neapolitan pizza is soft or bendy or pliable, as Peyton said. And my impression is that there's a slight compromise going on in the USA, that the Neapolitan pizza is a little crisper. For example, in Naples, and Vincenzo, you have Ciro Salvo doing perhaps the softest crust of all. Very morbid, very soft. You can roll it like a cigar. You can roll the pizza like that. And then you have others doing it a little bit crisper. And so there's a spectrum from 0 to softness to 3. And my impression in the US that it's more on a 3 to 5 level. And I wondered if that's your impression.
You're correct, Daniel. But getting back to the point of Anthony, it's where you want to be. If you want to be in a spectrum 1, all right. I mean, you can do it. You have the freedom. Or you want to be STG. You want to be the specialty traditionally guaranteed. You can be in their area. So their freedom now make people to create their own kind of version of the pizza, which is not a bad thing. That's why I think there should be this association. Then they preserve what this is the real format of the pizza, and any changes in coming, yes, it is welcome, but it's not specialty traditionally guaranteed. In US, there hasn't been called the pizza Neapolitan, new Neapolitan, which in the beginning I was like, all right, what that really means? It means, based on what I learned, it means then it is Neapolitan, but is close to Neapolitan. That means it's only product. It's basically the same product, but baked differently. So it kind of give to the American more what they're looking for, the holding a little better. It's not the running ingredients on top. It's more well done, if I have to pick a word. And yeah, I mean, has it been accepted for somebody, or it has been not really accepted, refused for somebody that really like the tradition. So my job is to kind of be in every part, then customer or potential customer or a new pizza passion person want to do it. So sometimes I have to pinch myself and let things go as much I will not like to do it. But as you said,
Vincenzo, can you tell us what is contemporary pizza to you?
Per me è, come dire, è l'eccesso dell'equilibrio delle tecniche di lievitazione, no?
Okay, for me, it's to push over all the techniques of the leavening and all the technicity that there is in the making of pizza.
Quindi che nasce dalla tradizione e si evolve.
From tradition and then with development.
And one of the most dramatic aspects of your pizza, and Peyton discussed it before, is a very inflated cornicione. So Vincenzo, I'm going to challenge you. Explain why you like the inflated cornicione.
Allora, partiamo col dire che tutto quello che faccio in pizzeria rispecchia i rituali che aveva mio nonno in pizzeria, quindi non ho stravolto quell'aspetto.
Everything I do in my pizzeria respect the traditions that my grandfather had. So I'm not changing it.
Solo che girando il mondo ho sviluppato un tipo di tecnica diverso utilizzando i prefermenti e ho voluto valorizzare quello che c'è dentro al cornicione. Infatti sono uno di quelli che taglia le pizze con le forbici proprio perché voglio mostrare quello che c'è dentro e la gente lo mangia tutto, non è vero che lo lasciano.
Traveling all around the world, I started to learn how to develop my techniques, and I started to use some new techniques with pre-fermentation. And that's not true that many people do not eat my cornicione. I really like to cut it with the scissors.
Anzi, a tavola abbiamo le forbici perché la gente vuole vedere cosa c'è dentro per mangiarlo.
We give them scissors so they can see, we can show how is our cornicione.
È diventato protagonista. Prima la firma di un pizzaiolo era il cornicione, adesso è la struttura che c'è dentro, quindi c'è un passo ancora più.
Okay, before it was the signature of a pizza maker was the cornicione, but now it's the texture of the cornicione. So we cut the pizza with the cornicione with scissors just to see the texture, and people want to see it.
If I could come back to Peyton, now we're going to kind of think about the future of Neapolitan pizza, or the near future of the now. We're following the road, not geographically, but just where it's headed. We know a little bit about the roots. And where do you see Neapolitan pizza going at your restaurant or in the USA or in the world? Peyton?
One thing I see is people who are very enthusiastic, people who go about their pizza making with real intent, individuality, people saying, okay, what are the basics and the foundations of the tradition? But how can I push that envelope in my own way and express myself through my pizza? Anthony does it, Michele does it, Vincenzo does it. There's a lot of people that are coming at that from a really honest and personal place. Is really exciting to me.
With that view in mind, how do you see the future of the Neapolitan theater? This wonderful relationship between you or all of us watching and listening to you, the pizza lovers, the great pizza eaters of America, and you, the great pizza makers of America. How do you see, and of Neapolitan pizza, how do you see that going in the future, or how would you like to see it go?
You know, at the end of the day, like with music or with anything, I think that people that are really doing it for the right reasons always survive and come out of the back end and will continue to thrive. The future of Neapolitan pizza, I mean, I think it's going to go on forever. It's a foundation of, it's one of the foundations of like food. Pizza is such an important food in the world now. It's a foundation in Naples. It's pizza in Naples is no joke. I mean, this is like blood over there. This is like, you know, this, I can't even think of what I could compare it to an American. It's almost like, I don't know what I can think of that has that deep of a connection to people's psyche and heart and soul. And I think there's always going to be people kind of pushing and trying to find a way to do things better, which is beautiful. And I think even as this goes on, I wouldn't be surprised on the backside of all this if the next wave of Neapolitan pizza ends up almost going back around to this idea of like really thin and cooked really, really fast and being really soft, you know, as we evolve through this like slightly slower bake, you know, a bigger cornicione, which requires a slightly slower bake. I think as that keeps going, it'll probably go somewhere, and then that'll almost become like stabilized. And then you're gonna have younger guys coming into it being like, oh, I just discovered this like other way of doing Neapolitan pizza now, which is the other old way, which is like really fast bit, you know. So I think it'll keep cycling, and through these cycles, you'll have like little new discoveries, and we all keep learning. And, you know, I mean, it's making pizza and making Neapolitan pizza and working with the oven the way that we all do. I mean, the opportunities to keep learning never end. I mean, I've made pizza for almost 30 years. I've made every single pizza and every dough ball for the majority of that time. And I still every day go in there and don't know what the hell I'm doing and try to figure it out. So, you know, it's like it never ends. It's like every little thing becomes something newer. You know, you use a different kind of wood and now you're dealing with that new discovery, or a different size piece of wood in the oven, or, I mean, it's beautiful. And I think that's what keeps people passionate about it and keeps them interested in it as pizza makers. And then hopefully the benefits of that are, you know, you're offering these inspired foods to customers.
One thing though, that's curious, and you were talking about food, what pizza means in Naples, and it's the common person's food, the cheapest food.
Yes.
The first thing you ate. Incidentally, that's the first thing I ate in New York too. I went from the breast right to the pizzeria, you know, like every New Yorker. Yeah. But actually, Neapolitan pizza in the US, it kind of intertwines with the artisanal pizza movement and is almost a snob food, okay? Or people who like sourdough bread and craft coffee and great beer, micro creators. So it's kind of an irony. So how do you square this relationship? I'd ask Peyton and Anthony this. If pizza is a snob food, is it not pizza anymore? Or am I wrong?
I can only offer, you know, what my perspective about that is. And I think it's a couple of things. So one, you know, just the sheer economics of it. I mean, you know, in a world where I didn't create the market for a $16 hamburger, for instance, that market was created, but I'm going to operate. But if people are going to pay that, then I'm going to operate in that space. So that's part of it. The other part is just understanding, you know, the skill and the labor and the effort and the intent, the difference in the products versus a traditional type of, especially in my area, a commodity pizza product. And then also I think another part of it is the way I think about it is also the way that maybe we prime the guest. So in some element, the price that I put on the product is priming the guest that this is really different, and you really shouldn't expect this to be like the other thing that you know. So there's a lot of variables there. But I mean, you're definitely right. I mean, what does Chiro sells Chiro or probably sells a pizza margarita for €9, maybe something like that. It's pretty inexpensive, probably.
Yeah, probably less than that.
Yeah.
So they have to, the lid on the marinara and margarita, the shame level is low. So
Oh,
you
sure.
have to upsell on the better varieties.
Yeah.
But you know, if you charge €10 for a margarita, even at Franco Pepe, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
Anthony, can I roll that back to you, that question about how high quality pizza is different in New York or New Jersey or California than in Naples or even Rome?
Yeah. Well, I mean, first it's based on, you know, like I said, when I started to raise the price, it was for a bunch of reasons. It wasn't to say, originally, it wasn't like my thinking of like, oh, I want to be, you know, charging a lot and be presenting it as a gourmet food. It was really more just the reality of the fact that like I have a New York City rent. I don't offer any other food on the menu other than pizza. So that was the originator of why I was charging what I was. I just needed to survive. And also, combined with that, for me, the pricing was connected to the fact that at the time I didn't want to have anyone else make the dough or make the pizza.
Right.
So I couldn't open any more days than I was open, or I was going to drop dead. So I was like, all right, how can I, if I sell this many dough balls at this price, can I survive and pay my bills and live? And that's sort of how I came up with the pricing. And now as it's gone on, yeah, I mean, you know, this kind of pizza definitely now is something different. I mean, you can't connect this to like a 99-cent slice pizza in New York City, and none of us would want to, I think. There's just no way we could. I mean, so I think this artisan pizza thing is just a spin-off of what a bunch of like Neapolitan style pizza guys were already doing in America. And then a lot of bread bakers and stuff started to want to get into the pizza business. And I think that's how you've seen this big spin-off into like artisan pizza instead of Neapolitan pizza. These are all benefits for a pizza maker and a restaurant owner, and also for customers and for the other producers of craft beer and stuff. It's nice to have these worlds kind of merge together.
A big thing of what you're doing, aside from the baker's technique, is thinking about a pizza as a chef would. You're adding new ingredients and new combinations and flavors and thinking how they can work together. Is that for you part of the future of Neapolitan pizza, these new ingredients and new combinations?
Sì, è vero, tipo la mortadella penso che mio nonno non l'abbia mai comprata per la pizza.
Okay, yeah, that's true. I don't think my grandfather ever bought mortadella for a pizza.
Quindi sì, restando sempre semplici, riesco ad aggiungere dei topping particolari sulla pizza senza troppa cucina gourmet, che è un termine che non amo.
Okay, I don't love the gourmet term. I just try to keep simple, but I always try to use more ingredients and try new flavors.
Cioè, una delle pizze più vendute è con le polpettine, ad esempio. Che non è...
One of the most sold pizzas that many people love, it's with little meatballs. So it's pretty untypical for a traditional pizza.
Sì, assolutamente, è in continua espansione e soprattutto uno deve anche rispondere alle esigenze del mercato, no? Che la gente richiede questi tipi di prodotti e quindi bisogna sempre accontentarli rimanendo la tua identità, ovviamente.
Okay, just trying to be myself, but I also have to hear about the customers and trying to explore more about the flavors and expand the tradition.
Ad esempio la stracciata sulla pizza era un ingrediente poco utilizzato, adesso è quasi usato come la mozzarella e il fior di latte.
Okay, for example, stracciata, it was not used in on pizzas before, but now it's pretty common.
Michele, let's close with you on the subject. How do you see the future of Neapolitan pizza, particularly in the USA? Or how would you like it to be?
Anthony says something that I really agree. It's gonna be back and forth in generation. Like we're gonna, in 10 years, we go back, it's like, oh my God, we gotta do pizza in like 60 seconds, 60 to 90 seconds. So we stepping back and we're gonna go forward again. That's what I see. Then it's gonna be the future. We all gonna be back and forth from the real Neapolitan pizza to the adjustment and to the innovation. I don't know what's gonna be the real future big change for pizza, but definitely right now we are in a good path because everyone wants to stand on quality. And right now, eating better food during this crazy time, I think is important. So the selection of the raw material is crucial for the industry and for the consumer. And also, I if I have to choose a restaurant, I also choose a restaurant based on their quality, not the price anymore, because quality we know it's a benefit for us.
But I think that's our theme that we paid in. You want it to remain, you don't want shortcuts, you want quality ingredients, you want integrity. And those are the things that matter. If we can end on that point, we hope the future is based on those things. Agreed, Anthony?
Yes. Yeah.
Vincenzo?
Sì, in particolare sulle farine non vorrei scorciatoie.
Yeah, particularly about flour, I don't want shortcuts.
Peyton?
Yeah, absolutely. The last word that you used, integrity, sort of says it all for me.
It's amazing, McKelly. Pizza is the ultimate fast food in that it takes a minute to cook, but it's a slow food because fermentation takes a long time and the work involved. So it's either the slowest fast food in the world or the fastest slow food. And that's certainly a Neapolitan pizza. Thank you, guys. You're heroes of mine, all of you. And I learn from you. My job, I just try to learn and share what I learn. And you've helped us and the people we can see, but the people at the New York Pizza Festival. Thank you for being here for them and for sharing your passion. So it's been great.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Nice to see you all.
Well, that was really a great segment. Really interesting. And I have to say, Daniel, other than the fact that you did really an amazing job managing some amazing personalities. I mean, when you're talking about the guys that are the best of the best, right? These are the guys that have defined some of the genres. Anthony Mangieri, that really was the first one, I think, in New York to really do absolutely authentic pizza napolitana, to Vincenzo Capuano, who's redefined and put his contemporary spin, I think, on pizza over in Naples, and in his own way has expressed himself through pizza. Michele D'Amelio, who I'm very proud to say was one of the non-food items that I imported to America. Michele came here to work with us. We got him a visa, and he's won multiple pizza championships. Peyton, Mission Pizza, who knew you can go to Salem, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and have this authentic experience. I must have been fun to spend some time with those guys together, corralled, and be able to discuss that.
It was a great experience. I really, they're heroes to me. And I have so many questions to ask all of them and love the answers. Even listening to John Arena earlier in the day, how he knows so much. And the more you know, the more you know you don't know. And that's true of Anthony as well. He's not being modest. This is about perfectionism in the craft. And so they're humble because they understand the challenges. That really blew my mind. They're the best, and they're humble. They're comfortable in their skin. And then the way that both Michele and Anthony look forward to the future of Neapolitan pizza being the past, that the Pizza Road is going to loop back, to the days in Naples where pizza was made with lard, and fish. And it was different. And there's inspiration from the past as well as imagining the future. That was really great.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And that was really fun to watch. I think that's just some amazing content. Some of the great things coming out today, some of this content as well. And being able to learn about that.
hope people are, learning today. I know I have a lot of good tips and tricks. If you have any questions, just type them to us and we'll answer them the best that we can. We'll figure it out.
Speaking of learning things, we actually have a clip from one of our sponsors called Pizza University. One of the things that oftentimes we find is people are looking to see how do they get inside the industry. And there's a company down in Baltimore. What they've done is they actually opened up a university to train people how to learn all these different pizza techniques. So called Pizza University, and we're going to see what they're doing now.
I learned a tremendous amount in 3 days. It gave me some incredible practical tips, tricks, techniques, hands-on practical experience, and also decades and decades of industry and restaurant knowledge just packed into 3 wonderful, enriching days. I could not be happier that I took this incredible course.
I absolutely would recommend the course, not just for aspiring chefs, but for somebody that is interested in learning about the tradition of Neapolitan pizza. This is a wonderful starting point for anybody that's interested in this as a career or interested in doing this at home.
Pizza University is an investment in yourself. If you want access to subject matter experts, people that really know this industry, they're going to help you differentiate yourself versus others in the industry, this is the place to be.
Based on the people I saw at this class at Pizza University, there are seasoned professionals, people who've never touched dough in their lives, people who have eaten pizza but have never made it. I mean, it just was mind-blowing, the breadth and the width of people who signed up for this. So this is a great course for anybody who has any bit of interest in being involved in the pizza world as anything more than just a consumer.
We're running out of people in this world that are skilled with their hands, skilled in a craft more than just what comes out of your brain. I would recommend this to anybody that wants to get dirty with some dough and eat a lot of wonderful pizza too.
For a number of us, this process of making pizza and being in the industry is collaborative and not competitive. There is a great opportunity to have an understanding of things that they need to learn over the next year, the next 5 years, and over a lifetime.
Interesting watching that now there are these places that you saw some of the masters they bring. I saw Giulio in the video, Tony Gimignani, our buddy Scott Wiener, our host, was there as well, right? He's all over the place. And speaking of people that are interested in breaking pizza down and understanding everything about it, there's some friends that we have on the West Coast, and they have this rocket scientist lab where they study food, and they studied bread, and they came out with this amazing 6-volume set, everything that you want to know about bread and bread making. And just as a little teaser, they're coming out with something about pizza. So they're producing some volumes on pizza as well. And they're going to show us an in-depth look now into their lab and the technology they have and what their field is in learning about the science of the product. So we're going to get a never before seen look behind the scenes at the Modernist Cuisine.
Hi, my name is Francisco Migoya. I'm the head chef at Modernist Cuisine in Seattle, Washington. I'm going to give you a tour of our lab, and I'm going to show you around some of the specialized equipment we have here. It's a really cool space. We're really fortunate to have this particular lab. So I just want to share that with you, show you what we do here and what it is that it takes to write the books that we write. This is our freeze dryer. So in the world of freeze dryers that come in many different sizes, they come from very small like countertop appliances to bigger ones. This is mid-range, even though it looks pretty big, there's much bigger ones, but this one really serves our purposes here at the lab. So how does freeze drying work? It's counterintuitive when you hear it for the first time, because how can you dry something through freezing it? And the answer is that it works through vacuum pressure and through condensation. So what we do is we first put whatever we want to freeze dry in here. Let's say a watermelon. In this case, it was fermented dough, which I'm going to show you in a second. And so we freeze it first, very cold, minus 60 degrees Celsius. And once that happens, we put it inside here, inside this machine. So we close the door, and you can see around the door there's a gasket. You'll see that in a second. But this gasket and this door, basically what happens when we turn it on is a pump turns on and it starts to create a vacuum inside here. Not only does that happen, it also turns on into a very deep freeze. So it gets really, really cold. It gets as cold as the minus 60 degrees that we have the food at. So the idea is that every 12 hours or so, what we do is we turn the temperature up. And so what happens with that is that as the temperature goes to, say, minus 60 degrees Celsius to minus 50, there's going to be some condensation. Condensation is basically water or moisture from the food that's going to come up to the surface. But since we have this in a vacuum, that water on the surface is going to be pulled away. And that's how the process, the very slow process of going from a very wet food to a dry food occurs via freezing, through that condensation. So after 12 hours, you turn the temperature up a little bit higher, and so on and so forth, until it reaches room temperature, which is 20 degrees Celsius, 70 degrees Fahrenheit. At this point, the food has no moisture in it, and that progressive increase in temperature basically drew all the water out to the surface. And what we have in the end is the food as it came into the freezer without the water. So you get the taste of the product without any sort of enzymatic activity that occurs through a hot drying process. Okay, so to show you what we have in here, this is a project that we did for our Modernist bread book, which was we wanted to look inside fermented dough. You could ferment dough, you could freeze it, cut it in half, and look inside. It never quite looks right because when you're cutting through it, what you're getting is the cut marks. You're sometimes, even though it's frozen, you're not going to get a very clean cut. So what we decided to do was to freeze dry the fermented dough very quickly, freezing it and then putting it in here for a few days until it completely dried out. And so we were able to look inside and take some photographs of what fermented dough looks like inside without really compromising the integrity of the fermented dough's crumb. So this has applications for those purposes as far as visualizing things, but also for food, for eating. If you've ever had astronaut ice cream, that's how it's made. It's basically ice cream that goes in a freeze dryer and it's dried through a period of days. While we use the freeze dryer for experimental purposes, we also utilize it for practical purposes, for food that is actually going to be eaten. It's not necessarily something that we write into our recipes necessarily because not everybody has a freeze dryer. So we utilize it to see how far we can push foods and ideas and experiments that we may have with the tools we have. So for example, an idea that came up when we were writing our pizza book was to make a meta pizza. And by doing that, what we meant was like really bringing all the flavors of a pizza as forward as we possibly could. So the first thing we did is we took tomatoes and we freeze dried them. So these are freeze dried tomatoes. These used to be red. They lose some pigmentation when they dry. The idea with this was to, once they were freeze dried, to pulverize them and add that into the tomato sauce to bring the flavor up even more. But additionally, what we did is we made a margarita pizza. So this is a full margarita pizza that was freeze dried. And then once we had this product, what we did is we pulverized it. So here, this is a pulverized margarita pizza that we then mixed into our dough to make more pizza. So as you can see, we're building on flavor by adding components, basically enhancing the components that are already in the pizza. So that's just one of the ways to utilize a freeze dryer. I mean, there's many other applications, but this is just to give you an idea of A, how we think, and B, some of the applications that we find for these tools. This is our photo studio, and this is one of our head photographers, Chris Hoover. Chris Hoover has been here for multiple projects, and this is where we take most of the pictures. We do all of our step-by-step photography here, but additionally, we do some of what are called beauty shots here as well. We do some on the field, and we do some, out in different cities that we visit, but the majority happens here. Chris took about 500,000 photographs for our Modernist bread book. And I'm not exaggerating. That is the actual number, close, or maybe even a little bit more. And we keep all those pictures just in case. They're not like discarded, the ones that we don't use. In the end, about 6,000 pictures made it into the actual book. So there's a lot that goes on in here. Chris and the rest of the team, they build basically the set, right? So this set is still from the pizza set, but we're doing some tests for our next project. We can't disclose what it is yet, but they're basically looking at ways that we can make the most out of our studio. Sometimes it's modular, so we can move things around, but for the most part, this is where most of the step-by-step photography occurs. This is a rotary evaporator. In the world of rotary evaporators, it's a pretty large one, so we're fortunate to have this particular piece of equipment as well. And the way it works is, it's basically a way of distilling liquids, right? And there's many applications for distilled liquids, from making moonshine, which we don't do, to concentrating flavors, for example, or steeping one flavor into another. So if you've ever had, like, say, raspberry vodka, this is something that you would probably use to do that. But what we're doing here is something that I wanted to do for our pizza book, which was to make a tomato sauce with very concentrated flavor of tomatoes without actually cooking the tomatoes. If you think of the flavor of a raw tomato versus cooked tomato, these are very different flavors. They're both good, but very different. And I wanted to have that fresh taste on top of a tomato, on top of a pizza, rather. So the way we do it is we put it in here. So if you come closer, I can show you how it works. In here, what we have is a water bath and a coil. And the coil warms up the water slightly. We don't want the water to get too warm. So this water is at about 45 degrees Celsius, which is at about 110 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's kind of warm, but not warm enough that it's gonna create a lot of enzymatic activity in my tomatoes. So once we turn the water on and we turn this on, we bring the bowl up to come in contact with the water. All right, so at this point, there's two things that happen. One is I turn a vacuum pump on. So the vacuum pump is basically going to pull all of the air out of the bowl. And the second thing that I'm going to turn on is a coolant pump, which is basically going to run a coolant liquid through this coil that you see at the top of the machine. Once we have the vacuum in place and the coolant in place and things are starting to go, the precipitation that occurs inside the bowl, the bubbling, if you will, is going to force some condensation on the surface of the bowl, which is going to travel through here, up through the coil, and the coil, because it's cold, is going to concentrate all of those droplets of water into larger drops, which are then going to come out through here. So what we have here is a very clear liquid. It's very odd because it's a very clear liquid, but it's going to taste like tomatoes. We don't necessarily want this liquid. This is basically what I would say is diluting the flavor of the tomatoes. So some might utilize that liquid. I prefer to utilize what's left in here, which is a concentrated, fresh, ripe tomato taste. And this can go on a pizza pre or post bake. It's really, up to whoever's making it. Or you can do it both times. You can put it before bake and post bake and have that, fresh and raw and baked tomato sauce combination, which is, to me, is very desirable. So this is one of the uses that we have for this machine. We've done other things in here, like we made a toasted brioche vodka, which was pretty delicious. And this is not something that we necessarily write into our recipes, even though some people do have the expectation that we're going to have this in our books. We have a few recipes here and there, but these applications are not as practical for common use as we'd like. So we try to keep this more in a very specialized realm of recipes in our book. Our next machine is a texture analyzer, and our food science assistant, Kim Schleif, is one of the machines that she mans when we're doing our experiments. And I'm going to show you how it works. Now, it's very important to mention that this is a texture analyzer, but we've kind of refurbished it right now to be a machine that is called an extensograph. What we're using is we're taking advantage of how this machine works, which is essentially a robotic finger that goes up and down, and we control how much strength that finger goes up and down with, so that it can basically rupture through things, push down on things, and so forth. It gives us all that information via a computer that it's connected to. So our machine shop here basically retrofitted this machine so that we can basically take strips of dough and basically measure the strength and the elasticity of different pieces of dough. Now, why is that important? It's important because if we're telling you, look, this particular type of flour is best for making this particular type of pizza because it's strong, but you can stretch it before it rips, that is an important assessment to make, and it's an important thing to mention, not just say that, well, this is the flour we like because we like how it tastes, because that taste is very personal. but science is very accurate and very factual. So if the machine tells us this dough is very strong, but it stretches very, very well too, this is a recommendation that we're going to give you. Okay, so if you come closer, I can show you the mechanics of this machine. So this is where we're going to put a strip of dough. You can see here, these are the actual dough pieces that we have. And to show you what this piece of metal is, it's basically a solid piece of aluminum that our machine shop cut into 12 divots. And the idea is to put dough here that is all going to be pressed down so it can give us evenly sized strips. Okay? So these strips are what you see here. Okay? So the idea is to take these strips and put them down here, close this up, and then have the robotic finger pull up. And it's going to stretch the dough until it snaps. And once it snaps, it's going to stop. So I'm going to show you here how that works real quick. Take a knife, grab the dough, and very carefully place it down here. We close it up, and it's locked in place. So now you can see this hook here. It's going to automatically pull up, and you can see on the computer screen how the graph is moving up, 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 and once the dough snaps, it's going to go down. Okay, so you can see it's gone up, the dough has snapped, and we have 11 more pieces. In reality, we only do 10. We have 12 just in case there's a piece that doesn't look very good or a piece that breaks. So the idea is to have 10 different strips that all go through the machine, and once we put all of the dough through the machine and it does all of the dough pulling on them, we average out the strength that it utilized to rip the dough. So that is going to give us a really good picture, a very accurate picture of what this dough is like. And we do this with many different flours. We did this with every single pizza dough in our book, which we also tested with a large amount of different kinds of flours. And this is to give us a picture that we can give you in our books as to what is a good recommendation of flours to use for your different pizzas. So this is an example of retrofitting machines and the capacity to be able to do so in our particular lab. This is called an ultracentrifuge, and there's a difference between a regular centrifuge and an ultracentrifuge. Ultracentrifuges tend to have refrigeration, such as this one. It's important because these machines spin. It looks like a washing machine because it works in the same way, it spins. Although your washing machine at home doesn't spin as fast as this one spins at around 10,000 RPMs. That's 10,000 times per minute that it's spinning. So that goes really fast, and what that creates is a gravitational pull at its center that is about 30,000 Gs of force. 1 G is the force of gravity, like what we have here, what is keeping us on this earth is 1 G of force. 30,000 Gs is 30,000 times that. So it really exerts this like pressure on whatever we're spinning in here. And we utilize it for different purposes. Think of something that is spinning that quickly. If, say, you put milk in here to spin that fast, what would happen is the milk would come out, you'd be able to see all the layers of milk separate from density, from the lightest to the densest at the bottom, the heaviest at the bottom. So you'd see all the fat on top, the water, and then at the bottom you'd see all the sugars. If you were to put different things, like for example, we tried this machine with different flours, right? What we're trying to do was an experiment to see true hydration in flour. So we put different flours with the same amount of water through the machine to see how much water was truly absorbed by each type of flour. It was very interesting to see because, you know, flours, for example, like whole wheat flour absorb more moisture because they have the bran and germ that are water loving, where white flours absorb less. And then flours like rye flour absorbs up to 16 times their weight in water, so it really holds on to that water. Even though it went for 1 hour at 10,000 RPMs, it did not let go of a single drop of water. So these are important things to see experiment-wise, but we also utilize it to make food. So if you come closer, I'll show you what we have in here. You can see here, this is a barrel that we put these beakers in. And so this is basically a beaker. In here we have pea puree. This is just straight up frozen peas that you can buy at the grocery store. what we do with these is we weigh the exact amount inside this beaker, and we have to make sure that if you can't just put one beaker. You have to put at least two, and it always has to be symmetrically placed in here for balance. 10,000 RPMs that are unbalanced, if this thing flies out, it's a loaded bomb. Okay, so, and I'm not exaggerating, this could really be really bad. So we have to make sure that everything is properly weighed out. Once it starts to spin, what you're gonna see here is this is like a solid puree, but after an hour, I'm gonna show you what it looks like. You can see here the separation of the components of a pea puree. So this here, this liquid here is delicious. It's sweet. It has like the concentrated pea taste. It's a delicious liquid that we utilize for, say you can make pasta with this particular liquid. We also make a consomme with it. It's a really delicious liquid. At the bottom here, we have what is the pea starch, which is when you eat peas, that mealy texture you get from them, that's what this is. But if you look very closely here, you can see a different color green, a very thin line there. That is something that we call pea butter, and it's our favorite part of the pea. It's the soul of the pea. There is no fat in pea, so you're not gonna have butter, obviously, but it has a texture of very soft butter and a delicious concentrated taste of pea without having that starchiness to it. So we utilize that, we harvest that pea puree, that pea butter, I'm sorry, and we serve it on toast. It's one of the courses that when we do dinners here, we serve. We also do this with carrot, we've done it with corn, so there's many possibilities for this particular machine. So again, it's one machine that can do many different things. We've taken advantage of the property of centrifuging to do different things with it. One of the systems that we utilize to measure results is a 3D scanner. We use a 3D scanner because it gives us very accurate volume measurements. If you think of something like a cube or a sphere, these are pretty easy to mathematically measure the volume of. But when you have something that is as organically shaped as a loaf of bread or a pizza, we need to have a different way of doing it. And there are different methods for doing it, but this we found was the fastest, most accurate way to do it, just by using a 3D scanner. So we're going to show you how we do it here and the apparatus and software that we use. So this is Evan Herman, and he's been doing it for years, and we're going to show you how we do it with one of the pizzas we baked earlier today. So what he does is he basically starts the 3D scanner, and the scanner starts to go up and down, basically taking a top-down image of the pizza. Initially, we need to get that image, and then he starts to spin it so that we can get a 360-degree image of the actual pizza as well. So you can see on the computer screen how the 3D scanner is capturing it. So it's giving us a complete 360-degree view of the pizza as well as a top-down. So then the software is going to take all of that imagery and put it together into a 3D image. So once that happens, Emma's going to show you now what that looks like. Here you can see right now it does it in orange because it's much clearer to look at it this way. But if you can spin it, Evan, move it, you can see now we have a complete image of the pizza, top down, but also you can see the actual measurement on the right side of the screen. So if you can point at it with your finger, Evan. So that is giving us the accurate, just like super accurate volume measure of this particular pizza. So why does it matter to measure the volume of a particular pizza? It is the gauge of quality for certain things, but also if you're measuring different fermentation times, different fermentation methods, different mixing methods, different types of dough, it's going to give us something to compare one pizza to the other that is not just taste. Again, taste is very particular of a different person's taste, but something that is measured accurately with volume it's very hard to argue with it. So whatever we're testing or experimenting, we scan it at least 3 times, and then we average out the volume of whatever we scan. So it gives us a very clear picture of what we're looking at, and we're able to give that information, pass it on to folks that read our books. So it's a really important tool that we utilize here. So this is our small chocolate production nook in the lab. Chocolate is something that is very close and personal to me. So we have this area that we're going to be utilizing for future projects, but also it's set up really nicely. I think what we have here is your basic equipment that you would need to run basically a chocolate shop, but also it serves the purposes of what we do here. So this machine, for example, it's called a panner. Basically, it spins. So if you've ever had M&Ms or something like that, this is the machine that is utilized for that. It's for coating things with either sugar or chocolate and making them nice and round. This machine, it's great. When people ask me, what's your favorite way of tempering chocolate? It consists of pressing exactly one button because the machine does it all for you. And it's great because it can keep, this machine is, I think, the smallest one in the realm of what this company makes. They make much larger ones, but for us, it's 12 kilos. It's more than enough, okay? Here we have an improvised spray station. So this is something that it's important for a lot of people, mostly because when you're spraying with chocolate, what you have is a lot of overspray. So it's basically cocoa butter and chocolate that's getting everywhere, right? So we found a pretty, I guess, economical, clever way of keeping that in check, right? So what we have here, this is I almost said the factory name, but it's a kitchen cabinet. Basically, it's vinyl coated, so it's good for these particular purposes. But the idea is that we have in here, this is a shop vac or vacuum, if you will, has a hose that comes all the way up, and it's on top of the cabinet, so that when we're spraying in here, what we do is we turn the machine on, and everything is basically suctioned through here. So whatever mess you might have in the air is all staying concentrated in here. And these are things that you can buy in any sort of home improvement store, right? So we have this machine, we have the smaller compressor for detailed, colored cocoa butter work here. We have these chocolate warmers, which we utilize for warming chocolate, but also if we need to melt cocoa butter and keep it warm, that's what these guys are for. This is another machine. It's called an easy temper, which this requires a much longer explanation, but what we do here is we keep cocoa butter at a specific temperature that keeps it nice and soft. It's a great way of tempering small quantities of chocolate if you don't have the big machine, so this is a specialized piece of equipment for that. And then here we have, this is our compressor. So when I was talking about spraying chocolate, what we do is we have this machine that we hook up to a gun, a spray gun, chocolate spray gun. This is the hose that it attaches to. And the idea is to be able to have everything neatly packed and tight enough so that we can spray and make the least amount of mess possible with the right equipment. So this is our little chocolate nook here at the Modernist Cuisine kitchen. Here's other two specialized pieces of equipment. This machine is called a spray dryer. We don't use this machine all that much, if I'm completely honest. In the 7 years that I've worked here, we haven't used it a single time. But this is a machine that is utilized for spray drying. So for example, a clear product that is manufactured utilizing this machine is milk powder. And if you've ever had this, some of these like Tang, that is like a concentrated orange powder for making drinks, this is the machine that is utilized for that. These are machines that are very complicated to keep clean and maintain, and I suspect that that's why we don't use it all that much. But if we ever had to spray dry milk to make milk powder, we have the means to do it. Right next to it, we have an enormous tank of liquid nitrogen. This is about 125 liters of liquid nitrogen. We utilize it frequently for many different things. Obviously, liquid nitrogen is extremely cold, so we take advantage of those properties for doing different things. I'm not exactly sure we need 125 liters, but it's good to know that we have it here, we have it available, and every week they come and replenish it, so we're good to go with liquid nitrogen. This is a pretty unique piece of equipment. It's called an ultrasonic bath, and it's used mostly in, for example, jewelers have this sort of apparatus because the way it works is it sends these ultrasonic sound waves, and if you have, let's say, a necklace, a silver bracelet, or something that is tarnished, this machine, through those ultrasonic waves, basically it kind of like just punches it off of the jewelry, and when it comes out beautiful, super clean, right? So what we do is we take advantage of what those ultrasonic waves do and we utilize it with food. And here's a pretty, I think, a pretty cool example of how it works. This is just a piece of foil, and we turned it on with the machine for about an hour, and you can see this is just sound waves, ultrasonic sound waves that are traveling through the water and then just puncturing through the aluminum. So whatever you put in there, if it's very soft, it's obviously going to turn it into mush, but firmer things, it's basically going to, if it's jewelry like solid silver, it won't damage the silver, but it'll damage whatever's on the surface, so dirt and whatnot. But we use this for food applications, and one of my favorite things is what comes out of here, which is something that we call an ultrasonic French fry. So in here, what we have are potatoes that we have cooked. They're sitting in a brine of water and salt solution. And these are potatoes that we've cut. They're all the same size. And they've been cooked in a steam bath until they're just cooked. Okay, so that's the first step. The second step is to actually put them inside this water bath, also for about an hour. Because what we're looking to do here is we're looking to rupture the surface of the potato so that we have more surface area that's going to fry. So if you think of a flat potato with a smooth surface, you drop that in the fryer, you're gonna have just that area that's gonna be crispy, crunchy on the outside, and then the soft potato on the inside. But if we put it in the bath, the surface of the potato is gonna get like fuzzy, so we get more surface area that's gonna get crunchier. So you get more crunchy, and you get the soft center as well, but you have the experience of a French fry that's gonna be super crispy on the outside and super soft on the inside. So if you look here, you can see basically a before and after. Not super obvious before frying, but this is a potato after it's come out of the ultrasonic bath. And you can see here very clearly how it's ruptured the surface, and what you get is an extremely crispy French fry that is going to have that crunchy texture on the outside and very soft center. So it's the textural contrast between the crunchy and the soft is what I prize most about a good French fry. This can actually be scaled up. We actually have a patent for this, and you know, if I owned a restaurant that sold hamburgers, this is absolutely how I would make French fries. Okay, this is a rotostator homogenizer, and think of it as you're basically like a handheld blender or stick blender, but a lot faster and a lot more powerful. This can get up to 18,000 RPMs. We don't use it usually at that speed. We use it at much lower speeds. But what it does is it creates fantastic, very effective emulsions. And the way it does it is by utilizing a wand such as this one. So it's called a rotostator for a reason. It has a rotary part and a static part. So this, as it's spinning very quickly, if you see the distance between the rotary part and the static part, it's a very small distance. As it's spinning, it's forming tiny, minuscule droplets of one liquid to emulsify into another liquid. So if we have a vinaigrette, for example, and we're spinning at 6,500 RPMs, what you're gonna get is those droplets dispersing. It's basically the fat in oil that is gonna be dispersing the fat in water that is gonna be dispersing very efficiently, creating a really effective emulsion. So you can see it here, we're gonna see it in action. What we have here is balsamic vinegar and olive oil, and we have the wand in there, and I'm just gonna turn it on. And you can see it, how it's creating those micro droplets and then just combining both very efficiently, very quickly. And we can adjust the speed here on top, but in a few seconds what you have is a fantastic emulsion. Now the size is maybe a constraint, but you're able to do, with this we've been able to do up to a liter of vinaigrette. You can do aioli here very efficiently as well. So this is not utilized in kitchens necessarily, this is more of lab equipment, but we have found a purpose for it in our kitchen. All right, I'm gonna show you how we make margarita Neapolitan pizzas here. I think Neapolitan pizza is one of my favorite pizzas, obviously because it's great to eat, but also technically there's a lot going on with it. So I'm not gonna like hyper focus on like technique and so forth. I'm just gonna show you real quick how we do it here and just a few tips so you can get an idea of what we spent 4 years on. So we're gonna get started first with our dough. Our dough was made yesterday and it's been balled up this morning. And it's 250 grams of dough that we're gonna shape right now. We're gonna put sauce and cheese on. So first thing is, I like to use, this is semolina durum flour. So basically it's a little coarser of a flour, and it's also a little bit yellower. But what I like about this is that it really does help prevent the dough from sticking to stuff more than regular flour does. Regular flour has a smaller particle size, so it tends to absorb a lot more water, so it kind of sticks to your dough more. Where here, it really is a good, like, almost like ball bearings, keeping it off the table, keeping it off the peel. It also shakes off a little bit easier. So, what we're gonna do first is we're gonna put a little bit of flour on top of it. I've already put a little bit of the semolina flour on where I'm going. I'm gonna use this. This is basically a dough scraper, but it's really good for lifting dough and also for, different purposes. Some pizzaioli actually use it for cutting garlic if they're doing a marinara pizza, for example. So it's a very practical tool. So we use it to lift up our dough and put it right on our work table. Now, I put it on with smooth side down because then the smooth side is going to be the top once I flip this over. Put a little bit more semolina on top. You could do a lot more if you wanted to. It's just to keep it from sticking to your hands and sticking to the table. We're going to shake the excess off later anyway. So we're going to be pressing down. It's not like you're playing the piano, and it's not like you're mad at it. You have to be very gentle, and you use this part of your fingertips, okay? So you're basically pressing down from the center or the bottom out. We're trying to push bubbles towards the rim, and we're trying to make sure that we're maintaining a rim as well around the pizza, because that's what's going to puff up when it bakes, okay? And I'm trying to make sure that I'm maintaining as many of those bubbles as possible. You can see here I have one side already formed, so then 180 degrees and do the same thing with my fingertips. I'm pushing outward and maintaining that rim. So we have a preliminary shape here. If you see any large bubbles, it's a good idea to pop them, mostly because those bubbles have a very thin membrane on the surface and they're going to burn in your oven. So something like this here, you can use a tool like this, which is basically just a needle to just pop and get rid of. Some pizzaioli will just like smash them down or pinch them. It's up to you how you want to do it, but you do need to make sure you're getting rid of it. So now we flip it over. I'm going to press down a little bit more. And this is going to be the top of my pizza now. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to extend it. There's different ways to do it. There's the Neapolitan slap, which is basically what I'm doing here, but a lot faster. Or you can use the back of your hands, which I prefer this because it really helps shake the excess off. But you can see it only takes a few spins, a few turns to get my dough large enough to about 10 inches at this point, about 22 centimeters. I don't want it to get too thin either because I can always stretch it on my peel. And then we go back on our work table, and now we're going to apply the sauce. There's different ways of applying the sauce. Neapolitan sauce is a little bit looser, a little bit wetter because it's going into a very hot oven, so it needs that moisture. So we can use this, which is basically a curved rubber spatula, or you can use this, which is a spoon that has a flat bottom, which helps to spread the sauce around. So there's a couple of ways to do it. The amount of sauce is, don't do too much, don't do too little. We give quantities in our book that are pretty precise, and you can get really good at them once you get enough practice. You won't have to weigh it anymore. But initially, if you've never made this sort of pizza before, I do suggest that you go ahead and weigh the quantities that we recommend so that it's the same all the time. So when we put the basil on, as well as any topping, I like to go symmetrical so that every slice or every piece has more or less the same amount of topping. So if you have really big basil leaves like this, good idea to just break them up. I'm going around the border. I'm going to put about 6 pieces down, and then a couple pieces broken up right down the middle. Next, we're going to put the cheese on. So this is fresh mozzarella. It's called fior di latte technically, but in the United States we call it fresh mozzarella. So I like to basically cut it. The previous day and then drain it overnight so that we could get a lot of that excess moisture out. We don't want to have a pool of like cheese and sauce in the middle of our pizza. We want it to be moist but not have all of this water in the middle, so that's why we drain it overnight. And we cut it more or less the same size so that it'll more or less bake evenly as it's cooking, okay? So I put it on top of the basil to keep the basil from getting too dark when it's baking, almost to like protect it, okay? And then we're going to apply the olive oil. So there's a couple different ways to do it. You can use this. This is the traditional cruet that is utilized. Go ahead and basically drizzle it on top, not too much. You can also use a squeeze bottle. This is easier if you've just started making pizzas. The cruet takes a little more practice because you need to use gravity. You don't always know exactly how much is in it because it's not see-through, so it takes a little practice. So from here, we're ready to go in the oven. We're ready to go into the oven. There's different ways to go from here to there, but we always will need a peel. So you can either slide the peel under the pizza or slide the pizza onto the peel. I prefer to pull the peel onto the pizza for this particular style because it allows me to, first of all, make sure that I'm getting rid of any flour underneath, but then I can reshape it as I see fit on top of the peel. This peel is really good for this particular pizza because, again, it's very thin, but also any excess flour that I may have is going to fall off, okay? We don't want to have flour baking onto our pizza. So we take it from here and we just pull on it gently, right? And then we just reshape it slightly on the peel. It doesn't have to be perfect, right? We're not a factory. We're making a pizza by hand. And so from here, we go right into the oven. Don't spend too much time here because it'll stick to your peel. Okay, so we only have about 60 seconds, 90 seconds maximum. It doesn't take very long. The moment I start to see some color on the crust, I'm going to start spinning. And I'm utilizing this particular peel. It's called a spinning peel. It's a smaller peel, and it's meant to go under the pizza and to help me spin it as I'm baking the pizza so I get an even bake. You can see we get some nice lift on the crust. So I go underneath very carefully, very gently, and I'm going to start to spin my pizza. Okay? Doesn't take very long, as you can see. We have a nice crumb on the surface. Okay. If you want to, you can spin it constantly as it bakes, or just spin it, rotate it so you get an even bake throughout. If you want a little bit more color on the inside, you can go back in, but Neapolitan pizza shouldn't have a lot of color. You can always do what I'm going to do, which is called doming. So we go in, a little bit more on top, just because it's super hot on top, just for a second or two. And then we come out, we have a really nice looking pizza. A nice color on the crust. A nice puffed up rim. This is something that you really want to see in your Neapolitan pizza, which is called leoparding, which is a little bit of char, but it's not burnt, right? Neapolitan style is, it's just, I wish you could smell what I'm smelling. It's just this delicious combination of tomatoes, basil, cheese, and the dough. It's a pizza that is the original pizza. What is there not to like with it? So this to me is a pizza for one. I would eat this entire thing very happily. It looks like more than what it is. It's really just like, it's about 250, 300 grams of food. Delicious. Eat it while it's hot. Well, that's about it. Thanks for hanging out with us. This is what we get to do every day, day in and day out. Some of the stuff that we utilize. There's also really ordinary stuff that we use as well. But these are the highlights. These are the things that I guess we're known for. And we get to use them on a very regular basis. So hopefully it inspires you. You know, this is what we love to do. And hopefully we were able to share that with you. So thank you so much for watching.
Wow. I have to say, that Modernist Cuisine kitchen is a real science lab. Scott, I don't know if you've been there, but I know you're very familiar with them and probably have some interesting tidbits of your own, since I know you've spoken with them and dealt with Modernist, and you've been a consultant on the new book.
Yeah, I have been to the lab, and it was totally amazing to see. I spent time with Francisco and with Stephanie and with Nathan. And what's amazing is when you watch Francisco talking about all these gadgets and everything, you start to think for a second that, oh, gee, it's just pizza. Why do we need all this craziness? But then you watch him open a dough and make a pizza like we just did, and it's all there. It's all that background scientific research and understanding, how to push it to the furthest degree, all comes back and it gets simplified. Like when I heard him talk about that meta pizza, taking a pizza, freeze drying it, busting it down, and then incorporating it into dough, that to me is just like, it's pushing the envelope, not because you think it's going to be a better pizza necessarily, but just to reinforce those ideas. And I think it hit home for me the most. Fred, did you watch when he's making that Neapolitan pizza? He put down a little rip of basil perfectly. You could tell he was, he was the executive pastry chef at the French Laundry. You see him perfectly put down the basil, and then he places a piece of fior di latte on top of each bit of basil to protect it from burning. But he doesn't even need to stop and say that. It's all like in him. It's absolutely incredible to watch.
Having watched people in Naples study and make pizza, I agree, because I was watching his hand movements and how he was managing the dough, how he was touching everything,
how he was condiments, with exactly as a master instructor in Naples would tell you to do it. I thought that was really, really interesting. But not only are Modernist Cuisine a company that is breaking down food and studying it to the nth degree, but one of our sponsors today is a company called Olitalia. And Olitalia is a historical family business in Bologna, Italy. And what they did was they studied what is it with the University of Bologna, actually, and patented a product called Frienne. And Frienne is a Neapolitan word, means for frying. And they've created this high oleic sunflower oil with rosemary extract, which protects the fried food. They basically studied what is it that would improve the quality of fried food and not make it an unhealthy food. So by using high oleic sunflower oil, they've been able to protect the fats. So they're giving you a monounsaturated fat like extra virgin olive oil. And by adding rosemary extract and by adding these other antioxidants, they prolong the life. So the molecules of the frying oil don't break down. And in fact, you fry the food better. And when you fry something better and deliver heat better, you actually get something crispier, lighter, less oily, and therefore better for you. We have some really interesting video showing what they've done and what they've developed. And we're going to cut to Olitalia and look at, I guess, a word from our sponsor.
Salve, sono Daniela Natale, responsabile della formazione e dell'innovazione di prodotto di Olitalia. Un buon olio da frittura deve avere una ottima stabilità alle alte temperature. La composizione in acidi grassi a prevalenza monoinsatura ed un buon contenuto di sostanze antiossidanti permettono loro da un lato di opporre resistenza alle alte temperature usate in frittura e dall'altro di limitare e contenere l'eccessivo e sgradevole odore di rancido che spesso viene associato all'odore tipico di una frittura ma che tale non è. Ad oggi vi sono delle formulazioni specifiche da frittura capaci di racchiudere tali caratteristiche positive a noi note. Il cattivo odore di frittura è sinonimo dell'impiego di oli non adatti a questa cottura o di un utilizzo ripetuto dell'olio oltre il suo termine di vita. Oli monoinsaturi ad alto contenuto di sostanze antiossidanti, come un buon olio extravergine di oliva, oppure oli a formulazione specifica per questa cottura, consentono di contenere il precoce sviluppo di perossidi e quindi di elementi di rancido troppo spesso associati erroneamente all'odore di fritto. Formulazioni specifiche che prevedono la presenza di antiossidanti come per esempio gli estratti di rosmarino oppure oli essenziali come può essere quello di bergamotto, insieme alla presenza di acido oleico riescono a rallentare lo sviluppo dell'odore di rancido. Il senso di pesantezza o di fritto indigesto è probabilmente da attribuire all'impiego di oli usati per la frittura che hanno lavorato per un tempo o una temperatura oltre quella da loro naturalmente supportata. Questa condizione produce delle degradazioni chimico-fisiche nell'olio e nell'alimento ed il conseguente sviluppo di sostanze che in base allo stato di degradazione dell'olio rendono il fritto indigesto. Gli oli da seme come quello di girasole, di arachide o di soia da sempre sono stati impiegati in frittura. Ad oggi la ricerca e sviluppo in ambito alimentare ha fatto passi da gigante e ci ha permesso di individuare le caratteristiche che un grasso sottoposto ad alte temperature deve necessariamente avere, come per esempio l'elevata presenza di acido oleico oppure l'elevata quantità di sostanze antiossidanti, che consentono loro di avere molta stabilità alle alte temperature. La famiglia degli oli da seme, come per esempio gli oli di girasole, di mais, di soia, presenta anche delle caratteristiche positive se impiegate come condimento, come per esempio la presenza di vitamina E, la presenza di acidi grassi omega 3, ma può manifestare alle alte temperature di frittura un fastidioso odore di rancido, precoce rispetto ad altri oli. Ad oggi vi sono delle formulazioni specifiche da frittura capaci di racchiudere le caratteristiche positive a noi note, evitando lo sviluppo di cattivi odori e di schiume, troppo spesso associati al processo di frittura e che tali non sono.
Il fritto è un'offerta fantastica perché oggi ha un ruolo importante nel mio menù. La grande ricerca sulla trasformazione della materia prima e diversificare rispetto al passato, cioè il fritto del passato era il calzoncino in battilocchio e la classica montanare. Io invece ti farò vedere un assoluto di fritti. Che cos'è un assoluto di fritti? È un percorso, che è un menù che si trova da qui da Pepingrani, dove le persone possono venire e fare degustazione di spicchi di pizza fritte dal salato al dolce, abbinata alle grandi bollicine, ai grandi vini. È una cosa fantastica, cioè il sommelier che ti fa l'abbinamento a una pizza fritta, un impasto fragrante, croccante all'esterno e morbido dentro, profumato, non si sente l'olio. Abbiamo lavorato sulla cottura e quindi sugli oli giusti. Lavoriamo in cottura con degli oli altoleci, quindi free e l'olio che si è incontrato con il percorso di Franco Pepe. Nel momento in cui ci siamo incontrati ho capito che quest'olio, che è composto di un olio di semi di girasoli è un olio italiano di produzione interamente italiana, noi riusciamo a fare un fritto con delle temperature abbastanza importanti, abbastanza alte, ma un fritto sicuro. E quindi un olio che si comporta bene, diciamo, a determinate temperature, che ci dà la possibilità del risultato nel piatto di questo impasto croccante, sempre non fritto, e dove tu ci puoi poggiare sopra quello che vuoi.
Oh, sorry. While that was playing, beautiful video, love Olitalia. We were lucky enough to have a local pizzeria here, Francesca's, wrap up some amazing pies for us to enjoy. And a quick reminder that you should be ordering from your local pizzeria right now through the website, nycpizzafestival.com. Go to the Master Pizzaiolo tab, see all the participating pizzerias, and order lots of pizza, okay? Because you'll be hungry later. I am just teasing, the importance of using quality ingredients and quality products. If you want to have great pizza, you gotta, put some focus into what you're making it with. I myself love baking pizza, my new Unicoda 16 oven that they were kind enough to send me. Not only do they make incredible ovens, but they are the sweetest company. I love them so very much. Coming up next, you'll see them making dough. And right after that, you're going to see my pal Tony Gemiani make pizza 2 ways. So enjoy.
Hey, I'm Kirsty, Uni's brand manager. At Uni, we're all about pizza. There are many ways to make great pizza and many different styles of pizza from all around the world. There's Detroit style, Roman thin crust, Chicago deep dish pizza, and so many more. But Naples is said to be the original home of true pizza. I've just spent the last 18 months living in Naples, so I know a thing or two about Neapolitan style pizza. It's one of our favourites here at Uni HQ, and we love it and we make it every single week. So, what exactly is Neapolitan style pizza? There's actually an organisation in Naples called the Association of True Neapolitan Pizza that sets out all the official rules of making the real deal, which are pretty particular. That's why you often hear the term Neapolitan style, which typically means that the pizza has a certain style of base, featuring a dough made with 0-0 flour, a raised, generous crust that's chewy, and a crisp base with a nice bite to it. The toppings are quite light. Traditionally, they're margarita or marinara, but these days there's a lot of creativity to the toppings used on Neapolitan-style pizza. The most important factor for making awesome Neapolitan-style pizza is the oven temperature. It needs to be super high so that the pizza cooks very quickly, which means you get a crisp base that's cooked through without drying out or feeling brittle, along with evenly melted cheese and well-cooked toppings. This is why it's so important that Uni pizza ovens are able to reach 500 degrees Celsius or 932 degrees Fahrenheit, so that they cook Neapolitan-style pizza in just 60 seconds. When it comes to making your own Neapolitan-style pizza, it's all about starting with high-quality but simple ingredients. For a silky but strong dough, we use 0-0 flour. This is a traditional Italian style of super finely ground flour with the right protein content for making a dough with good structure and elasticity. All you need to add to that flour is yeast, salt, and water. Caputo is a well-known brand of Italian flour that we really like. We use Caputo Blue here to make our pizza dough throughout the week, but any good 0-0 flour is great. When it comes to toppings, traditionally it's San Marzano tomatoes that are used to make the pizza sauce. They're a firm, sweet plum tomato that are typically grown in the area around Naples, and you can find them sold in cans. Again, if you can't find San Marzano tomatoes, go for any good quality tinned tomatoes. The most classic toppings are really simple, featuring little more than fior di latte mozzarella, which is a soft cow's milk mozzarella, plus fresh basil and extra virgin olive oil. But if you start with a great pizza dough, then you can really do whatever you like with the toppings. Here's how to make our tried and tested Neapolitan style dough. This recipe makes 5 12-inch pizzas or 3 16-inch pizzas, and it's the same recipe we have in our cookbook and online. For equipment, you'll need electric scales, a stand mixer or a large bowl if mixing by hand, a proving tub, any kind of bowl you can cover or a tub with a lid is good, a dough scraper or a sharp knife, a proving tray or any tray you can cover and set aside, and last but not least, an Uni pizza oven. For the ingredients, you'll need 300 grams of water, 10 grams of salt, 7 grams of fresh yeast or 3 grams of active dried yeast, and 500 grams of 0-0 flour, plus a little extra flour for dusting your work surface. First of all, we place 2/3 of the water into a bowl. Next, we take our saucepan that has the other third of the water. This has been brought to the boil. When we add this to the cold water, it brings the water up to the perfect temperature for activating yeast. So we just pour that in. Next, we need to add, obviously, the yeast and the salt. Today we're using a stand mixer. You can, of course, do this process by hand. First of all, we take our flour. We have the 0-0 flour, it's been pre-measured, and we add it to the mixer. We are using a dough hook to make sure that everything is mixed in nicely. That's the flour in. Next, what we need to do is we need to turn it on at a very low speed. And then finally, we start to add our mixture, which has the yeast and salt, but we add it very slowly. Once the flour and water are combined, you want to leave it mixing at the same speed for around 5 to 10 minutes. You need to make sure that the dough looks firm and stretchy. Okay, so our dough looks ready now. Okay. Just going to add a little bit of flour to the work surface because we need to just neaten up the dough slightly before we leave it to bulk proof. We don't want to do too much with it. we just basically want to make sure that we have a nice, round, smooth ball. So this is looking nice and smooth. So now what I'm going to do is place it in a bowl. We're using a bowl today, but you can use a proving tub as well. Just make sure that whatever you use is fully covered. Today, using a cover, but you can obviously use plastic wrap as well. I'm going to leave this to prove in a warm place now for 1 to 2 hours. It'll be ready when the dough has doubled in size. So here is some dough that's been proving for a couple of hours at room temperature. It's really soft, very shiny, and we also have a few lovely air bubbles as well. So you can see that it's really light, fluffy, and it's definitely ready to be turned into pizza. Now it's time to divide up and ball our dough. So what we need here is we need some scales, and we need a sharp knife or a dough scraper. Kind of doubles up as both. Really important that we flour the work surface so it doesn't stick to the surface. Okay, now it's time to roughly divide this up into 5 parts, and then from there we will weigh each of them. We want each of our balls to be 160 grams each. So if it's not quite right, we just take a little bit off another. Okay, so now it's time to shape these. Now this is how I like to do it. So just gently moving it round and making sure you tuck that additional dough underneath. And then gently at the bottom, just pinching and spinning the dough round. Just so you have a neat little ball there. Once you have your 5 balls, what we need to do now is leave these to prove, just to kind of settle before you cook for around about 20 minutes. So what we like to do is use a proving tray. Again, we need to lightly flour the bottom of this so that the dough balls don't stick. Make sure they're not sitting too close together, otherwise you will just have one giant flat pizza. Really important that we remember to cover with a lid. If you don't have a proving tray, you can use a regular tray. Just remember to cover with plastic wrap or a cloth. Okay, so here we have our pizza dough balls. They have had their final 20-minute proof. This stage is really important because you want the dough to be super pliable so it's easier to work with. When you ball up the dough becomes quite tight, and this final stage just makes it much easier for you to shape the dough to pizza. We flour the peel, just a little flour, make sure the dough doesn't stick. And then we take our dough ball. It's really important that we're quite gentle with it at this stage. So you just want to scoop it up from underneath and then place it kind of shiny, soft side down. From here, you just want to push out from the middle to the edges because you need to make sure that you leave that nice fat crust on the edge. Once you've pushed out from the edge to get that crust on both sides, you want to pick up your dough and you start to do what we call the steering wheel, okay? So really gently, just turning it around, making sure that you're using your thumb and your forefinger to gently pull the dough, all the while making sure you have that nice, generous, thick, puffy crust. Once you've done that for a bit, you might notice that the dough in the middle is a little bit thicker. So if you use your hands like this and you just start to slowly pull the dough out. Again, takes a little bit of practice, but once you're there, you're there. And that's how you hand stretch a pizza. It's really not that difficult. Just have a few practices and don't worry if it's not round, it will still taste absolutely delicious, okay? So now I'm gonna make a classic Neapolitan style margarita. Before we top this pizza, we need to check that our Uni oven is up to temperature. Now we have been preheating Uni Pro here for around about 30 minutes. So you want to have the oven to 500 Celsius or 932 Fahrenheit. Really, Neapolitan style pizza shouldn't be cooked below 400 degrees Celsius. Make sure your pizza base is not sticking to the peel as a final check before you start to top. So first of all, we use the San Marzano tomatoes. Don't use too much because you don't want a sloppy pizza. Next we add our mozzarella. Just tear it and sprinkle it around about pizza. Again, don't use too much because you don't want an overloaded pizza because it makes it very difficult to get off the peel. Okay, next we add a little drizzle of olive oil and then a couple of sprigs of fresh basil. It smells absolutely wonderful. Now we're ready to cook. And there we have it, classic margarita, Neapolitan style. Pretty damn good.
This is Tony Germaniani. I'm going to be making a pizza in my Uni oven today. And this is one of my favorite pizzas. It's a squash blossom pizza with fresh burrata, prosciutto di Parma, and I'm using a Caputo 00 blue blended with the Tipo 1. This is an awesome pizza. So when you see squash blossoms like this, you know, I pipe them with some from ricotta. So when you look at these squash blossoms, which I'm lucky that I get them all year round, I'll go inside and kind of make sure it's all clean in there and take out this little piece right here. Discard that, and then what I do is I go right into the flour. I'll pipe some ricotta right in. You can see that right there. And then take a little bit of that stem off. And then I have these already done already. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some flour and a little bit of semolina. Stretch this out right over this piece of marble. Add some 100% whole milk mozzarella. Take these squash blossoms and lay them right over the top. Push this aside, grab my pizza, re-stretch it out. So I'm looking at my uni, and it's about that time. I'm looking at my uni, and it's pretty hot. It's been preheated for about 30 minutes. I'm gonna go inside, give it a couple shakes, fix it a little bit, and then we're off. This should take about 60 to 80 seconds, give or take. We're lucky enough for the festival, this virtual festival, that we have some great products. Of course, Caputo, Chow are two of my favorites. These next pizza I'm going to make is some fresh Chow tomatoes. I'm going to hand crush over a pizza with cup and char, rosa grande that are thick. But I'm looking at my pizza now, and I'm going to grab it. Looking at that char, give it a churn, go back in its spot. We're almost done. Grab it, give it a little turn. One more little turn, and we're almost done. Maybe a little longer. 3 more seconds. 1, 2, 3. Land it right here. So that pizza is pretty nice and charred. When I look at this pizza, it's almost finished. We'll add a little bit of prosciutto over the top. So we have some shaved Parmigiano. I'm gonna add a little bit of olive oil over the top. And then that fresh burrata, we're gonna break off right over the top. Because what's nice about burrata is you don't always have to cook it. People think that you have to cook burrata, and you don't. With that right over the top, and a little bit of fresh, little sea salt. This is one of my favorite pizzas. Check that out. I hope you support all the great pizzaiolos across the US for the New York Virtual Pizza Festival. Thank you.
So that is a wonderful sponsor of ours, Uni ovens. I know many people have those in their backyards. Of course, everything Tony Ciamignani does when he touches it, he makes it look super simple. One of the best in the world. Daniel, I know that Uni also is a big sponsor of yours in the London Pizza Festival. You're very familiar with them, and I think you've worked with them as a company also, correct?
I do, and although I'm a New Yorker, I've lived in London now for over 15 years, and Uni is a UK company from Scotland. So people are very proud of them here, and they've really changed the whole home baking, pizza baking thing. And they were on to the trend way before COVID. COVID is really accelerating certain trends that were already in process. So Uni was in the right place at the right time, but they saw this trend, and they've created great equipment for home. The only problem, there's almost been a shortage of Uni ovens. And in the UK, I think there's a shortage of gas canisters, that so many people are getting pizza ovens, and they come wood or gas, and a lot of people get the gas, that all the gas companies that are selling the canisters, the methane canisters, are out of stock, and I'm blaming Uni for that. It's incredible.
Well, you're right. COVID definitely pushed many people into their backyard. I think it brought many more people into pizza making. One of the reasons with this virtual festival, we wanted to highlight some of these home demos, and I know you had an opportunity as well to sit down with the guys who are doing more of the pan pizza style now, right, and bringing that to the forefront. Why don't you tell us about those guys?
Well, I didn't host that particular thing, that particular segment, but I used to think the world was round, but these guys are proving that it's square. And it's really amazing that square pizza has come to life. Sicilian, Scott, you know more about this than me even, but Sicilian, Detroit, Grandma, and Roman have all come together.
So we have a discussion with the people that are doing each one of these styles, right?
That's correct. We got somebody representing Sicilian, Grandma, Detroit, and Roman.
And Scott, why do you think they've become sort of trendy, or trendy is not the word, they found a new life? Why?
Well, I love that you said that you once thought the world was round. And you'll see in this video how the four pizza makers have decided, that's part of our discussion, is why is this becoming so popular now? Why does every new pizzeria in New York have a round pie, but also really spend time focusing on a square? Because the square pies are, at least Sicilian is, I think, harder to make than a round pie, because you have to let it proof, you have to let it build up strength and height. But you'll see in the video why we think it's gotten so popular. This is the most frustrating thing people say to me all the time on pizza tours. They say, why is it that a pizza is round and the box is square, and then you cut the pizza into triangles to eat it? And I got to tell them, all those things are wrong. Lots of pizza boxes are round in Brazil, maybe. Lots of pizzas are cut into different shapes, like all of yours, It frustrates me so much that all those preconceptions are wrong. We're talking to 4 people who run pizzerias that have a focus on square pizzas. So Chris, what do you like? How do you sell? People think of pizza when you say somebody draw a picture of a pizza, they draw a circle.
Sure. Interestingly enough, like we tried the Sicilian before, like I don't know how many years ago, maybe 7 or 8, and it didn't work. No one got it. No one understood like what it was. And then all of a sudden, I think the Detroit pizza kind of put the square pizza on the map in America anyway. People, once they started seeing that like crispy edge and everything, they were like, okay, we can have a square pizza, like as a whole. Of course, there's pockets in New York where they've always had that, but I'm saying like nationwide, people finally understood it once they saw that Detroit pizza. And I think the popularity of the Detroit has definitely helped the Sicilian on our end, because when we re-released it a couple years ago, everyone got it. And now, we're kind of known for that pizza, even though we've been making round pizzas since 1980. So it's really interesting and to see how it evolved and how people are more accepting of it now and willing to try it. Like I can barely keep up with the Sicilian process. You guys know I've talked to each one of you, except for Pete, I think, probably on how we do it. And people call me all the time and ask me how to do it, but it's a 5-day process. So you're committed, and you have to do it. And I'm the only one that makes them. So I want to make sure that they're done correctly and done right at my store anyway. And, it's definitely a labor of love, and you have to be committed to doing it.
I'm curious, Pete, about what Chris just said, and even what Justin said before, where people come in and they ask, oh, is this Detroit? Is this, is this that? I think Chris is right. I think Detroit brought square back. And I'm wondering what you have to say about that. How do people respond to your style of pizza and you making pizza in Pittsburgh and saying you're referencing a whole other industrial city?
Yeah, it's been great. Detroit, I would say, is definitely one of the buzzier ones. Roman also is definitely on the up and ups also. With the description and how to convince our guests of what our pizza exactly is, I kind of allow them to say whatever they want. If they want to say it's focaccia, that's cool. The words deep dish, yes, it is deep dish. That's not necessarily what you're going to eat. So we try to at least stay away from them thinking it's Chicago pizza, because it's definitely lighter than heavier. But I think Pittsburghers just find us unique because we kind of, as Justin said, we're the only privately owned Detroit style pizza company in Pittsburgh. So it's kind of one of those things where we're trying to educate, but we're just happy people are trying us. And people will walk in and say, hey, you have that thick style pizza, right? So yeah, it's 8x10. And we have little diagrams on our menu too that some people pay attention to and want to hear the whole story. And others that just like that crunchy, crispy corner slice, and that's why they're there, which is, keeps us happy also.
Do you guys think that it has something to do with social media, Instagram in particular, why Detroit style has like really caught on?
I'll say this. I worked with a guy out here that did the first Detroit style. He actually sold this concept. I think that Detroit, it's not easy to make, but once you get it, you can make the same pizza every time. He sold this concept. We opened the same time. He sold this concept for like $200,000. He wasn't even busy, but a guy saw it and said, I can replicate this pizza because there's a formula to it. I think there's a formula to all of them, but there are some little nuances to every pizza that makes it a little harder to make. When he came in and showed me how to do his Detroit, it doesn't look as much like Pete's, but it's similar, but you can fabricate them a lot easier. I think that's Detroit's. It's also cheaper. It's a smaller pizza. I think it's made it easier to sell. Plus, also people can also see that, like Roman style pizza. When I first started making it, the guy his pizzas was $60 for a 60x40 tray of pizza. I think sticker shock right off the bat killed people. And then also you're selling a slice. Even Kevin in Pittsburgh, you're selling a slice for $5-6 a slice. Yep. Because of the time and the effort that you put into it, the cost of the flour and the ingredients on top. I think it scares people away. Detroit's got a perfect size, a perfect price, and it's got a way that it can be easily fabricated to mass produce Detroit style pizzas. And I think it makes it more accessible to a customer.
And if you know, we can market it in two ways. If two people walk in and they want a pizza, we can say it's perfect for two people. If a huge guy walks in and he's big and bulky and he's hungry, hey man, this pizza's perfect for you. And we get the same ring either way, or we can convince the couples to order two, try them both. You know, there's lots of ways to sell it.
Pete, are yours cut into 4 or 6 slices?
This is, I cut mine in 6 because I think they're easier to share and eat, but true Detroit pizza, I believe, is cut into 4. So I've taken some flack for that, but that's one of the ones we do. I'm
just thinking of, I want corners. I forgot who said it before. And you know, in 4, everyone gets a corner, but not everybody wants corners. Some people want the edge.
Right. Scott, you've hit on the reason when I went and saw Pepe and Monty and Pasta, I was doing the 60 by 40 big pizzas. You've got tons of pizza in the middle with no corner. You cut it down to a 16 by 12 pan. Everybody gets a corner. You only have a couple, nothing in the middle. Everything's a corner now. So to me, he's the guy who really showed me how to market my pizza to people like in New York that have to have a corner slice. Now everybody gets a corner slice. So I think for Detroit and the way I'm doing my Roman, corner slices are the way to go. Especially if you want people to try it for the first time, you don't want to give them a soft, soggy piece from the middle. You know, you always get that straggler piece in the middle that, you know, maybe doesn't come out as good. Now you got a good corner crispy slice on every time. So I think that helps marketing. Marketing is a big part of, I think, what we're all talking about, how you market the pizza.
And I think it's absolutely must be said, no human has done as much for marketing Detroit style pizza as Sean Randazzo. And he's someone who would absolutely be on this panel right now. And sadly, we lost him over the past year. But we have to say right now, Sean Randazzo, from Detroit Style Pizza Company in Detroit, really like made this thing a nationwide phenomenon. And like we're sitting here talking about square pizza, mostly because Detroit took off. I think you nailed it when you said that, Chris. Like Detroit put it on the map. But I do want to ask you something based on Justin made a comment before. He said, "Oh yeah, I found this flour and I got it to work for me. I'm using the Caputo Super Nuvola." Is there anything about your style that requires a specific ingredient, like grandma pizza, Detroit? Is there a specific flour or specific tomato or specific cheese that's integral to that style?
I say for the grandma, not necessarily, no. As I mentioned to you before, everybody pretty much makes their own variation of it now. For us, we prefer to use just the shredded product, low moisture, part skim, and whole milk. And as far as the tomato is concerned, you can pretty much use any tomato that's on the market that you like and season it to your liking. For Roman, I know if you're going to do high hydration, that I'm not an expert on this, but it does require a little bit of a stronger flour. So I could see that being a thing. But for a grandma pizza, I mean, you can use an all-purpose. Anything over 11% protein, I think you should be able to make a grandma pie. It doesn't necessarily require any specific kind of flour.
What about with Chris, with your Detroit, with your Sicilian? You say you're letting this sucker raise up to 3 inches sometimes. Is there a specific thing you're looking for in a flour that you're going to use, or tomato or cheese?
Well, we use, I think, a pretty high protein flour. We're around 15%. So, it's like I said, and what John just touched on, everyone has their idea of what they think is the best toppings. And, you go through, we've all done it, and we taste test all the time and try to find out what's going to work best for everyone. And, one thing that we do, I think that is different on the Sicilian is I use the sliced cheese instead of the shredded. I think it's a cleaner look. It's not as messy. I think it looks a lot better. I think the melt is a lot better. it's more controlled. So that's one thing I think that we do different than anyone else. And that's one thing that I looked into a lot when like kind of developing it. We did the shredded mozz, and I was like, you know, what if we did the sliced? And now I do the sliced on my Detroit too. And that's how I get that real clean, like pointy edge, using the sliced mozzarella instead. So that's one thing that I think is different with us. And that one thing that I definitely worked on and went back and forth with.
Pete, what about Detroit style? You mentioned earlier brick cheese or cheddar cheese forming that edge crust. What's the scoop with that? Specific ingredients for Detroit?
Yeah, I think that oftentimes there's a brick cheddar blend that's used. Pittsburghers like mozzarella provolone, so that's what we use here. But yeah, oftentimes it's mainly the pan. Flour percentage, I think usually it sits between 11 and a half and like 13 and a half. Once you get up into the higher proteins, it gets a little more breadier and more structurally sound, let's call it. And then that'll chew a little bit different maybe, but I think we sit at 11 and a half or 12 and a half.
Cool. Now, in talking about these ingredients, it makes me wonder more about some of the origins of the pizzas, because each of these different styles is like, you know, it starts, all those pizza kind of starts in the same way, right? Dough that you put something on and then you cook it in an oven, and that's pizza, right? Now, in the early days in Naples, that pizza was being baked directly on the floor of an oven. But sometimes people at home would bake things in pans, or like really in the early days of New York bakeries, I keep thinking of, people would bake pan pizzas in the beginning of the day and sell them at the bakery as like a bakery style pizza or focaccia or whatever the heck you want to call it. Tomato pie, sometimes they'll call it tomato pie. Like, Pete, is Detroit style baked in any kind of special pan versus a Sicilian pizza? Same thing with for Justin. I'm curious. Same thing for Roman. Anything special about that pan?
Yeah, we do a blue steel. It's just a blue steel pan. I got mine from a company in Italy called Agnelli. Pepe turned me on to it. So yeah, I mean, it has to be. I mean, those pans, man. If any of you guys, they get really hot too. They get really hot. The blue steel pans, but they just work. You got to season them. They're a pain in the ass. I got the fire department called on me twice seasoning these pans because the smoke just got nuts. Yeah.
What kind of oil were you using to season them?
Just olive oil. But I mean, you got to smoke these things out to get them to where they work, to where they don't stick, or to where they're not rubbing any stuff off on the dough. Takes a couple times. You got to do it more than 2 times or more to get these right.
What temperature were you seasoning that?
550, 600. But I mean, they smoked me out pretty good. It's happened to everybody. I thought I was the only one, but I asked Pepe, everybody that's done Romans, they pretty much, after a while, you got to open the doors. You got to open the flue on the oven. Yeah, it's definitely a trick to it. I haven't figured it out yet. I actually have a bunch of pans I haven't seasoned yet because I don't want to have the fire department come out again. So I have a bunch of them I haven't even used.
Justin, I mean, you could take this or leave this, but season them at like 425, and then you won't hit that smoke point, and the oil, the fat will plasticize, and you won't get the smoke, but you'll still get. Just try it. Just try it.
Oh, hey, you know what? I'm open to anything, man. I've learned something from all these guys, and through the years, I'll listen. I've called Chris. I talked to John about Pete. I mean, I'll ask anybody. I have no problems learning something new. So I learned something from Scott today.
Well, try it. I don't know. Just try it. I mean, I'm just thinking when I season stuff, when I'm cranked in the oven, the smoke alarm's going off. When I drop down.
If the fire department comes, I'll be calling you. I'll let you know.
FaceTime me. I want to see the action.
Yeah, for sure.
What about Detroit style? Pete, I know that like the Detroit style pan is kind of like a significant thing built into the history. Can you give us a little breakdown about that Detroit style pizza history and like how that pan fits into it?
I think Detroit classically, I actually just grabbed one of the pans. So these are one of our pans. Classically, they were, I would call them like pass trays that you would slide underneath the mechanical automobile back in Detroit in the day. I think somebody slapped some dough into here, baked it off, and that's a lot of it. But to us in Ironborn specifically, we try to really get that edge as crisp and sharp, so to speak, as possible, and then get that cheddar cheese outline. We use Lloyd. These are not seasoned. We do have to hand wash them. So we have tons of these. So we just rotate and rifle through them as fast as we can, pretty much, if that makes sense. Less scraping, less seasoning. And I think, well, classically, these were blue steel as well. So blue steel in Detroit, I think unless you're from Detroit and probably one of the OGs of Detroit pizza, you don't have many blue steel pans because I can't find them.
Pete, what are you guys using to line those pans? Just oil, or using shortening or butter, or what?
We use canola oil, so we'll lay out all our day's work, oil them all, lay dough in, let it sit for a while, tap them out, let it sit for a longer while, and then we are a par-bake restaurant, so we'll bake them off from there and then rest them for service.
I think this is a really interesting point because you're all baking pizzas in pans. You're gonna lubricate the pan with something. Let's go around. I want to hear what's everybody using for that. Like John, for that grandma pie, how are you lubing up that pan?
Oil. Just oil.
Canola oil, olive oil, does it matter?
Olive oil, not canola oil. Like the one that we use, I think is actually, it's a blend of, actually I apologize, it is a blend. It's like a 50-50 canola and extra virgin. It's the one that Corto makes.
Yeah,
I forgot the name.
The 5149, whatever.
Yeah, 5149, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the one.
Decker, what do you got?
Yeah. We use Corto extra virgin to line the pans, and then Pete touched on it also. We never wash the pan. I mean, we rinse it out, but that's it. That's the most important thing I think people make mistakes on is washing the pan. Like, if they send it through the dishwasher or whatever, forget it, and soap and all that stuff. We just rinse it off and wipe it out, and that's the best way. But yeah, as far as lining it, so I just wanted to touch on that but just as far as lining it, yeah, we just use the Corto extra virgin.
I think
a ton of it.
You just almost gave Justin like a waking nightmare when you said washing it out.
So I use olive oil, extra virgin, doesn't matter what kind. I mean, that you got to line the pan. But yeah, I came back last week from a break, went somewhere, came back, and one of the new dishwashers washed like 8 of my pans. He's like, "Yeah, I washed your pans for you. They were like orange rust." Like, yeah, I'm like, "Oh my God, man." Like, he was trying to do something nice, new guy, trying to, "Hey, look what I did for you." And I'm like, "Oh my God." Yeah, never washed the blue steel. You can't wash. Matter of fact, Massimiliano's pans look like they've been through World War II. If you've ever seen them, he bangs them with a hammer. They got freaking dents in them. Like, no, to a Roman pizza maker, they carry their pans around like a shield. Like, no, it's really like a thing for them. So they keep their pans. Massimiliano used to bring his pans to the expo. Like, he had to have his pans. Nobody could use them. So anytime I would make a pizza at the expo, I used his pans. I'm like, "Let me borrow your pans." His pans have been through like back and forth to Italy. I don't know how many times, different pizzerias, but the pans do make a difference. And the longer they're seasoned and how long they've been sitting, like Chris said, if you rinse them, I don't know if he doesn't even rinse these. I mean, they won't wash them. That's just, yeah.
He won't even wet his pans?
No, I've never. No, olive oil and a rag to clean them. No water.
Can I just touch upon what Justin and Chris just mentioned? We prefer to use, instead of buying new Sicilian pans, we prefer to just refurbish the ones that we have. The older the pan, the better the bake you're gonna get.
Yep.
For sure.
Yep.
So
one of these Italian tricks, Johnny, me and John, we drip olive oil. You can tell by looking at these are little Italian tricks that you learn. But yeah, you don't mess with the pans, man. I know it sounds kind of maybe like not a hygienic thing, but you're par baking them. They're not getting sauce and all this stuff on them like a Detroit. It's different. So mine don't ever get, other than having the olive oil, you get a rag, little damp, you clean it out, and then you re-oil it, and that's it. That's it.
Justin, with those pans that you're using for the Roman, are those big, like rectangular ones with kind of that X indented in it?
Yes. Well, that's how I learned how to make them. But man, have you ever tried to stretch a pizza 60 by 40 or teach somebody else how to do it? Not easy. So a lot of the guys, they're either doing what I found. Yeah, it's a 60 by 40. So basically my pizzas are half of that, 16 by 12. I cut them down. It's pretty much half of that. And then people are doing the longer ones. Kevin in Pittsburgh, who's still doing Roman, his ones are just a rectangular but thinner. So it's a lot easier to stretch that dough out if you want to get that nice rise on it. I'm also doing something different with mine. I have to give a shout out to Giulio. I don't even know if he makes pizza anymore, but I'm letting mine rise like Decker in the pan. A lot of Romans, they stretch them cold right out of the. Now when I stretch mine out, I wrap them in a bag just like a Sicilian, and I let them sit and let them rise. So great thing about working with people like in Orlando with Caputo is that they're all like a brotherhood. I could call anybody, ask them for, hey, how you do this, how you do that. Nobody has a problem sharing their little nuances and things that they've learned through the years. So, being in the pizza brotherhood with Orlando and with Caputo, man, I've learned so much just over the last year or so, and then all the years working with these guys. But every little thing helps, and you find your own way, you pick your own niche, and you make your pizza yours.
It's interesting you say it like that, because the reason that you're all so great on this panel right now is that you're all, sharing everything, which is so cool. And we mentioned Neapolitan pizza earlier, and I know, like, I met John when he was training for Neapolitan. Justin, you're a Neapolitan pizza maker. Neapolitan, you bake your pizzas at this crazy high temperature, and that's kind of part of the game. What temperatures are you baking these square pizza styles at?
I'm at 610, like 600, 610 on mine. Electric oven.
600, 610 electric oven. Cool. What about Johnny Ches? What do you got cooking for the grandmas?
625. But when we deck it, so it goes like 6 to 7 minutes in an oven that's 625. It gets that nice color on the top once all the toppings melt, and then we take it out and we deck it at an oven that's about 550. So it's like a two-step process for our grandma. So you start it off, you bake the bottom, because one of the ovens we have, the top heat is very strong. It was custom made that way. So, and then once that part of the process is over, we slide it off the pan and we put it on the deck of another oven, which is at about 550 degrees.
If you haven't been to King Umberto in Elmont, Long Island, you need to visit, because they have a unique oven. And when I use the word unique, I'm really using it. This is an oven that they customize. When John just said custom oven, they put in bricks in the inside of the oven to create this extra radiant heat from the top. So that's why, you can give 20 pizza makers the same ingredients, and then some of them are going to have tricks like that up their sleeve, making a whole different pie. Unbelievable.
Yeah, the oven, from what I've learned over the past year, should be considered an ingredient when making pizzas. One of the most important ingredients when making a pizza is your oven. If you have the right oven, it will improve the quality of your pizza that much more.
Well, I'll be just to second on that. Especially with Neapolitan, when I first learned how to make it, the way how high the dome is to the deck makes all the difference in how a Neapolitan pizza cooks right or not. If you don't get an oven made to the specs from Naples, like the real Neapolitan pizza ovens, it's not going to work. Like I know Mara does one. Like for the Roman, what's most important about the Roman is being able to control the top and bottom temperature, different heat. So I have to have mine at a certain level on top and a certain level on bottom. And I know that it's consistent. I par bake for 7 minutes, and then I cook the rest for 7 minutes. So 14-minute process to cook the whole pizza, but it's got to be at the top and bottom, the perfect setting. And you got to give electric ovens got to have time to recover, which is sometimes can be an issue, which is where your experience comes in, I guess.
What about for Detroit style, Pete? Well, is there a specific bake temperature for Detroit?
We bake, I lay mine out and probably bake on between 500 and 550. We have two different types of ovens. We have an electric and a gas oven, depending on which restaurant you work at. So that's kind of, as he said, your experience and time in the industry will help you deal with that type of thing. But yeah, we bake at 525 for par bakes.
All right, so we got kind of a range, 525 to 625 range for all these. And this is really kind of a cool thing for everyone watching at home who does not own a pizzeria, and you have a home oven, that you're not that far out of the range of a home oven. So people can bake these styles at home. I want to hear, what advice do you have for home pizza makers, standard oven, how can they achieve your style, your square pizza in a home oven?
Just a crazy story. So John was talking about the grandma. That's kind of where I was making pizzas when I was out of the pizza game, not doing pizza. You know, the biscuits that come in a can and you open them up and they pop. I used to make pizzas for people at work. I would spread that out on a pan and make a grandma and just put olive oil and garlic and cheese and put it in the oven. That was one. I used to do that when I wasn't making pizza, and everybody loved it. They were like, "Jesus, this is so good." And I didn't tell them I didn't make the dough or anything, but I'm like, man. But for people at home, a little olive oil, garlic, cheese, a little oregano on top. That was the grandma pizza for me. That's where the grandma name came from. You get your grandma just make anything they can make Italian. You know, they throw something in a pan, put it 350 in the oven. You're gonna get something good out of it, right, John?
I think you just basically said the history. Scott, correct me if I'm wrong. Justin basically said the history of the grandma pizza. That's how it really started. The grandma pizza, I think, is, if you're gonna make a pizza at home, that's the perfect pizza to start with. It's the perfect pizza to bake at home. Although I did learn a trick from you during quarantine, where you set the oven temp to broil to increase that nice charriness on the top heat. If you're gonna use a grandma pizza, put it on the top deck, start it off at broil, let your stone set on the bottom deck, let it get nice and hot, and then when the time comes, once you see that the toppings are all melted, put it on that stone on the bottom deck, and you should get a nice crisp on the bottom as well. But Justin, that's really funny that you said that, because I think you basically just described the history of grandma pizza. So that's funny, man.
I'm sure we've eaten the same similar styles of pizza at home with our family. That's pizza. I mean, everybody has those. If you talk to guys like Anthony Mangieri, used to cook Neapolitan pizzas on the deck of his fireplace at home in Jersey. Every Italian, I mean, not just Italian, but when you grow up like that, you find lots of different ways to make pizza. I mean, it's in our blood, man.
I love that. For someone like me, it's not in my blood. So I got to ask people like you to tell me how can I do this at home? What about for Sicilian pizza? Decker, I want to make Sicilian pizza at home. I don't have a pizza oven. And just to be honest, maybe I don't want to spend 5 days doing it.
Yeah.
What do you suggest?
Well, during this whole quarantine too, I think for us anyway, so many people have come and they buy the dough, they buy sauce, they buy cheese. Everyone was selling pizza kits and all those other things. I think it really helped the home pizza maker. You just with ours, you just need time. So you gotta plan. It's not a instantaneous thing. You gotta at least let it proof overnight. So, ours, you have to at least think about a day ahead of time, which is, people aren't as good at that with allowing themselves that much time. But if you want to make the Sicilian for sure, you need to proof it overnight and let it rise. And then, and going back to the temperature, we par bake at 450. So, you have to par bake it, let it set. And then what we do is cool it, wrap it, freeze it, and then start over again. So, there are a lot of steps. So making the Sicilian at home is going to be, everyone's got their own way. I don't expect a home pizza maker to do what we do, but you at least got to go a day ahead of time.
I don't think that's crazy to ask somebody to pan out a dough, let it rise, bake it at 425, cool it off, wrap it up, freeze it in a home freezer, man. Come on.
And then start again tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, well, we figured out something during the pandemic, which is great. I'll give them a shameless plug here, but Goldbelly, we figured out a way to freeze bake pizzas and freeze them. Not only are we doing it with Goldbelly, but we do them for the pizzeria where people, let's say they do want to take it home and don't want to eat it right then and there. So I'm cryo wrapping pizzas, and Romans are great for that because they're much better than most other pizzas reheated. So
smart plan. Well, everyone's got to go out to order some of your pizza anywhere they are. Pete, I'm curious to hear about, since Detroit style is such a big catch-on buzzy thing right now, how can people make a Detroit style pizza at home? And do they have to go out and buy one of those funky pans that you held up?
I don't think personally you need to go get the pan. I would do it kind of in the grandma style. Find the pan you like, or if you have a cast iron pan you keep around that is well oiled and well taken care of, you'll have no issue. So I would just lay out the pan You could Google online probably how much dough you would need for your specific pan, and then go from there. Oil it down and set it up, and then if you're going to bake it at home, all these guys mentioned a pizza stone. It's worth spending the money on a pizza stone, if not two. And then add oil to your dough for pan style pizzas, because it'll make that bottom layer more slick and crispy.
You're all killing me right now because I'm thinking about, I'm thinking about pizza all the time anyway. And now talking to the four of you and looking at the picture behind Pete's head is driving me nuts. If you want to know more about Justin Piazza's stuff, look him up. It's La Piazza. He's in Phoenix, Arizona. Pete's stuff is called Ironborn Pizza. He's in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. 2 locations, right?
Yep, 2 locations.
There you go. Johnny Cesarano in Elmont, Long Island, making a bunch of different styles, but that thin grandma is amazing. But don't miss out. He's making bombolini right now.
Jesus.
And it's kills me because I want nothing more than to go, but I got rid of my car 2 years ago. So I'm gonna make it out there. If I have to
They got
crawl.
trains, man. They got trains.
I know, man, but it's a real pain in the rump. You know what I'm saying? I'll bike out there.
If you bike out here, that means you could have 2 bomboloni with all the calories you burn.
Yeah.
So you could have a Nutella and a pistachio and a grandma pizza.
I know for sure when I get back to East Coast, one of the first places I'm going is out to see Johnny out there on the island for sure.
Justin, I'll meet you at the airport. We'll go together. So Chris Decker, last and not least, of course, Chris Decker at Metro Pizza in Las Vegas. I want to thank the 4 of you. I want to thank everybody for joining us at New York City Pizza Festival. This is totally amazing. Look on the website and look at the list of participating pizzerias, which you're seeing them in front of you right now. And when you buy a pizza from those participating pizzerias this weekend, then part of the proceeds go to benefit Slice Out Hunger, which is a hunger relief nonprofit. And we're just so delighted to have you all here. Enjoy the rest of the programming and have an amazing pizza.
Yeah, miss you guys.
Yeah, we'll see you soon.
Yeah, we'll see you guys.
We'll see you guys soon.
So here I am right now, and I did just get off my bike, but I did not have the guts to bike all the way out to Long Island to King Umberto. There's my bike over there. Where, boop. I just biked around the corner in my neighborhood. So, next best thing. Jafara in Midwood. Why not, right? Great square, speaking of squares, and great rounds. So I'm going to eat it in a couple minutes here, but I figured what better way to do a pizza festival than actually be out on the road right now and, meeting people waiting for pizza over here. Came in from Colorado, so why not? Shaylin, when's the last time you've been down here for a slice?
It's been too long.
Maybe she has.
Brooklyn is so big. I'm in Bushwick, and like you, Scott, I wasn't leaving the house much during the whole pandemic. So now that it's over, and I have a car now, I'll drive over there. I'm not as good on the bike as you are, Scott.
I don't have a car. That's why. For everybody watching out there, if you're not in New York, you probably do understand. There's nowhere to park. So my bike, I can park it anywhere. Especially right out front of Jafara, I have my own parking spot. It's not legitimate legal, but close enough. So I'm curious to see here we go. I'm giving you some real lay of the land classic action. Street life. So I'm curious to see what people had to say about the squares over in that thing. So I'm going to scroll through the comments and questions. I can't see them right now, but you guys, any questions coming up about the squares that we're talking about in that segment?
It's interesting. There's actually a lot of comments. And what I love about this is somebody makes a comment or asks a question, and before we can, somebody else is answering it. So
this is what I love about this community that's on this comment thing right now, is that so many people are so knowledgeable, so they don't have to wait for anybody to chime in and give them an answer from your side. Like, everybody's got it. How cool is that?
Scott, I have to tell you that all of the people that you hosted on that panel are getting mad love in the comments. They're clearly guys whose names have been out there, guys who have huge followings, and it just goes to show the quality of the people that are involved here and the people that are part of this with us and with you, guys that obviously respect you a ton, and I thought it was a great segment that you ran there. And actually, speaking of that segment, I know you're going to go into far. You're going to have to show
It
us
was
what
so
you're
much
eating.
fun to talk.
And we're going to, as well, take a quick look into.
I've got
somebody
here.
else
We got a little
making
setup
pizza.
over here.
Now let's see. Pizza lovers.
We got a little picnic setup over here, Fred.
Oh, that's awesome. That's the DeFaro way. That's a picnic on the sidewalk. That's great.
That's how we do.
Okay. Well, we're going to see another square. Somebody's going to show us actually Michael Vittorio from Vittorio's down in Farmingdale on Long Island, how he does a pan pizza. And before we see that video, we have a quick little hello. I don't know if you guys remember before we saw somebody from Don Michele in Italy. Quickly give us a little tour of Don Michele, the first place that I had my pizza experience, the place that Daniel wanted to have his, but he couldn't get in, has since been there. And they opened up a restaurant in Hollywood, California. So we're going to check out Don Michele, Hollywood, California, and then we'll see Michael Vittorio.
Pizza, please.
The first time I ever made a Sicilian pizza, I was about 12 years old. Helped my father in the kitchen. The American style is different from where it originated from in Sicily. In Sicily, it's called a sfingione, tomato sauce with caciocavallo cheese, which is a type of provolone, and breadcrumbs. Delicious. When it got introduced here in America, mozzarella cheese got added to it. It's a thicker pie as opposed to the thin crust New York style pizza that everybody knows about. It's one of my favorites, and that's what we're gonna do today. We have 640 grams of flour, 445 grams of water, 3.5 teaspoons of salt, 5 teaspoons of olive oil, and a half teaspoon of yeast. All right, so we're gonna add the flour first. Lock it, load it. What are we doing here? We're oxidizing the flour a little bit. We're gonna get some air into it. And also, a lot of times when you take the flour out of the package, it's tight, so you wanna loosen it up. So that's what we're doing here. A few seconds of that, you add your yeast right in there. Let that incorporate very nicely. And then you add your salt. Some people say don't mix salt and yeast together because the salt actually slows down the rise of the dough, but it's all in there anyway. So it doesn't matter, to me at least. But you have these professionals, it really doesn't matter. And we're gonna start adding the water. Little by little. So we're letting it incorporate. It's coming together. Once there's hardly any flour left to see, you add the olive oil. You want to put it on speed number 4. What that does is not only does it makes it a little bit faster, but it also works the gluten and makes the dough tighter, and also you get another crispier crust. Lower it, and then you start adding your oil. Total mix time about 6 to 8 minutes. The perfect Sicilian to me is crispy on the outside, the crust, the bottom, and tender on the inside. That's what I'm trying to recreate today. The dough is done. You know when the dough is done when it starts, the side of the bowl is nice and clean. Here's the dough. It kind of rips. That means it needs to relax because the gluten still needs to be formed. So if you let it relax just for 10 minutes, everything will just all come together. You do a couple of stretch and folds. Build up that gluten. Put it down. Do olive oil. Massage that in. Let it sit there for about 10 minutes. Let us sit here for about 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll divide and conquer. We'll divide and shape. The dough is ready to be cut, portioned, and balled. We're gonna cut the dough into 525 grams. Perfect. Perfect even. So basically here at the pizzeria, this is how I normally roll. If you want to get fancy, do it one hand like this. People confuse and think that you're kneading the dough. The dough is already kneaded. You're just shaping and balling the dough. And you want to try to get as much air in there as possible. That's how we do it at the restaurant. But you could do something easier, where you could just roll it like this and pull it towards you to create some tension. And it works just the same. Once that's done, you oil the bowl. You put the bowl in the bowl and you cover it with some film. Now, you have to oil the bowl. You have to make sure you oil the bowl, because if you don't, it's not going to come out. And if you try to take it out, you just deflate the whole ball. I don't want to say it's ruined, but it's ruined. Now you leave this at room temperature for about 2 hours. It's got to double in size if you're going to use it that day. If you're not going to use it that day, you still leave it out for 2 hours, let it rise, and put it into a refrigerator, and you can use it the next day. So now this is what the dough looks like after it's been proofing for 2 hours, rising for 2 hours. See, nice and fluffy. See the little bubbles, fermentation bubbles? What we do is we take it out nice and gently. We place it in the pan. You just begin to stretch it out. Don't worry about it. Don't be gentle. Be a little gentle, but not so gentle. And just get all the corners. You want to make sure you put just enough oil, not a lot of oil, because it'll just spring back. You make sure you get all the corners. You don't really want to push it down too hard. Once you get it to this point, you have to let it proof again. So we're going to cover it. And the reason why we cover it is because it creates heat as it's rising, and you want to keep the heat inside. Also, you don't want to create a crust on top of the pizza. So now you take this and you put it someplace hot in your kitchen. You let that proof for about another hour and a half, and you par bake it. So we're going to par bake it, okay? So like that, when you're ready to use it, it won't take as long to cook. And when you recook it, you just get a more crispier crust. So we're going to put this in the oven right now. That's going to be in there for about 6-7 minutes at 550. And if your oven goes to only to 500, don't worry about it. Just let it cook. This is the color you're looking for. No whiter and no browner. Exactly like this. You take it out. You take it off out of the pan. Beautiful bottom. You put on any kind of screen you have at the house so the air gets underneath it and doesn't get wet, and let it cool down. Now everything cooled down. Now we're going to assemble the Sicilian pie. So you take it, you put it back into your pan, all right? I like to put the mozzarella on the bottom and the sauce on top. It kind of just a little ode to the sfingione. And this is a low moisture mozzarella. You could pick it up in a supermarket, but I wouldn't get the shredded kind. It has a lot of anti-caking agent in it, and the cheese doesn't melt, and it affects the taste of the pizza. So just ask the cheesemonger for sliced low moisture mozzarella. They have it, you could get it. So we'll just start putting it all on. You could put as much or as less cheese as you want. Now I have a tomato sauce here. It's an onion-based sauce. It's on the sweet side. Again, as much or as little as you want. Now you don't have to worry about covering the whole thing evenly because it's going to melt all over anyway. The tomato that I use is chow tomato. It's imported from Italy. It's one of the best tomatoes you could buy. I think you could pick it up at a supermarket. You could definitely pick it up online. I would highly suggest using it, buying it. It's a great investment if you want to impress your guests. chow tomatoes. What I do is, it's fresh plum tomatoes, and I reduce it till it gets nice and thick. And it brings up all the natural sweetness out of the tomatoes. I like to hit the sauce with a little bit of olive oil, not much. We're using a pecorino. Pecorino is on the salty side. It's a little pungent, but between the sweet, it complements it beautifully. And I like to be very generous and add copious amounts of pecorino. And no sfingione is complete without Sicilian oregano. And I would suggest you buy the ones that are on the stems. And you kind of like gently squeeze the bag and get it on there. This is what it looks like so far. We're gonna throw it in the oven. So I'm putting it in a 550-degree oven, and it's gonna go in here for about 10 minutes. A few more minutes, and it'll be all set and ready to go. All right, here it is. It's all set. This is the finished product. Beautiful, nice and golden. Cheese is melted, caramelized sauce. We're gonna cut it up and have a taste. We're gonna slice it up in 6. So one down the middle, and each side gets a cut. You have 6 slices there. Now we're gonna try, we're gonna taste. Personally, I love Corners myself. Nice rise. Those fermentation bubbles. Wow, this is delicious. Listen, I appreciate taking the time and watching this demonstration, and hopefully your pizza will come out just as good as mine.
Wow, great to watch what Mike Vittorio is doing at his restaurant. Vittorio's out in Long Island. And actually, Shaylin, you're friends with Mike. You have a great story about him.
Yes. Well, I just love watching him just eat in that cheese pool. It's incredible. I love Mike's pizza. He actually met Nino, so that's how I know him now, at the New York Pizza Festival a few years ago. Went up to him, I think said something along the line, probably like, yo, yo, Mo. And he took a picture with Nino, and then Nino, invited him over to do the pizza podcast. I believe the same day Nicole from Last Dragon Pizza was there. So we've been friends ever since. Mike's a great guy. Love his family. Beautiful family. Just great guy. We love going out there. Not only do I get endless pizza, but also incredible steaks and everything else. So such a pleasure to see him doing great things.
And it's fun to see somebody who is this amazing steakhouse, but has these Italian traditions and wants to be involved in pizza and gets involved in pizza. And the fact that he came up to the Bronx to go to the pizza festival, first one we did, went to your stand, fell in love with you guys, is a real testament, not just to the Italian traditions, but also to that area where we did it, the Little Italy of the Bronx. Arthur Avenue is a famous area, and truly, if we really look around the country, is probably one of the only remaining true to the core, really traditional Italian neighborhoods that still has 100-year-old businesses with ownership from the same families that are producing and selling these Italian specialties to people that come from all over to shop. So we're going to actually take a quick little tour of the Little Italy of the Bronx, Arthur Avenue.
Hi, welcome to the Bronx. I'm Fred Mortadio, the organizer of the New York Pizza Festival. And even though it's COVID, we're still progressing, we're moving ahead, and we're going to be having a virtual festival this weekend. And I'm here with Frank Franz of the Bronx Business Development. And Frank has been a lifelong member. I believe his family's been in this neighborhood for 110 years. And Frank is connected to all the businesses here, and he was one of the reasons that we're able to have the New York Pizza Festival.
I'm proud to say I'm part of the Belmont Business Improvement District here. Business improvement districts are located throughout the city and are mainly created for the economic development of different communities. But I like to think ours up here is a little different because there's a real family component up here in Little Italy. We've all been residents here for generations, and we take a lot more interest than just our business. We take an interest in our neighbors and our community. And it's been a good community. It's been a community where for over 100 years, immigrants have come as, on a stepping stone on their way up the American ladder to achieve the American dream. And it is still that today, you know. Now, in accordance with that, we're also Little Italy. I think one of the only Little Italies left on the Eastern Seaboard that's really authentic. The businesses that are here, their families came from Italy, some of them more than 100 years ago, and are still producing quality products the old-fashioned way, authentically at a good price, and they would rather turn around and lose money than put out a product that's not good, you know?
And you have some businesses that are over 100 years old who still have it in the family?
Yeah, we have a number of businesses over 100 years old. I mean, right now we have 4 businesses that just in the last year or two are celebrating their 100th anniversary, owned by the original families that founded them. As a matter of fact, we're going to start honoring them by putting up street signs, on different blocks for those places.
So how did the neighborhood feel when we first came to you with this crazy idea to do a pizza festival on your streets in the Bronx and come to Little Italy?
Well, maybe other people thought it was crazy. We thought it was a great idea because we live with pizza every day here also. We have quite a variety of pizza, different styles, different techniques. And we just thought it was great to celebrate because, as you know, pizza is a staple of the diet in Italy and many places in Europe. And in the United States, it was always just sort of considered like a fast food item on the corner to grab a slice. But it's only in the last number of years that you see some of the best restaurants in the city offering gourmet pizza and getting quality pizzaiolo, pizza chefs from Italy coming over here. So I think the pizza has finally arrived to take its proper space in the cuisine of America. Well, we're starting right here on Crescent Avenue, which, as you well know, is where Pizza Fest starts. It's a great block. It's the widest block in the community, 3 blocks long. So we could fit those 15, 20,000 people that come every day for Pizza Fest, But this is also sort of the beginning of the commercial district of Arthur Avenue that people know as Little Italy. And as you can see, starting from right here, we have cafes, pizzerias, restaurants. And it's not that we have 1 or 2. I mean, we have at least 15 full-service restaurants. We have 6 pastry shops. We have, I think, 4 bakeries that bake bread. We have 2 places that just make ravioli and egg noodles. Besides the couple of delicatessens we have places that just make pork products, pork stores. We also have cheese shops where they make fresh cheeses. We have the butchers and the fish markets. It's the whole assortment of businesses needed to support the proper Italian diet. So it's actually
many of these places have been here for a very long time, I guess.
Yeah, if you're here like 15 or 20 years, you're the newcomer on the block. They might not all be 100 years old, but many of them are, 40, 50, 60, 70 or more years owned by the same families. And I think it's that number of businesses here that long. First of all, you can't do anything for 100 years unless you're doing it good, And then there's competition between all the different groups, which is why we have the best bread and the best cheese, because if you don't make the best, they'll just shop across the street and get something else. But I'd like to point out that even though we have all this competition, it's very good-spirited competition. And one of my favorite stories applies to Madonia Bakery that we were talking about before that's over 100 years old. It was some time back that they had a fire there, that they weren't able to bake. And right next door to them is another bakery, Addio Bakery, that's been around since the 1950s, makes an excellent product. Now, I would think in most places in New York or anywhere, you would see that as an opportunity to steal some of the customers of the people that went next door to you. But what did Addio do? They turned around and offered their ovens to the Madonia family to cook off shift so that they could stay in business until they got their business back up on their feet.
So Frank, it was great to stop for a cup of coffee and get out of the little bit of chilly rain.
Oh, absolutely.
And so we came into this DeLillo's, this historical cafe here. Give me a little information. What is the history of this neighborhood? Where does it date back? Where did people really come from?
It was settled back in the late 1700s, and it was originally settled by a French Huguenot from Holland, a man by the name of Jacques-Pierre Lorillard. Some people, the name J.P. Lorillard might be familiar to some people. It still exists today. It's a multinational corporation that owns companies all over the world. But when it started off, they were a tobacco manufacturer. They made tons of brands of cigarettes back when more people smoked. I guess they still make them and ship them all over the world. But they were here even before cigarettes. They came here and they ground snuff for the British. And if you go to the Botanical Gardens, the oldest building there is called the Old Snuff Mill, and that was actually Lorillard's factory. They had to build it on the river because you needed water power. There was no electricity yet to ground the snuff.
Incredible.
And over a period of years, that developed, and then eventually the company moved out to New Jersey, I believe, and I don't know where their manufacturing facilities was. But it became a large company, and let's move up about 100 years, I believe. J.P. Lorillard's grand niece now owned the company. She was the richest woman in the world, I mean in the country at the time. And at that time, Italians started moving into this area, and I guess sort of homesteading, but they were brought here to actually build Fordham University and the Bronx Zoo and the New York Botanical Gardens. All those buildings were built by skilled Italian craftsmen a century ago. And then it became, even after that was done, it became a good place to stay, because in the late 1800s, the 3rd Avenue Well was built, which ran right through the neighborhood up here in the Bronx. And construction in the city was, had taken off from 1900 through, through the Depression. And many of those people are now working downtown, and it made it easy for them to take the subway downtown to work. A lot of people know Arthur Avenue. They don't know it's named after President Chester A. Arthur, who was her good friend at the time, the President of the United States. And on either side of Arthur Avenue is Hughes Avenue and Hoffman Street. Hughes Avenue was named after Cardinal Hughes, who was the first Catholic bishop of New York and was famed for opening institutions of higher learning. He founded Fordham University, among others, which was originally St. John's, I think, even before it was Fordham. And the other side, Hoffman, was Paul Hoffman, who was governor at the time. And then the other streets, many of them are named after doctors. And you'd say, well, why are they named after doctors? Well, not far from here was the site of Fordham Hospital, public hospital, the first one in the Bronx. And when that was going up, the Italians that were here were just amazed that this country would build a hospital to treat these people, free of charge back then, a city hospital. Remember, we're talking simple times, and many of them came from rural farms in Italy, and there were no services like that back in the old country. So they honored the physicians that brought it here by naming the streets after them. So that's how it started, and we're still here, 120, 130 years later.
Neighborhood.
And a lot of people have come through this neighborhood. Like I said, I've been here, my family's been here for several generations, but certainly hundreds of thousands of people moved here and then moved out, along the way over the years. When I was in grade school back in the 60s, we still had families every year coming from Italy. We had new kids entering every year, starting to learn English, fitting in. And you felt more like, instead of an Italian neighborhood in the United States, you felt more like a little American neighborhood in Italy. It was that type of place.
So we're here with Michael Title at Title Brothers. Title Brothers is 104 years?
Actually, 1913.
1913.
Yes,
108.
108 years old. Yeah.
That's wild. Same family.
My father's father started it.
Same place. It looked like this in 1913, right? I mean, you got same ceiling and everything.
These are the same walls, I guess?
Same ceiling. Yeah, same walls. Absolutely. Yeah. The only thing that's changed is the floor. The first thing I did when I came down here was put a new floor. They had the old floor. It was here for 100 years.
I remember coming here with my mother taking me in here by the hand. Literally back in the 1950s, and they were old already then in the 1950s, and the place looked like this.
I've been here since like the 60s, before I left for the restaurant. But I see people that I've known since I'm a kid.
Yeah.
And they come in and they told me they came in with their parents.
Yeah.
They come in with their children come in, and then their children come in, and they come in. You know what? They're getting the best products. They're getting good products at great prices.
Well, before my mother, my grandmother.
You still have people coming from far and wide to come here?
Yeah, they come from Westchester, Connecticut. A lot of Manhattan comes in here. Manhattan prices everything. We sell Reggiano Parmigiano, $12.99 a pound. Manhattan is like $28 a pound.
They've been here for Easter last week. To have lines out the doors that have control. It was easier to get into Studio 54 than to get in here on a holiday.
Even during COVID.
Even during COVID, right.
Yeah, that's nice to see. It really is.
Yeah, things are going well.
Congratulations.
Your products are working well.
Excellent.
So we got the flowers. It's nice to see you. Frank, good to
Take
see you.
care. Say hello to Bill for me.
Ciao.
But despite, as I said, I lived here my whole life, and people always say, well, you know, how the neighborhood's changed. Well, my answer to them is, one, the whole world has changed. And certainly the Bronx has also. But there's something here, you know, that feeling of community, that feeling of we're all in it together, that still exists.
Jalen, I have to tell you, the trip to the Bronx is amazing. If you have not been to Arthur Avenue, you have to go. The kinds of stores that are there, the products that are available, it is such a fun throwback because it feels like a throwback. It feels like you're going to see something and have an experience that you would think about like for these old Italian neighborhoods, but it's real. Like that's what it is. Really interesting.
I love it. I love the idea that there's 5 different businesses there that are still family run after 100 years. I mean, to me, that blows my mind. And that's why it's important to love what you do, because then you'll continue to pass it throughout your family, different generations. And speaking of loving what you do, we went to see Frank Telemundo over at Mama's too. His pizza is incredible. It's a destination spot in NYC, so if you haven't tried it, you should. And here's a video of how he sets himself apart.
Hi, I'm Frank Telemundo. I'm the head pizzaiolo and owner of Mama's 2 here on the Upper West Side. I got into this business about 16 years ago. I was at school, I went to Hunter College. I had dropped out and wanted to take over my family's pizzeria that's been on the Upper West Side here for the past, I would say, over 60 years, since 1959. And my grandmother started it back then, and I was lucky to have the support system, have people that were in the business that were able to teach me the ins and outs. So I had my uncles, I had my grandmother, and I just learned everything I knew through them and just had the experience, went through the reps and just how to run a business, how to make pizza, the fundamentals, how to manage our dough, so on and so forth. So after about, I would say, 14 years of me being in the business, I was finally ready to open something that was totally different than what my family has done here in this neighborhood for so long. And I have a different taste for pizza. Like, you know, pizza is one of the most subjective foods in the whole world. Everyone likes it a certain way, you know, square, round, whatever shape it might be. Mine happen to be, you know, I really love round and square pizzas. I love so many things about the characteristics of Neapolitan pizza, of New York pizza, of so many of my, you know, pizzaiolo friends in the business, you know, things I love about their pizza, and I wanted to incorporate it across 2 different styles here at Mama's 2, which is what I do here every day. And we, you know, I love, you know, great ingredients. I love to experiment with different flavor profiles, and I love learning about dough each and every day. I mean, any one of my pizzaiolo friends here can tell you, you know, we learn things every single day, especially when we do things at volume. You want to be as consistent as possible. So there's certain, you know, dough techniques that you pick up along the way. There's things that you tweak. And that has been my journey so far here at Mama's 2, is just perfecting everything that we do here and just really chase perfection day in and day out. We do some new stuff here on the week, during the week. On Wednesdays, we do sandwiches, and we actually make our own bread over here. We shape our dough differently. Our dough is a tad bit different than our pizza dough. You know, we have different proofing stages, and you know, we just put together some great new sandwiches every week. We've done things from classics like meatball parm to chicken parm. We've done, you know, a really great collaboration with our British friends over there at Dame. We've done a really great fish and chip sandwich. We've done fried chicken. We've done, you know, cauliflower parm. We've done it all pretty much so far. And we continue to bring new things each and every week to engage all our customers, give them something to look forward to. And it really got us through the pandemic. It really gave a lot of people some excitement in the pandemic. You know, every Tuesday, every Monday, they would always, you know, message us on Instagram, you know, what sandwiches we're going to bring out on Wednesday. They're always very curious what new, you know, pizza specials we've had coming up. So we love engaging with our customers, and that's, you know, part of our journey going forward is, you know, really bringing out some new stuff and experimenting with really awesome ideas for pizza as well as sandwiches and all kind of other Italian specialties here at Mama's 2. So Mama's 2 is a really, really unique pizzeria. Unlike any other pizzeria that I've worked in, you know, besides my family's and other friends' pizza shops when I was growing up, This is more than a neighborhood spot. We have, of course, awesome locals that have held us down, throughout the whole pandemic, and really contributed to our success with word of mouth all around the Upper West Side. So in a sense, not only we're a neighborhood spot, but we're a big neighborhood spot here in Upper West Side. It comes all the way from the 60s all the way to the 130s. We deliver all up and down the neighborhood. So, we cover a lot of ground here in such a big neighborhood. We have our locals, of course. We have people that come in from all over the state and all over parts of the country to come and try our pizza. And, we're lucky that we got the exposure we did, especially in the beginning. Whether it's our friends on Instagram, whether it's certain influencers that really have tried our pizza and supported us, all the way to getting a star from the New York Times. We're lucky to have all the exposure we get that really kind of catapulted us to being a destination spot. Like all of my favorite food establishments in the city, whether it be Cash Deli, all the way to places like Lombardi's, Grimaldi's, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, we're really lucky to have, the reputation for making great pizza, which brings locals and people from afar. So here at Mama's 2, we do something that's a little bit different than many other establishments. We take a more artisanal approach to our dough process, more of a baker's kind of technique to our dough management. We also take a more chef's approach to, highlighting all of our ingredients that we use and the techniques we use to bring out the best flavor out of all the ingredients we use. With that being said, we're known for having a really great round pizza and the great square pizza. There's things that I love about Detroit style pizza where, for me in specific, I love having the caramelized cheese edges, the caramelized bottom, having that crunch and having the light fluffy interior and having more an airy open crumb structure. So that's a characteristic of our square that really people come for. Our round is something a cross between a really good New York style pizza you get from any deck oven pizzeria, as well as having a really good baguette-like artisanal crust when it comes to our cornicione. And when we incorporate really great fresh and robust flavors that Neapolitan pizza would bring, like a really good tomato, really good basil, 2-year-aged Parmigiano Reggiano, really good olive oil. So those things are what we incorporate on our rounds, as well as the squares too. But I think we also are known for having a more well-done bake to our pizzas. These are all flavors that I love about pizza. So I was really lucky that, everything that I make here is the way I like to eat it. And I'm even more lucky that, people like it the same way too.
I just love Frank Tutelamondo. I love his pizza over at Mama's 2. And I just love that there's this whole connection and tradition with what he's doing because of what his family's been doing at Mama's. But Mama's 2 does not make a standard New York slice. It's a little different. Tomorrow, you got to tune in to hear about the standard New York slice. We're doing a whole program with a bunch of great pizza makers talking about traditional New York slices. Now, I know you cannot just get New York style pizza in New York. It's all over the place, and it's getting tweaked everywhere you go. Somebody I know who's really tweaking New York style pizza is doing it out in Las Vegas. It's the one and only Vinnie Rolo, and we got him coming to you next here at the Pizza Fest.
Hey everybody, what's going on? Welcome to the virtual New York Pizza Festival Home Edition. My name is Vincent Rotolo, and I'm the owner-operator of Good Pie Pizzeria in Las Vegas, Nevada, located in the heart of the Arts District on Main Street. So today we're going to be making Grandma Pizza. The Grandma Pizza is a thin and crispy square that was made popular around the boroughs of New York City, first sold in Long Island by King Umberto, and many, many years later, I brought the Grandma Pizza to Las Vegas. We sell a ton of it here at Good Pie every day, by the slice, by the pie, and many different varieties. So today, we're gonna be walking you through how to make a Grandma Pizza at home. All right, first things first, make sure your oven is set to 550 degrees. If you can only get to 500, then just preheat it to 500 about 45 minutes before so your oven is really nice and hot, and make sure to keep your door closed. All right, so let me walk you through the things we're gonna need for a Grandma Pizza. You're gonna start with a pizza dough. Now, you can get your pizza dough at your local pizzeria, just any great artisan pizzeria in your neighborhood. You can go, usually they'll sell you the dough for like $1 or $2, or something like that. If you can't do that, there are pizza dough recipes you can look up online. And for more questions on the pizza dough recipes online, you can always email me, pizza@goodpie.com. But for the purposes of dough, say your pizzeria does have a dough, you get your dough. Then you're gonna wanna have a pan. At home, you can use a sheet pan. Here we use a 12 by 18 Sicilian style pan. Sometimes they use a square 16 by 16, or you could do various different sizes, but a half a sheet pan works really well for a grandma pizza. Now, you're gonna wanna get some grease or some oil on your pan so your pizza doesn't stick. So what we do is, we use just a non-stick spray. This one is a non-GMO canola oil. It's got great flavor. If you're at home, you can get Crisco and use a brush. Just, you need some type of fat content on your pan. So I'm gonna spray the corners first. And then what we're gonna do is just zigzag all around. This is so the dough can be on the pan. Now, next step is just simply get your pizza dough. My hands have a little bit of oil on them so the dough will not stick. So we're just gonna pop it right out and onto the pan. And what you wanna do is start to gently work your dough into the rectangle shape. So I'm already kind of working my dough a little bit. All right, you're gonna wanna work this dough over to the corners and then gently kind of push it around a little bit. Okay, and you can see I move the pan around. I like to rotate the pan while I'm doing this. It helps me just kind of get it open. So as we open this up, you'll see the main thing is you don't want to have too thick or too thin of an area, and you really want most of your thickness to kind of be in your corner. So look, we're almost there. Now what we do is we take our thumb and we kind of hold it down the edge. That's a trick I learned from Papa Chiro at King Umberto's. He kind of puts his thumb on the corner to hold it in while he pushes it down. And we just want to keep going across and across like this. And you're going to keep going. Now what you're going to need to do is, as you see, my corners are round, right? You might get round corners, guys. That's okay. You want to let this relax. Let it rest in the pan just like this for about 10 minutes. And so your dough does not form a skin. You can spray a little bit of the non-stick spray, just a little bit on top, and let it rest. Or if you have plastic wrap at home, you can go ahead and cover your pizza dough in the pan with your plastic wrap. So I already have one that I prepared, so we'll let that one relax. And look, this one here was prepared earlier. And you can see how my corners are really nice and just nice angles on the corners. You really don't want a round corner on that. So what we're gonna do next is, you can already see there's dimpling marks in there. This has been rising at about 75 degrees for about 40 minutes. Let me introduce you to all of the ingredients. Here we have Pecorino Romano cheese. Okay, here we have a shredded whole milk mozzarella cheese. And here we have a sliced fresh mozzarella. We get the mozzarella from Leone. Their mozzarella is fantastic. Today we're gonna be doing the cup and char pepperoni from our friends at Hormel Foods. This brand is the Rosa Grande cup and char pepperoni. It's my favorite. Here I have the tomatoes. All right, you guys can see those tomatoes there. This is the Chow Authentica. We also use the Chow Black Label tomato here at the restaurant. They're good right out of the can. I just add a little bit of salt, some olive oil and basil to my sauce. There's already basil inside, but we like to use a little fresh basil on ours. Now, one of our top ingredients for the grandma pizza, this is garlic infused olive oil. So what you can do is, if you have an emulsion blender, you get a good quality olive oil, you put it in a big bowl, you can emulsify just peeled whole peel garlic in there, or you can roast the whole peel garlic on a low temperature in your oil to get your infusion. So the garlic oil is gonna be the base of the grandma pizza, and we're just gonna put it through like that, okay? There's your garlic oil. Now, the next step to making the grandma pizza, we're gonna get the Pecorino Romano cheese. We're just gonna kind of spread it around, right? Just like that. We'll spread this around. All of the dough that we make here at Good Pie, we're using the Caputo Americana and also the Americana Super. Next, get this mozzarella, and we're just gonna push it all around. And what I like to do is, I like to put a thin layer of mozzarella on this. This is about 7 ounces of cheese, and I'll put a little bit more. I'll tell you why, because you don't want to overdo the cheese, guys. You don't want to overtop this pizza. When you're making a grandma pizza, less is more. Now watch my fingers. I'm gonna push the air into the edge again, and you'll see the edge of the pizza starting to form an airy crust. All right. All right, now if you're just joining us, we're making grandma pizzas today with Vincent Rotolo of Good Pie. So what we're gonna do next, I'm gonna bring the sauce over here, and we're just gonna make some lines of sauce over the cheese. We're not gonna fully cover it. We're gonna start in the corner and just make a sauce line like that. Really nice and thin. We do this, do that, this, there you go. Now I'm gonna get a little bit more and just kind of fill in those blank areas, and we'll go across and we'll put a dot right in our corner. All right, so that's what we do here. We do sauces diagonally across. Some people do dollops, right? Some people do like 3 by 5. You know, it's your sauce. The main thing is that you're not overdoing it, guys. You're not overdoing it. Next is the fresh mozzarella. So what we do, our method is cheese, cheese, sauce, cheese. That's how we do it here at Good Pie. So we're just gonna add in this slice, this Leone, this is, I always like to taste, oh my goodness, phenomenal, really creamy, so good. And we're just gonna put a couple more little pieces of fresh mozzarella across. So this is how we're doing the grandma pizza, right? I'll give it a little bit more cheese in that corner, okay? Now we're ready to put our pepperonis on. All right, so what we're gonna do is here, look, we're just gonna start spreading pepperonis around. You know, no particular, rhyme or reason. We're just kinda, it's okay if they double up. Like, look, there's 5 or 6 of them in one area. That doesn't bother me. I like that. I don't like my pepperoni to be like, lined up like soldiers. Like some people are doing the pepperoni like perfectly lined up. I don't really do it that way. I like to do it a little more rustic. I like my because the pepperoni is mostly gonna move anyway. And if you're using cup and char, you wanna put on a little bit more than you think, because they do, you do experience a little bit of shrinkage and movement in the oven. It's gonna curl up and get a little bit smaller. And now we're gonna put it into a 550-degree oven for about 10 to 12 minutes until you see the cheese, you'll see it golden brown. Let's go ahead and bake this. About 10 minutes has gone by. Our grandma pizza should be ready. We want a really nice dark brown color on this pizza. Let's just check it out. Oh, look at this. Yeah, I'm gonna bring it right over here. So we're just gonna put it right down on this deck here. So you can see we got a really nice golden brown to dark brown. The pepperonis have cupped up. I mean, this is a perfect bake for us. We like it. We like a nice char on the pizza. What we want to do is try to get the pizza out. Now we're just gonna kind of go in here, check the bottom. Look at the bottom. Can you get a shot of the bottom? You see the color? That's what you're looking for on the bottom of your pizzas, guys. That's what you want to see. Now, we're gonna go ahead and get this right out onto there. We want to land the pizzas right on a baking rack or a screen, just to give it some air on the bottom so the steam can release. Okay, and then we're gonna cut this pizza. I like to cut it in about 8, but let me see what I was telling you about the pepperoni? You see how right there they're 3 together, or those are double and triple on top? Like, that's something that is my preference. You see this side's baked a little bit darker, and it's got that kind of like that charred edges around the corners. I love it. This pizza's for me. I'm gonna eat this pizza. I like it well done over here. So you can see, I like a nice char on the pizza, so that's what we're gonna get here today. Super excited. So let's cut this up. if you listen to the pizza when you cut it, it's gonna tell you what it's feeling. So, yeah, this guy's feeling pretty good. Really nice crunch on this pie. All right, so now, I don't really do a lot of basil. I like a little bit of basil. So I'm just gonna do basil like on half. Some people don't like the basil on the pizza. All right, we'll do that. Basil. I'll do basil on this side no basil. And then we're gonna finish this with, we're using an aged hard cheese here. This is a Grana Padano, it's a ported Grana, aged 18 months. We also use Parmigiano Reggiano, a really good quality cheese. And we're just gonna kind of shave the cheese right onto the pizza like that. Give it nice streaks, this umami, this delicious flavor. All right, so here's this pizza, and that's just what this is, a grandma. When you pick this up, look, you should see a nice undercarriage, right? Good color, good crisp, nice crunch. You see some little air pockets in there, some bubbles, and really, I mean, this side's a little more well done, which I like. I'm gonna eat this side. I don't like the basil, and that side's gonna be for our friends, whoever comes by and get some pizza. So that's it. I hope you enjoyed this virtual version of the New York Pizza Festival. Again, any questions on the recipes, feel free to email me, pizza@goodpie.com. And everybody here at the Pizza Festival, happy eating and be well. Thank you.
Shaylin, I can't tell you how much I miss Vincent and his pizza. And this new place, the Good Pie in Las Vegas, the second location, that just opened up. It opened up during the pandemic. Obviously, because of the pandemic, we weren't able to get out there. But you were with Vincent when he got his first place, weren't you?
Yeah, I happened to be in Vegas when he got the keys to the first location. And so I could say I, been with him from the beginning. And oddly enough, he actually took me, it wasn't a junkyard or something, but somewhere to buy used equipment. And he said, if I bring you with me, I'll get a better deal. And he did. He got a better deal because the guy didn't want to be embarrassed, so basically said yes to whatever Vincent wanted. So Vincent, you still owe me. But yeah, love Vincent. He holds a special place in my heart because my Nana is actually one of the grandmas on his grandma wall. So love that guy. And your pizza looks amazing.
He's done a great job.
And I noticed that Vince was topping
his pizza with pepperoni today. And it brings us into kind of one of our next topics, which is what's the most underrated ingredient? And I think one of the things we did that was fun for the Pizza Festival was we asked that question to a lot of pizza professionals. And we've got a little mashup on what they thought was the most underrated. But before we go there, what do you think is the most underrated pizza topping?
Jalapeno, because it's my favorite. And people, it's almost the pineapple.
Anchovies are the most underrated ingredient because I happen to love anchovies and nobody ever wants to put them on pizza, so I never get to eat pizza with anchovies. I always tell people it's because they never had a good one. There are different qualities out there, but the mashup was kind of interesting. It was fun to do also. So let's go see what our other pizza professionals say.
So the most underrated pizza topping for me would have to be Nduja, which is indigenous to the Calabria region of Italy and where my father is from. The reason why I love it so much is because it's a very versatile topping that works well with other toppings and complements the flavors as well.
I think the most underrated pizza topping are nuts. They're crispy, full of flavor, and they're an agricultural product that pretty much grow everywhere.
Absolutely 100%.
Don't say beets.
Pineapple. Beets.
Pineapple.
Beets.
Ah, come on, you guys are kidding me.
Basil.
Basil. What do you think? Margarita with no basil. It's like a car with no wheels. Absolutely. It's like Roma with no Colosseo.
So it's
Let's put some basil, man.
So you think okay? So it's basil.
It's basil, 100%, guys. That's the way it is.
I also like beets.
For me, it's potatoes.
In Rome, it's a staple. Pizza with potatoes. You can find it everywhere, at every corner in Rome. Everybody eats that. Everybody loves it. Here, I really can't find a good pizza with potatoes here in New York, and I think it's really not used as a topping because it's kind of weird for people here to have starch on starch. But I think that potatoes thinly sliced on top of pizza with a little bit of mozzarella and lots of olive oil, it's just amazing. So try it out and let me know what you think.
The most underrated pizza topping is kale pesto. We make that at Paulie G's, and that's one of my favorite pies. But pesto on pizza, I had never had that before that we did it, and it's just fabulous.
I think the most underrated pizza topping is artichokes.
Like in general, I would say fish. You don't have to think about like throwing the fish on pizza like sushi. But I'm talking something about like white pizzas, like a pizza with salmon. So why don't you think of white pizza with salmon and sour cream and chives? It's very common to eat that pizza in Italy. It's very good.
The most underrated pizza topping, in my opinion, anchovies. We use Scaglia brand anchovy fillets. They're Italian. Anchovies are really good if you buy good anchovies. That's all I got.
I hate to say, I love a pizza with anchovies, olives, and capers, and basil.
Most underrated pizza topping. I don't know, probably anchovies. Anchovies are good, right? They're great. I mean, the most underrated pizza topping in Italy is definitely pepperoni. You guys, we might have to start bringing pepperoni over there. You zips, you know what I mean? I don't know. You guys, you're like, yeah, it's not authentic. It's not authentic. It got so authentic. What's authentic, okay? My grandparents invented this stuff in America. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's authentic. Don't worry about it. We're going to bring it over there. You guys are going to eat it like you eat hamburgers. Capiche?
Haki, next question is, what's the most underrated pizza topping?
I will say pineapple.
So pineapple is popular, but not enough people respect it. Is that what you're saying?
No, like I mean, you said popular or unpopular?
What's the most underrated? The one that people don't appreciate enough?
Yeah, pineapple. For
All
me,
right,
it's
cool.
pineapple. Yeah.
Most underrated pizza topping, pineapple.
Mushroom.
What's your most underrated pizza topping?
I would say pineapple.
Pineapple? Agreed. Agreed. It's nice talking to you.
It's nice talking to you.
What do y'all think about the most underrated though?
Probably bacon.
Bruschetta for me, man.
Yeah. I think a meatball.
Most underrated pizza topping, red onions. The most delicious on a pizza, not to mention my favorite, red onion, capers, and anchovies. Nothing beats it.
Underrated pizza toppings that I could think of would be onions. They're so versatile. They're so simple. There are so many kinds of onions that highlight or bring out flavors and other toppings that could be included on the pizza as well. And just onion by itself in general. You have white, you have Vidalia, you have Spanish onions. I mean, list goes on.
I think one of the most underrated topping in America, it's one of my favorite, one of Neapolitan people favorite. It's rapini, broccoli rape.
For me, the most underrated pizza topping, actually two. I have hot honey and bacon jam.
Eggplant, even if it really goes well, but a lot of people use it, but eggplant can be made in very different ways, and yeah. From fried to toasted to puree, yeah, eggplant.
Alrighty, well, I know I've learned a lot today. I hope you have too. Join me first thing tomorrow with Mark Dim out of Denver. We're doing a little pizza for breakfast kind of thing that I'm sure you'll love. And I'm gonna throw over to Scott. Go for it.
I am so thrilled about everything I got to see today. I saw so many people make great pizzas, but tomorrow, talking about New York slices. That's what I'm most excited about.
Well, I thought today was amazing also. I really enjoyed the fact that we got to see all this great content. We got to see recipes. I really love this last mashup as well. I think tomorrow we have a few more things like that. Should be a lot of fun. I want to thank my co-hosts for doing a great job. And I want to give also a special thanks, quite honestly, to Daniel Young, because, you know, when Daniel called me and was talking about the virtual event that he was doing in London and started planting these seeds and offering his assistance, it was the reason that we decided we were going to take this deep dive and support the community. Remember tonight, order pizza, support the local places, tune in tomorrow at 11 a.m. Last words of Daniel.
Well, Fred, thank you for bringing me to New York and back home through this. And that's really what's amazing about this, because we're all dying to connect and we've been unable to. So this event just, you know, it reminds us that we're all still, you know, hungry for pizza and to move the pizza road along. So I'm grateful to you and the sponsors. You know, sponsors, if their business is to promote high quality pizza and to encourage people who do that, then I'm all for them, you know? So it's just a great team that you've brought together, because everyone has a common interest, and that's to eat better pizza. And I felt that energy all today. So thank you, Fred. It's just, it's been a great day. I can't wait for tomorrow.
We can't either. Thanks for joining us. Look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow, 11 a.m. Order pizza.
I'm hungry.
You're always hungry.